Planet Eclipse. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike across the mountains. He was wearing a pair of eye-catching sunglasses. Little Angel and the others were ready to level up, but they had to prepare before becoming Viscounts. So they hadn't come hunting with him. Wang Yuhang had also eaten enough xenogeneic genes to become a Viscount, but he lacked proper fighting experience, so it would be difficult. He didn't like sitting around, either, so he had gone out hunting. Not long after, Wang Yuhang saw a young Kate girl on the trail. She was walking towards the mountains. Wang Yuhang frowned. The little girl had a tiger pattern of stripes, cat ears, and a cat tail. She was rather cute, but she looked like she was only 10 or so. She shouldn't have been able to fight, so it was strange to see her out there all alone. Wang Yuhang turned toward her. "What are you doing out here?" he asked the little girl. The little girl, seeing him, looked at him queerly. She answered, "I am looking for my mother." "Looking for her?" Wang Yuhang was shocked. The little girl explained, "My mom has been out hunting for the past 2 days, and she has yet to return. So, I am out here looking for her. It has only been 2 days. She'll be fine." Wang Yuhang offered her some comfort. Many of the mothers in the base had become barons. They wanted better lives for their children, and so they hunted to supply them with easy points. The little girl looked worried, and she shook her head. Mom said she would return each and every day to check in. She has always come back on time, except for this time when she hasn't. She must have stumbled into some sort of danger, and so that is why I have come out here to save her. You're just a kid, though. What can you do? You should let the good folks at the base help you, Wang Yuhang said. I did tell them, but no one believed me. They told me to wait a few more days. I'm sorry, I have to keep going. The little girl started walking again, headed deeper into the mountains. Wang Yuhang rode the bike up next to her, smiled, and said, "Are you willing to take a risky ride with me? I can take you on this, if that's okay with you." Really? The little girl's eyes shone brightly. Yes, but it depends on whether that's what you want. Wang Yuhang smiled. Before Wang Yuhang finished talking, the girl had already jumped onto the back of his bike. She held onto Wang Yuhang's back and said, "Please find my mother. I have no father, so I cannot lose my mom." Wang Yuhang smiled and rose into the mountains. He asked, "Do you know where your mom usually hunts?" "My mother never hunts too far from home. She stays in the region so she doesn't have to spend too much time traveling each night," the little girl quickly said. "It shouldn't be hard to find her, then." Wang Yuhang accelerated along the trail. As soon as Wang Yuhang entered the mountains, a xenogeneic began running behind him, digging into the ground with its claws. It chased his bike like a hungry wolf. More and more soon gathered up, until there was a whole group of xenogeneics trailing them. They were all barons, too. The little girl looked frightened, and so she held on to Wang Yuhang. She shivered in fear, and she couldn't bring herself to look back. "If you are afraid, I can take you back now," Wang Yuhang said as he rode. "No, please take me to my mother. She is in danger. Please." The little girl was trembling, but she never stopped begging Wang Yuhang to find her mother. "Okay, then." Wang Yuhang began working methodically to scour the mountainsides. There were many xenogeneics coming after him, but they were all slower than his bike. They couldn't hurt him or the little girl. Sometimes, xenogeneics appeared in front of him. But in such instances, Wang Yuhang was able to evade them. The little girl would hold his waist tightly when this occurred, and she almost fell off multiple times. Still, she asked him to keep going in search of her mother. A few hours later, Wang Yuhang heard the cry of another xenogeneic. He frowned and decided to take a look. He found a group of xenogeneics surrounding a Kate woman. She was fighting one of them. It looked like the group was just crowding around her to taunt her. The xenogeneics were enjoying it like some sort of sporting event. Many of them were Viscount class, too, and so they were much stronger than the Kate woman. If they wanted the Kate woman dead, she'd have been a pile of bones by now. The woman, instead, was still engaged in battle. She was bleeding a lot, but she wasn't ready to give up the ghost. As Wang Yuhang rode toward her, he could see the will and drive it must have taken for her to keep going. Some of the wounds she had incurred were deep enough to reveal her bones. She should have passed out by now, considering the amount of blood she must have lost. "Mom!" The little girl squealed, trying to jump off the bike. But Wang Yuhang caught her and pulled her back on. There were many Viscount Xenogeniacs there. He didn't have the Marquis's armor, so he couldn't move too rashly. "We need backup, but it appears to be too late for us to call on others." Wang Yuhang stroked the little beard on his chin as he thought. The woman, seeing the little girl, looked towards them. Her face paled and she screamed, "Run, little Rain! Get out of here!" The Xenogeniacs then noticed Wang Yuhang. They became extremely alert, and their interest in playing with the woman seemed to vanish. One of the Xenogeniacs moved over to cut the woman's neck and be done with it. "No!" The little girl's eyes opened wide as she screamed. Wang Yuhang's expression looked strange, but he accelerated towards the woman, swinging his sword as he went. Just as the creature swung its claws toward the woman's neck, the sword slashed the Xenogeniac's back and made it squeal. Wang Yuhang used the time he had bought to swoop into the crowd. He picked up the woman in one motion as he passed by. Wang Yuhang turned the bike to leave the mountain, but the Xenogeniacs had already reacted, running towards Wang Yuhang. The Viscount Xenogeniacs started to glow as they surged forward. Wang Yuhang, still riding the bike, evaded them. The mother and daughter held on to him tightly, but they looked like they were losing hope. The crowd behind was approaching fast, and the gang that had chased Wang Yuhang earlier was still waiting just outside the valley. They were like hungry wolves, adamantly blocking his attempt to depart. "This is why I hate women and kids." Wang Yuhang sighed. He spun his bike and stopped. The scary Xenogeniacs from both sides were coming quickly. The mother and daughter held each other, sitting on the bike. They shivered in each other's arms, with their eyes closed. "If you can, could you please not treat me like a monster?" Wang Yuhang ignored the Xenogeniacs. He spoke to the mother and daughter, but his voice was so quiet they could barely hear him. Boom! A noise like a generator sounded. Wang Yuhang's body brimmed with an unspeakable power. The noise came from his body, but there was no light, smoke, or shadow to see. But the power inside him exploded like a volcano. Even his bike seemed to react, releasing clouds of smoke out of the exhaust. Suddenly, the world quietened down. The Xenogeniacs that wished to attack Wang Yuhang stopped. They all froze and looked at him strangely. The next second, they ran at Wang Yuhang again. But just before they touched him, the two groups collided to kill each other. Blood and limbs were strewn about everywhere, all across that trail. As the generator noise ran, the two groups fought each other until they all died. Some of them lost their arms, but still they fought on. The way they looked at Wang Yuhang was strange. It was like he was the most precious person in the world. Some looked at him like a treasured lover, for whom they would do anything. More likely, Wang Yuhang had become their queen. They had to kill their opponents to make themselves the strongest, all so they could make with the queen. Blood. Blood was everywhere. A few hundred Xenogeniacs were forced to kill each other. They did, and they all died. The sole survivor was a viscount. It was extremely injured, and it ended up crawling towards Wang Yuhang. Cha! Wang Yuhang thrust his hand into its wound and tore out its heart. It was dying, but the look it gave Wang Yuhang was not a look of hate. It was one of pleasure. The Kate family held each other. They looked at Wang Yuhang with shock, they had been chilled to the bone. At that moment, he was scarier than the Xenogeniacs. That's why I like sticking with Han Senator, it is because those monsters make me look like a person. If no one is afraid of me, I feel like a person. Wang Yuhang spoke quietly to himself, and he looked rather sad. Cool. You became an ant, how did you do that? Teach me. If I learn it, I can sneak into any women's locker rooms that I want to. Wang Yuheng's eyes opened wide. He looked at Han Sen, who was being held by spell, and smiled. Little Silver, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen's ant body curiously. Han Sen felt depressed. He sent his words to be spoken through spell. So, spell spoke for him by saying, "Cool my *SS. Go and find a way to turn me back to normal." How did this happen? Wang Yuheng used his finger to poke Han Sen, and he laughed. Stop. Poke me again and I'll be mad. Han Sen felt even sadder now. Being pressed by a finger felt as if he was being bullied. Planet Eclipse's news channels were blocked. The others had not heard about what had happened to Han Sen during his time with the Buddha. So, Han Sen took the time to explain what had transpired. A deified elite's power? Even if we could suppress his ability, he'd still be too powerful. It won't work, and none of us have the same element as him. Gu Qingqing stopped to thought, and then proceeded to say, what about the power you used to transform? Even Purgatory Heaven did not work on you. Could you not try that? Han Sen said, if there is no other option, I will have to do that. But I am afraid that if I recover too quickly from this state, Isha might become suspicious. So, I will wait like this for a few days. It won't be suspicious after a few days? Wang Yuheng did not understand. When I become an ant, I cannot use Geno arts. I can only use the story of genes. If I can recover, I plan to use the story of genes as an excuse. Nobody else has ever practiced it before, so no one will know if I'm telling the truth or not, Han Sen said, through spell. In that case, let's see if we can help you. Dragon Lady gathered up her power, and then put her finger on Han Senator. She wanted to send her power to him. It was useless, though. Little Angel and Xie King gave it a try as well. But the results were the same, and it did not work. You guys did that on purpose. Han Sen watched them all come to press a finger against him. When he looked at their faces, he didn't feel quite right. Little Angel and Dragon Lady were not Viscounts yet, but Gu Qingqing and Xie King were, so there was no need for them to use a finger to touch Han Senator. Even so, that was what they did. No. I promise we did not plan on squashing you to death. Wang Yuheng laughed. I promise, it really isn't like that. Xie King spoke with a tone of sincerity, but it was obvious that he was trying to suppress his urge to laugh. You ***s holes. Han Sen felt so mad, and so he jumped atop Spell's shoulder. Spell then started to fire shiny bullets at them. After chasing them away, Han Sen took a break. He felt bored, so he decided to read the Consume skill that Isha had given him. The consuming ants were a famous higher race of the universe. They could consume everything, so they were far scarier than humans. Humans were omnivores, and they could eat both plants and animals. But the consuming ants were even better. They could eat metal, ore, any and all sorts of materials. There was nothing they were not able to digest. The stronger the ant was, the more digesting power they had. The Geno art they learned was called Consume. Practicing the skill required a body that was similar to the consuming ants, though. Burning Lamp Alpha could turn others into ants, but he hadn't given Han Sen the body of an actual consuming ant. Han Sen was just a common ant without any intelligence. He could not generate a Geno armor, so there was no way he could learn Consume. Han Sen decided to give it a try anyway. After all, there was nothing else he could do while he was in the form of an ant. After Han Sen read through the Geno art, he learned that Consume was able to fortify one's stomach. It made the digestion capabilities of a person's stomach quite scary. He could digest something like steel in a short amount of time, and turn all types of materials into energy. They would be absorbed by the body. This would be good for people who love to eat. If they could learn this Geno art, people could eat a lot more than usual in the sanctuary, Han Sen thought. When Han Sen had been in the sanctuaries, he had wanted a Geno art that could digest stuff quickly. He had never been able to find a good one, though. Consume appeared to satisfy all of his needs, but only consuming ants could practice it. Han Sen wanted to try it, so he started practicing. He thought it'd be difficult, but after a few whirls, he felt a chill inside his stomach. It was an odd sensation. I can practice this? Han Sen was shocked. Since the skill was having an effect, that meant he could practice it. Since Han Sen had nothing to do, he kept practicing with Consume. He learned quickly, and he achieved beginner status in a few short days. I wonder if Metal Eater can practice something like this? I can take it back to the sanctuary for him. But Han Sen was just practicing for the time being. He didn't mean to practice it all that much, as he didn't want to be an ant forever. After a few days, Han Sen could not wait anymore. He wanted to see Ji Yanran, so after 4 or 5 days, he tried using his Super God Spirit mode. A holy light captured Han Sen's body. Wherever it went, he became a human again. He became a transparent Super God Spirit. It works. Hopefully, I won't turn back into an ant when I deactivate the skill. Han Sen was worried, so he quickly stopped Super God Spirit mode. The light disappeared from Han Sen's body, and he returned to his ordinary human form. He did not go back to the shape of an ant. Good. Being human is better than being an ant. Han Sen sighed. He could not wait to use the Blood Pulse Sutra to open a portal to the sanctuaries. So, he went back to his home in the Alliance. Han Sen planned to stay there for a while. He wanted to delay revealing the fact that he had healed to Isha. But after chilling at home for a while, he felt uncomfortable being away from his usual life as an adventurer. Since Han Sen had nothing better to do, he tried using Consume. He did not know if he could use it now that he was in human form. It surprised him that he was actually able to activate the Geno art. When he used Consume, something changed in his stomach. It was like a Xenogenix, but not as strong. His stomach became much stronger than usual, though. As he practiced Consume more and more, the power of his stomach increased. It wasn't long before Han Sen was able to digest steel. Whenever he swallowed a hunk of steel, it'd be converted to energy. The digestion capabilities were scary. Han Sen was afraid that Consume might affect his body, but after a few tests, his worries were eased. There were no negative side effects, and so he continued to practice the skill. Han Sen let Xie King and the others practice Consume as well. Aside from Metal Eater, though, none of the others were able to make any headway with it. Han Sen did not know why he could practice it. Maybe it was because of the story of genes, or maybe it was because of his time spent as an ant, he couldn't be sure. Han Sen was surprised Metal Eater could practice it, though. It would be good for the creature's evolution, and he was developing at a much faster rate than before. Han Sen thought about whether or not he should bring Metal Eater over to the Geno universe. He was strong, and he had a broad comprehension of Consume, but Han Sen thought that would be a negative. He was afraid that Metal Eater would draw trouble when he crossed over. So, for the time being, he decided against it. When will I have the power to challenge deified sorts? If I had that power, I could bring people and creatures over from the sanctuaries without worry. I could build a strong army and bring ruin to the Buddha, Han Sen thought to himself. Dad. Bauer came back from school and gave Han Sen a firm hug. You have grown up a lot, Bauer. You are heavier and taller, Han Sen said, stroking her head as he held her. Bauer squinted her eyes and said, Can I go to the Geno universe with you now? Not yet. You still need to grow a bit bigger. But soon, okay? Han Sen smiled. Humph, Bauer pouted and acted all angry. Okay, I promise you. And I'll visit you more often, even though I'm there in the Geno universe. Han Sen rubbed her cheeks and smiled. 9 months later, it was time for Ji Yanran to give birth. Han Sen, Han Yufei, Luolan, Han Yan, and Ji Yanran's parents were all waiting outside the delivery room. Ji Yanran gave birth in their own private hospital, where no outsider could reach them. They were so nervous waiting outside. They couldn't hear a peep of what might have been happening inside. They didn't hear a baby crying, but suddenly the doctor screamed, "Arg! Ghost!" Everyone was shocked, not knowing what had just happened. Ji Yanran hadn't screamed, but the doctor sure had. Hansen ran inside, and he was shocked at the scene before him. A half-transparent baby hung in the air, her hands moving. Super God Spirit mode. Hansen's eyes opened wide, looking at the child in surprise. Hansen's daughter was in Super God Spirit mode. She was scarier than Little Flower, who had Super King Spirit mode. This was like a new and improved version. Fortunately, the baby did not keep Super God Spirit mode activated. After a while, she returned to looking like a normal baby, and it brought Hansen much relief. If it remained in Super God Spirit mode forever, that would have been bad. Normal sustenance could not reach her, and she could not be fed milk. The Han family daughter was BOM without issue. Hansen had learned his lesson the last time, and he knew better than to suggest that Ji Ruotian come up with names. Acknowledging this, Ji Ruotian felt terrible. Hansen was also bad at naming things, though. After a long time of thinking, he decided to name the baby Han Linger. She was the Han family's sacred daughter. Everyone was very careful as they took care of Linger. Little Flower had been prone to blowing buildings up as if it was nothing, after all. They could never risk getting Little Flower mad. Han Linger had Super God Spirit mode, so that was an even scarier prospect. God only knew what would happen if she became displeased. But the family was fortunate in that both babies were surprisingly well behaved. They were very quiet, and people loved them. Linger's birth also helped to wash away the pervasive sadness that had haunted them since Little Flower had been taken. Ji Yanran looked far happier, but she always made sure to mention a wish for Little Flower to return. She'd frequently mention how much Little Flower would love his little sister. Hansen stayed at home with Ji Yanran. He was not in a rush to return to Planet Eclipse. He could practice anywhere, and he practiced a lot in the hopes he could become an earl soon. Becoming an earl was much harder than becoming a viscount. For the next half a year, Hansen made very little progress. No Geno art had yet to reach earl class. But that did not mean the 6 months were wasted. He spent time researching the Red Mist Orb's Copper Palace, and he was able to learn that the throne was a teleporter. It did not just teleport him to planet Mecha. Any Mecha xenogeneic space had a teleporter, and could be accessed via that throne. Hansen tried using it a few times. Whenever he visited a planet, no Mecha attacked him. He was able to figure out that he was now going to a business planet that belonged to the Mecha. They allowed other races to visit freely. He was attacked the first time because he had entered a private planet of the Mecha. Any intruder, even another Mecha, would still be attacked. When Hansen had nothing better to do, he used his beast soul armor to walk around one of the Mecha planets. He wanted to take a look at their culture. The 7 little minks had been fed xenogeneic genes by Han Senator. They had been able to generate xenogeneic gene materials, which then allowed them to generate a xenogeneic gene battle body. Hansen walked down a street belonging to the Mecha, and a few spherical heads caught his attention. One of them was Clear Sea King. There were a few other Buddhas there, too. Speechless was amongst them. What are they doing with the Mecha? Hansen wondered, looking at them. The Mecha were good at making xenogeneic gene battle bodies, but aside from the Mecha themselves, not many creatures could use them. It didn't seem likely that Clear Sea King and the others were on the planet to buy battle bodies. Clear Sea King and the others walked past Hansen, and none of them recognized him with his beast soul armor on. No one could see the 4-faced 8-armed gold Buddha armor, only the user could. Outsiders wouldn't notice a thing. Hansen planned to see what they were up to, but after walking a couple blocks down the street, Clear Sea King and the others dipped into a giant building with Mecha guards. The place was private, so Hansen couldn't just wander in. He asked around and came to know that it was a house belonging to a king-class mecha. Hansen couldn't find out any more than that, as there was no reliable source of information. Hansen waited outside for a while, but they still hadn't emerged after some time, so he surmised that they had to be staying there. Hansen couldn't do anything reckless on a planet belonging to the mecha, so he decided to leave. As he turned around, a naughty little mink leaped out of his pocket and started to scuttle down the street. Hansen immediately grabbed the other 6 while chasing after the escapee. He called out its name, Little 7, don't run. Come back. Hansen was bad at naming names, so he named them sequentially from 1 to 7. They went by their numbers. Little 7 was the naughtiest and grumpiest of the bunch. Not even Hansen could bring him to heel. Even so, all 7 little minks regarded Hansen as their master. And even if they did run off, they'd always come scurrying back when they got bored. Hansen kept shouting after it as he ran. Hansen did not want to force the mink back, though. He let it run and followed it. The place belonged to the mecha, so no one would care too much if a mecha was found poking about. Little 7 was interested in something, that much was certain. He wasn't running around aimlessly. He ducked into a building and hurried upstairs. Hansen followed, and he noticed it was a large mall. The shopkeepers were all outsiders, too. He followed Little 7 to the 2nd floor, then into a particular shop. He heard some noises coming from the back. When Hansen approached, the little mink was wearing his xenogenic gene battle body. The red armor wrapped up the little creature's body. The little mink was still just a baron, so it was very small. Due to this, it couldn't generate much juice. The battle body was simple, and when the mink generated more materials, the battle body would improve. Little 7 was running around the shop, munching on a mouthful of chestnuts. The shopkeeper kept trying to chase Little 7 away, but the mink was small and nimble. It could run around and quickly grab items from the shelves. Little 7 was eating everything it could reach. The other 6 smelled the food and wanted to come out. Hansen managed to push them down and seal his pockets, though. He didn't need them adding to the trouble. The cage shopkeeper soon looked ready to cry. Soon, 2 mecha guards jumped at Little 7, but because of how fast and nimble he was able to dodge them. By doing so, he managed to steal another 2 pieces of food. The mecha guards were Viscount class, but not even they could catch Little 7, who was merely a baron. Hansen moved and grabbed Little 7, then pulled the mink away from their attacks. He quickly said, "I am so sorry. I will reimburse you for the losses incurred." "No. If you misbehave here, you must be investigated," one of the mecha said. "I am sorry, but he is just a child. Please give him another chance, and I will pay twice the amount owed," Hansen said quickly. He presented Little 7 and said to it, "Come on now and apologize." Little 7 had done wrong, though. Hansen wasn't going to needlessly spoil the thing. Little 7 bowed and lowered its head. Then, it made some tsi-tsi noises, as if it was apologizing. "We can talk about the payment later, but you have to follow us. Otherwise, we cannot report to the shopkeeper," the mecha security guard said. As Hansen wondered what he should do, someone shouted from the shop. "Hang on." Hansen looked to where the call came from, and he saw a feather emerging from the back of the store. He ran in front of the mecha guard and spoke with him. Then the guard left the shop. "Thanks, I will be reimbursing you for the losses incurred," Hansen said, as he saw the feather approach. "Not too much inventory was lost, do not worry. If you are able to, though, could we talk inside?" the feather said, while looking at Little 7 in Hansen's hand. Hansen was confused, but he still nodded and followed the feather to the back of the shop. He was behaving like an officer. The feather closed the door, and then looked at Hansen and Little 7, and said, "My name is Mock." "What is your name?" "My name is Dollar, from the race of humans," Hansen answered. Mok repeated Hansen's name, then thought of something. He asked, "What is your association with this mecha?" "I am its guardian, sort of," Hansen answered. After hearing Hansen, Mok's eyes gleamed brightly. He said, "Does that mean you can command it?" "What does that mean?" Hansen frowned. Mok worried that Hansen might misunderstand his intentions, so he quickly explained, "If you can command it, I would like to invite it to endorse my shop." "An endorsement?" Hansen never thought something like would happen. "It's like this," Mok explained. Mok's store sold xenogeneic fruit. For the mecha, the fruit could replace gathering actual xenogeneic genes. After the mecha ate them, they could release materials for the xenogeneic gene battle bodies. But the fruits weren't popular. Not many of the mecha knew about them, so the sales had been quite slow. Mok was not a rich fellow, and he couldn't afford big advertisements, so he hadn't found a way to market his wares. Little Seven's performance surprised Mok. He thought this could be his chance. Little Seven could endorse the food for him by participating in the mecha's battle body races. If Little Seven was able to get a good score in the Baron tier, and did so by advertising the goods he had just eaten, the xenogeneic gene battle body would be better than any other advertisement. Little Seven would need to get a very good score, but after Mok saw Little Seven's performance, he thought the little mink could achieve first place. Hansen initially didn't want Little Seven to participate in the battle body races, but when he heard what they could win if Little Seven achieved first place, he changed his mind. It was a battle body fluid synthesized by the mecha themselves. Battle body fluid could level Little Seven up. It could turn barren battle bodies into Viscounts. For the mecha, this was great. Mok offered Hansen a very good deal, and Little Seven showed interest in giving it a shot. So, Hansen agreed to participate. He signed a contract with Mok. If Little Seven achieved a good result, he could even gain shares in Mok's company. The better Little Seven did, the more shares Hansen would receive. If he earned first place in the Baron team, they could gain a 40% share of the business. Mok helped Little Seven sign up. He got the permit to join very quickly, and Hansen took Little Seven to take part in a few of the early matches. The other young mecha barons could not compete with Little Seven. He kept winning over and over, which made him ecstatic. He began to draw the attention of important members of the audience. Inside a Mecha King's palace, Clear Sea King and a Mecha King were watching the Baron battle body races. Ba. Making this trade will require a lot of effort on your part, Clear Sea King said to the Mecha King. That king looked like a giant bear. And while it munched on food, it responded, "It's fine. If you have enough galaxy sand, we can give you as many babies as you want." Clear Sea King watched the match without expression. "Galaxy sand is not a problem, but I need some good mecha children. There are a few babies here I really like, so please help me acquire them. Some of the young ones who have joined the matches are from big families. I can try to get some of the other ones, but the prices?" Battle King stopped talking, but his meaning was obvious. "I will give you 10 times as much galaxy sand as we discussed. What do you think?" Clear Sea King said calmly, pointing out the competitors that he wanted. "The ones you have chosen are very talented mecha babies. If you are not famous, you can't." Battle King looked glum. "I will give you 20 times the galaxy sand." "This is a serious offer," Clear Sea King said simply. "Okay, good. Then it is a deal." Battle King agreed. "Hopefully we can conclude this trade quickly and take those babies back to the Buddha," Clear Sea King said. He looked at the mecha babies in the match, paying particular focus to Little Seven, who was ravenously chowing down on some fruit. Little Seven was doing very well in the Baron tier. He had managed to reach the top 10. Other Baron mechas didn't stand a chance against him. Little Seven kept winning, and his renown soon started to spread. He quickly became a mecha superstar. He ate a Geno fruit every time he competed, which was something others soon came to notice, as well. Shortly after, the sales in Mock's shop started to rise. It delighted him. But many people came to Mock's store to simply ask about Little Seven, too. He was worried about this, and so he told Hansen about it. But even without Mock mentioning it, Hansen could feel things going that way. There were eyes all over him and Little Seven. It seemed reasonable given the fame that Little Seven had gained, but Hansen still felt that something was amiss. There were people watching him 24/7, and their methods of observation were too secretive. They were not low-class nobles either, they had to be earls, at least. If Hansen did not have his powerful Dongxian Sutra, he'd have never noticed that they were observing him. Who are these guys? Hansen wondered, but then an idea crossed his mind. At night, Hansen took to the streets. He disappeared in the mall. After a while, a mecha walked around and around in the mall. He looked terrible. Weird. I thought he was here. How did he just disappear? The mecha said to himself. He then reported what had happened through a communicator. He walked around the mall again, to confirm that Hansen and Little Seven were nowhere to be found. Then, he left the mall. Hansen came out from a corner, wearing his Dongxian armor. Even his energy had changed. He followed the mecha to a giant building, then watched the mecha enter. Isn't that the building that Clear Sea King went into? Are they involved? Have they discovered my true identity? Hansen thought to himself. But that would have been impossible. If Clear Sea King had discovered that Little Seven's owner was Hansen, he would have attacked already. There would have been no need for him to wait. It seemed obvious to Hansen that their target was Little Seven. Hansen couldn't go in, but he could sneakily send in Little Invisible. If Little Invisible could snoop around inside, he would work like an invisible camera. The only downside was his inability to record voices. Hansen spoke to Little Invisible and placed him on the floor. The colors on its body changed to mimic the ground underfoot. Then, it vanished. Little Invisible's camouflage was strong. Not even King-class people would notice he was around. Hansen still worried, of course, so he waited outside the building. If something happened, Hansen would use Red Mist King to go save him. Luckily, these fears didn't come to fruition. After a few hours of waiting, something landed on his shoulder. It was Little Invisible. Hansen brought Little Invisible back to Mock's shop. He went to his room and sat down with Little Invisible. Little Invisible, what did you see? Hansen asked. Little Invisible's color started to change. It was like watching a show. It displayed the palace. After Hansen watched was revealed, his face got all gloomy. Now he knew why they had their eyes on Little Seven. Little Invisible had shown Hansen many imprisoned mecha babies. Some of them had done quite well in the races. Mecha have a complicated blood lineage. Sometimes, they sell out their own. But I cannot believe a King-class elite would merely sell off their own kind like that. Clear Sea King is here to buy them, but for what purpose? Hansen wondered. Clearly, the Mecha Battle King and Clear Sea King had their sights on Little Seven. Hansen was wondering if he should back out now, but as he was considering his options, a few people came out of the house. It was Speechless and the other Buddhas. Hansen did not see Clear Sea King, it was just the young Buddha men and women. Hansen's heart jumped. Hansen followed them and turned on his Dongxian aura. He didn't put a lot of effort into hiding himself, as Speechless and the others didn't seem to be too paranoid. They were just walking around and chatting casually amongst each other, not suspecting they were being followed. But Hansen followed them for half a day without learning a single useful nugget of information. Their chatter was standard fare. Just as he was going to give it up, though, a Buddha man said, "What is the master thinking? Why would he swap galaxy sand for those mecha babies?" Hansen was surprised by this. He had heard of galaxy sand before. It was a famous treasure belonging to the Buddha, primarily. Galaxy sand was not really sand. They were the tears of a king-class xenogeniac called Galaxy Dragon. Each teardrop would become galaxy sand, and it was a rare treasure. Galaxy sand possessed an impressive amount of energy. King-class creatures that refined galaxy sand received many benefits. Low-level creatures that used it would level straight immediately. Clear Sea King was swapping it for mecha babies. It was a lot to give up, so he must have been doing it for something even bigger. Shush. Another of the Buddhas stopped him from talking. He then lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk about it. This is where the mecha live, we cannot let them know about the trade. What are we afraid of? This is the Battle King's territory, and he is the one selling us the goods. What can they say about it?" The Buddha lifted his lips, but he didn't look like he was going to push the topic too much further. Speechless Lady frowned and said, "Just be careful. Let's stop talking." Speechless and the others walked around, and then they headed back to Battle King's house. Hansen thought he wouldn't learn anything more useful than that, but Speechless received a message. Then, she told the other Buddhas, "Buddha King has asked me to return. You guys go ahead, and I'll go find out what's going on." "Why don't we go with you?" a Buddha said. "It's fine." Speechless shook her head and then left. Hansen followed her. He could not fight Clear Sea King, but Speechless was just a viscount. If he had to, he could take her. Hansen planned to capture her and ask her why Clear Sea King was snapping up the mecha babies. Speechless walked alone as she headed towards Battle King's house. When she turned one particular corner, however, she frowned. A man that looked like a Buddha, wearing gold armor, appeared in front of her. Something seemed odd about him, but she couldn't quite tell what. "I am Speechless, the Buddha lady of the Buddha. Who are you? And why are you blocking my way?" Speechless Buddha lady was being careful, and she watched the man closely as she spoke. She recognized Hansen's armor. It was the man who owned Little Seven. Hansen didn't say a word, and he simply threw his hand forward to grab her. Speechless Lady saw the hand get bigger in her vision. It was like it was consuming the entirety of space. It felt as if she had nowhere to run, and it was now she realized she had bumped into an elite. Speechless Buddha light burst out. She summoned a Buddha sword. When it came to strike Hansen, she spoke the Buddha catchphrase. The distance to the Battle King's house was 2 kilometers, so her cries would reach Clear Sea King. With his power, he could definitely come and save her. But when she opened her mouth, she unleashed a power minus its sound. It was like an empty sonic blast. Speechless face changed. Before she could react, Hansen had grabbed her Buddha sword. Then, he used his finger to fire a coin. It landed on her chest. Speechless suddenly felt so heavy. She ended up dropping to her knees on the ground. She braced herself with her hands, though, so she wasn't completely flattened out. Hansen laid the Buddha sword across Speechless' neck, coldly telling her, "I will ask, and you will answer. If you don't, I will cut your head off." Speechless was putting all her strength into keeping herself from collapsing. The scary power from the coin made it feel as if her chest was going to explode. Pain radiated across her torso. "Who are you? Don't you know my Clear Sea King and the Mechas Battle King are nearby? If you kill me, you'll be joining me soon," Speechless said, as if she was holding the ground at bay. "I don't know if I'll be dead, but you will be for sure. That is, if you refuse to answer my questions." "Why are you buying up the mecha?" Hansen asked. Speechless didn't answer, and it seemed as if it was a secret she willing to take to the grave. Hansen swung the Buddha sword and cut open her armor. Her skin was revealed. "What are you doing?" Speechless face changed. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in women like you. If you don't answer me, though, I will strip you completely. And you can prance on down the street naked, so everyone can see you clearly. Only after will I cut your head off." Hansen then went on to say, "I am an impatient man, though, so I will ask you one more time. Why are you buying the mecha?" Speechless' face remained unchanged. When she didn't say, Han Sen cut the lower part of her armor off. He grabbed her by the scalp and started to drag her. We are buying the mecha to fix a deified weapon. Speechless was shocked. She couldn't think anymore. What deified weapon? And how does it get fixed? Han Sen asked. I don't know. I have only heard a bit about it, but I know it's a knife. Only Clear Sea King knows the specifics, Speechless quickly said. Ugh, you don't know anything. Why would I need you? Han Sen looked at Speechless without sympathy. If you let me go, I will tell you anything you wish to know. If you let me go and gather the information, I will surely not disappoint you. Speechless said. I am giving you one last chance. If you still can't answer for me right here, enjoy performing on the streets, Han Sen answered, ignoring her plea. Where is the galaxy sand you have stored to purchase the mecha? Don't tell me it's in Clear Sea King's pockets. But it really is with him. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen grabbed her head again and dragged her across the street. Speechless' asterisk face changed and she shouted, it really is on him. But I have a way to get it for you. What way? Tell me. Han Sen looked at Speechless with interest for the first time. Galaxy sand needs to be showered with starlight to be kept alive. Otherwise, it turns to simple stone in only a few days. I know when Clear Sea King will bring the sand out, and where he takes it to be replenished with starlight. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen summoned a green tower and sucked her inside. Entering a king-class house and stealing their items was something Han Sen would do only if he was crazy. Speechless was only stalling for time. Han Sen hid all the evidence he might have left at the scene, but Speechless was supposed to meet with Clear Sea King. If she didn't show up, Clear Sea King would notice something was amiss. He didn't want to waste any more time than he had to, so he scrawled a few words on the ground where he was and then left. Han Sen walked around the mall, and eventually, Battle King's subordinates saw him. On his way back to Mok's shop, all the subordinates that belonged to Battle King began to move. News of Speechless' kidnapping had already spread. When Clear Sea King saw the words Han Sen had left on the ground, his face looked extremely sour. Clear Sea King, do not worry. I will take responsibility for this. I will return the Buddha lady to you alive, but I want to find out who is messing around in my territory. Battle King looked horribly angry, too. The enemy had kidnapped a Buddha in his own territory, and had asked for galaxy sand in exchange for her return. It was humiliating Battle King. If Battle King hadn't taken responsibility, Clear Sea King might have believed he was the one who started all this, to steal the galaxy sand. Ba. I will let you handle this, Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. His face did not change, but he looked worried. Battle King might have said he was going to help, but Clear Sea King was still suspicious of his possible involvement in the kidnapping. On Battle King's planet, someone had kidnapped Speechless in secret. And furthermore, she was there under Clear Sea King and Battle King's protection. Clear Sea King believed that Battle King must have been the kidnapper. Give me one day. Battle King knew Clear Sea King was suspicious of him, and so he looked fairly gloomy. The entire planet started to search for Speechless, all following a command issued by Battle King himself. But after a whole lot of time, Speechless went undiscovered. The kidnapper's identity was still unknown. When the investigation concluded, the most suspicious person they found was Han Sen, who happened to disappear from the watch of the spies. But Han Sen was just a viscount, and it seemed impossible for someone such as that to kidnap someone like Speechless without making a ruckus. At a time like this, though, Battle King wasn't willing to let the slightest possibility by. When Han Sen took Little Seven to participate in the next contest, Battle King's best subordinate, Bloodkill Duke, took control of Mok's store with further subordinates. Mok was just a businessman with no money. He wouldn't risk cooperating with Han Sen, but he informed them of how he and Han Sen met and did not hide a single thing. After Han Sen returned from the contest, Mok invited him in. But when he entered, Bloodkill Duke and his people quickly surrounded Han Sen. "What are you doing?" Han Sen frowned. Bloodkill Duke brought out a red chain and tied up Han Senator. He said, "Take him back for interrogation." Quickly, Han Sen was brought into Battle King's house. Little Seven was taken away. In a lonely room, Bloodkill Duke looked at Han Sen and coldly said, "Dollar, if you hand her over now, all will be fine." "Don't make me do this." "You should tell me what you want me to hand over first," Han Sen replied. "Where is Speechless Buddha?" Bloodkill Duke asked Han Sen. "In a safe place." Han Sen laughed. Bloodkill Duke was shocked. He did not expect Han Sen to admit he was responsible, so that was quite unexpected. After pausing, Bloodkill Duke looked murderous once more. He shouted, "Hand Speechless over and I will let you live." Han Sen laughed and said, "If you dare touch me, I can assure you that you'll never see Speechless again. Why don't you give your method a try, and see what Clear Sea King and the Buddha will have to say about it?" "This is Mecca." Bloodkill Duke growled. He shone with a red light, which then flew swdftly down on Han Sen. Han Sen didn't even blink. He just looked at Bloodkill Duke. He made no effort to dodge, and he just sat there quietly. Bloodkill Duke was annoyed, but he knew he couldn't do anything. This was something that involved the Buddha. Things would go badly for him if he messed this up. "What do you want?" Bloodkill Duke asked after he regained his calm. "Galaxy Sand." "You are too low level to talk to me, though." "Give Clear Sea King a ring and tell him to come over," Han Sen said. "Don't forget that your life is still in my hands here. I can make you suffer." Bloodkill Duke hummed. "Kill me or give Clear Sea King a shout." "It's your decision," Han Sen said, as calm as ever. In the control room, Clear Sea King and Battle King witnessed everything. They were surprised to hear he was the one who kidnapped Speechless Lady. "Bah. Let me talk to him," Clear Sea King said. Battle King nodded. Dollar had put him in a pretty bad situation. He couldn't kill him either. It would be best if Clear Sea King went and talked with him. Bloodkill Duke was given an order by Battle King, which prompted him to leave. Then, Clear Sea King came in. Clear Sea King sat next to Han Senator. He did not say anything to Han Sen, and merely looked at him. Han Sen's energy was not outstanding. It didn't seem too powerful, but Han Sen didn't appear to be trying to hide anything, either. It was like he didn't care about his own presence, even when a king was sitting right in front of him. Han Sen wore armor, so Clear Sea King couldn't recognize his face. After a while, Clear Sea King said, "How much did they give you?" "I can give you 10 times more." Han Sen laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. No one else is behind this. You either kill me and Speechless dies with me, or you give me Galaxy Sand. Those are your 2 choices. Why should I believe you? If I give you Galaxy Sand, what guarantee do I have that you'll let Speechless go?" Clear Sea King was not mad, and he spoke in a level voice. "Give me Galaxy Sand, and I will take you to her," Han Sen said implacably. "Until I see her, you're not getting anything," Clear Sea King said. Han Sen laughed and said, "Then you should just kill me. I can tell you that Speechless is somewhere on this planet. Give me Galaxy Sand and I will take you to her. Otherwise, I won't make any deals." Clear Sea King asked Han Sen, "Speechless is really still somewhere on this planet?" Han Sen did not speak. He merely smiled. Clear Sea King asked him a few more questions, but all Han Sen did was smile. He eventually realized Han Sen was not willing to say anything more. Clear Sea King stopped his questioning and returned to Battle King's lobby. Han Sen was not in a rush, and he continued waiting where he was. He knew Battle King was going to resume a search across the whole planet, a search that would conclude with no results. Clear Sea King would come back and talk to him again. Seven Spirit was dead now, so Speechless was the Buddha's next hope for a deified elite. Burning lamp Alpha greatly supported her now, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to her. A day later, Clear Sea King came back to Han Sen and asked him, "Speechless is still on this planet, you say?" "Yes. Give me the galaxy sand and I will take you to her." "The trip will take less than half an hour," Han Sen said matter-of-factly. Clear Sea King looked at Han Sen and felt strange. A normal Viscount shouldn't have been able to keep such calm composure in front of a hostile king. "Why even take Speechless?" Clear Sea King asked. "Because you have put little Seven in your sights," Han Sen said. Bah. That is Battle King's business." "This is none of our business," Clear Sea King said. "Speechless told me that you are snapping up mecha babies for the restoration of some deified weapon," Han Sen said. Clear Sea King frowned. This confirmed to him that Dollar had indeed taken Speechless. Aside from Clear Sea King himself, only Speechless knew about the need to fix up a deified item. Not even Battle King knew when he was buying the mecha for. While Clear Sea King sat in silence, Battle King's voice rang in his ear. "If Speechless is indeed on this planet, you can agree to his demands. I will make sure he doesn't earn a single grain of sand. Otherwise, I take full responsibility." Battle King knew Clear Sea King had yet to make a decision because he still suspected that Battle King had something to do with the kidnapping. So, Battle King had to show that he was innocent in all this. He was also confident that Dollar couldn't escape with the galaxy sand that had been reserved for him. After hearing Battle King, Clear Sea King did not hesitate to say to Han Sen, "Take me to Speechless and we will conduct this trade." Han Sen looked at Clear Sea King and smiled. He didn't speak, but it was obvious what he wanted. "I will give you galaxy sand, but you have to promise me that Speechless is on this planet." Clear Sea King stared at Han Sen. "Yes, I told you. It'll be a half-hour walk. Do you think I can walk off this planet in 30 minutes? Han Sen smiled. Clear Sea King looked at Han Sen for a while. He eventually placed a box on the table and opened it. There were many shining crystals inside. Each sparkled with the radiance of a diamond. They were so shiny that they were difficult to look at. The energy surrounding the items was immediately discernible. Anyone could tell they were some good stuff. Clear Sea King cast a gold light and broke the red chains around Han Senator. Then, the gold light surrounded Han Sen. Han Sen could move, but the power in his body had been somewhat restricted by that gold light. Han Sen picked up the box and counted the contents. Then, he placed it in his pocket. "The amount is correct. Let's go. I will take you to Speechless. Oh, and yeah, give me back little Seven." After that, Han Sen stood up and walked to the door. Clear Sea King was next to him, and the guard did not stop Han Sen from leaving. "Someone sent little Seven over." Han Sen took little Seven back and walked out of Battle King's house. No one stopped him, but Battle King's people were everywhere in the surrounding radius of 100 miles. Not even a mosquito could escape their watch. "Let's see how this plays out. Once you reveal the Buddha lady, I will make you suffer." Battle King's expression was cruel as he stared at the camera. He couldn't tolerate anyone committing such a misdeed on his planet. To him, Han Sen was a very dead man. Clear Sea King walked next to Han Senator. He believed Han Sen could not escape with the box of galaxy sand. Han Sen walked slowly, and he looked at the mecha all around. The shops and streets were all roadblocked, so there was no chance of him running. "You sure you don't want to go faster? If I don't see Speechless in half an hour, the deal is off. Then, I will attack you." Clear Sea King looked at Han Senator. Han Sen's calm demeanor was starting to worry him. Clear Sea King did not detect any significant power from him, so he did not believe Dollar could escape. "Half an hour is enough." Han Sen smiled and kept walking. Han Sen was more popular than a superstar. All the cameras, weapons, and nobles were trained on him. Even if Han Sen could fly, it was unlikely he'd escape from the planet. The allotted time had almost passed. It had almost been half an hour. Hansen had not even gone down a single street in that time. Battle King frowned and looked at the whole planet. There was no other powerful king on the planet, so even Battle King wondered why Hansen was so calm. Half an hour went by, and Clear Sea King stopped Hansen. "Time is up, where is she?" "Here." Hansen looked at all the mecha warriors, then back at Clear Sea King. He clicked his fingers. Hansen's fingers flashed with gold. The sky suddenly lit up, as the golden lights became coins that rained down. They covered an area of a dozen miles. Ordinary viscounts would not have power such as that. At best, they could only encompass an area of a few hundred meters. But Hansen had his soul armor boost right now. The shadow of the four-faced eight-armed Buddha lurked behind him, unseen. The Buddha light was inside Hansen's body, imbuing him with the power of a marquise. That was how he was able to summon the big coin rain. All the gold lights became coins, which landed across the mecha xenogeneic gene battle bodies. It was like the mecha had been hit with big chunks of metal, making them heavier. The lower-level xenogeneic gene battle bodies crashed to the ground. The bodies belonging to those of a higher level began to move slower. Ba. Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase, but he didn't do anything. He went through the coin fall and came before Han Senator. He waved his sleeve like a cloud, trying to capture Hansen inside it. Hansen didn't dodge, though. His left hand possessed a red mist, and it shone. A strong red metal body came out of it. It threw a punch towards Clear Sea King. Boom! A scary red mist light punched into Clear Sea King's sleeve. The sleeve deflated and tore. The red light went through the sleeve, up and into his chest. Clear Sea King started to bleed as his body was sent flying away. He went barreling down the street like a meteor, crashing into Battle King's ornate house. He broke the palace-like construct in half. Everyone watching was stunned. No one could believe that a king had been sent flying like that. Hansen was shocked, too. He used Clear Sea King's mistake to give himself an advantage and opportunity. He didn't expect that a less than 1% release of energy could be so powerful that it'd knock a king class into the distance. Hansen didn't spare much time thinking, though. Red Mist King picked up Hansen and sprinted towards the teleporter. There was a boom noise. All the buildings and xenogeneic gene battle bodies in front of Red Mist King were pushed away. The mecha were still frozen, and not a single one of them moved. With Clear Sea King having been punched away, none dared step in Hansen's path. A roar came out of Battle King's house. Battle King was riding a giant, bear-shaped xenogeneic gene battle body forward, wanting to stop Hansen and Red Mist King. Battle King hadn't expected something of this sort could happen. He thought that since Clear Sea King was right next to Hansen, Battle King himself would only have to make sure his subordinates were in order. He hadn't expected Hansen to pose such a threat. Now it was too late, and Red Mist King was jumping into a teleporter alongside Hansen, to disappear amidst the depths of space. Battle King roared. His battle body broke the teleporter, but his anger was futile. Clear Sea King came out of the rubble with lips caked in blood. He looked awful. He was injured, but most of all, he was angry. Hansen went back to the Copper Palace. He got out of Red Mist King's hand, and Little Seven came out of Red Mist King's heart. That punch had consumed all of Red Mist King's energy. There was only 0.01% of energy left now, and it hurt Hansen to see. Luckily, he had managed to obtain 100 galaxy sand crystals. If he hadn't gotten those, it would have been a grand loss. Back on planet Eclipse, Hansen researched the mecha. He noticed that news concerning Dollar and Clear Sea King had spread far across the universe. The Buddha and the mecha had put out an APB on Red Mist King and Dollar. If anyone could provide a lead that led to either of their capture, they would be handsomely rewarded. Hansen saw the rewards up for grabs, and fancied taking off his own head for Red Mist King to deliver. The entire Geno universe was talking about it, but they were mostly talking about Red Mist King. People began talking about the last time Red Mist King had made an appearance. It became known that he was a rare mecha xenogeneic gene battle body, and that he must be King class. But before that, no one had ever seen Red Mist King. Not even the mecha knew about him, which was fairly scary. A mysterious xenogeneic gene battle body and a human named Dollar had managed to scam a King-class Buddha and escape from Mecha. It just didn't sound possible. Many creatures now hoped to find them, in the hopes of obtaining the rewards put up by the faction slighted. The Buddha were in a major rush to find him, in particular. They had just lost 7 spirit, and Speechless herself had been kidnapped. It was a divine insult. But after a long time of searching, no one was able to find out anything concerning Dollar and Red Mist King. When Isha heard that Dollar had appeared on Mecha, she herself assembled a group to find out more. But they didn't uncover anything either. Hansen took the 100 grains of galaxy sand to the Alliance. He planned on refining them while he practiced the story of genes. Other genoarts could advance and achieve breakthroughs by simple practice, but the story of genes required some sort of external force. Hansen brought out the galaxy sand grains, but before he started refining them, he saw a blue shadow travel through the wall. It appeared like a phantom. "Little Star, why are you here?" Hansen was surprised as he looked at Little Star. Little Star had eaten many xenogeneic genes, and he was very talented. So, he had now reached the Alliance. Little Star was very tame, and he was able to travel through materials. He had never entered a room without permission before, though. Little Star's sudden appearance in Hansen's room was very weird. Little Star cancelled its Starsea travel, and it brought its shiny body right up to Han Senator. It was staring at Hansen's galaxy sand. "You want this?" Hansen then thought to himself, Little Star's original name was Starsea Beast. Galaxy sand came from the galaxy dragon. Are they connected? Little Star nodded and started licking Hansen's face. "Bringing this back here cost me a fortune." Hansen looked at the box of galaxy sand with regret. But seeing the look on Little Star's face, he didn't want to reject its request. So, he took one out and coughed. "I'll let you try one." Little Star was so happy, and it wagged its tail. It stuck out its tongue and consumed one whole piece of galaxy sand. It didn't even chew the thing before gulping it down. "People might think you were a pig. You should at least try to taste it." Hansen looked depressed. Little Star did not listen to Hansen, though. It started to shine until a strange aura burst out from it. "Don't generate Geno armor here. Stop." Hansen did not expect that a single grain of galaxy sand would force Little Star to produce its Geno armor, so he shouted loudly in surprise. But Little Star could not control the process. So, Hansen brought it to the space tunnel and took it to planet Eclipse. Little Star shone with starlight. And then, it generated a starry set of armor. Without stopping, the star armor melted into a Geno fluid that was absorbed by its body. The generation was heading into a second cycle. Little Star's second evolution was xenogeneic. Its starlight grew brighter, and it looked like a beast shrouded amid a countless number of stars. Little Star finished its evolution, and then put its head next to Han Senator. It was staring at the box that contained the galaxy sand. Hansen hid the box behind him, but Little Star was still looking at Hansen with its eyes wide open. It looked as if the creature was begging. "I can only give you one more, then. But no more after this." Hansen felt pretty bad about it, but he gave in under Little Star's gaze. Little Star licked Hansen and swallowed the grain of galaxy sand. The most shocking thing was that after eating it, Little Star leveled up once again. It generated starlight power and became a Viscount. D***MN. These things are that good? Hansen gritted his teeth and decided to give another one to Little Star. He wanted to see how much he could level it up. If one level really did equate to 1 grain of galaxy sand, then that would be wonderful. But Hansen's wishes were not fulfilled this time. After Little Star swallowed the 3rd piece of galaxy sand, it did not level up. The stars around it grew brighter, but that was it. Little Star looked at Hansen, but Hansen did not provide it with any more. He called Little Angel, Zero, Hanmenger, and Dragon Lady. He gave them each 1 grain of galaxy sand, with the hopes of bringing them up to become Viscounts. But after they used the galaxy sand, none of them became a Viscount. That surprised Hansen. Dragon Lady said, "Galaxy sand is powerful, but we have different elements. We have to refine it well for full digestion, otherwise it will be hard to level up." The other 3 nodded and agreed with Dragon Lady. They were in a similar predicament as her, too. Hansen ate one himself, then. The galaxy sand dissolved into a liquid inside his body. The power streamed through this body like a river. Hansen quickly cast the Story of Genes to absorb the power of the galaxy sand. The Story of Genes was really compatible. Hansen had no trouble connecting with different elements, so he was able to use the energy quite effectively. Galaxy sand was powerful, and it took Hansen a few hours to completely refine the energy he was bestowed. It was difficult to refine it all. Hansen gave Little Silver 1 grain of galaxy sand next, but he was already a Viscount. It didn't work well on him, but it did provide him a lot of power to refine slowly. Luckily, Little Star was a xenogeniac. If anybody asked where it came from, Hansen could just say it was from planet Eclipse. The tale might seem unlikely, but there were enough xenogeniacs on planet Eclipse that it would be difficult to prove if the tale was true or false. Hansen took the grains of galaxy sand back with him to the Alliance, and he began refining it 1 piece per day. He spent his leftover time learning Geno arts and staying with his family. Hansen thought that due to the fact that there were so many grains of galaxy sand, with each one packing so much energy, the bounty would eventually bring his The Story of Genes up to Earl class. After refining half of the load, though, there had yet to be a single sign of him leveling up again. Hansen was depressed, so he decided to feed Little Star a few more. Little Star ate 10 of them, and eventually, it became an Earl. That is a staggering difference. Hansen felt depressed. He knew Little Star's element was highly compatible with the galaxy sand, but it really was so much easier for Little Star to level up compared to him and The Story of Genes. Hansen refined the rest of the galaxy sand himself, and when he was done, he felt himself teetering on the brink of leveling up. But even so, he couldn't get that last push to nudge him into Earl class. So many pieces of galaxy sand. If I had given them all to Little Star, it might have become a Marquise. Hansen felt bad about his decision, but it was not as if he had anything better to do. The days he spent holding his daughter and kissing his wife were great, and Hansen didn't worry too much about things he couldn't change. Isha sent a message to his base, asking for Hansen to meet her on Planet Blade. When Hansen was standing in front of Isha, she saw that Hansen had recovered his human form. She looked startled. "Since when have you been a human again?" Isha asked Hansen. "I practiced The Story of Genes every day. Within 2 months, I was back in a human state. Unfortunately, I feared there might be some side effects. So, I planned to practice for a while longer to make sure I wouldn't turn back into an ant or something before telling you." Hansen had already prepped this speech beforehand. Isha nodded and said, "I hatched a plan for fixing this, but since you are already healed, I guess there is no need for it. Don't go around telling everybody you are healed, though. And don't go drawing any unnecessary attention." "Yes," Hansen said quickly. After a moment of silence, Isha went on to say, "There are too many spies on Planet Eclipse. Don't go back just yet. I will send you to Sky Palace for the time being, and you can study there." Sky Palace? Hansen was surprised. Hansen had heard this name before. When the crazy crystallizer opened the gate of the sanctuaries, Hansen met a man who said he owned the throne of Sky Palace. And Little Flower was almost taken by that man. Luckily, Han-sen was able to get away in time. Isha said, Sky Palace's leader is a deified elite. He has a deep connection with my elder. I used to practice in Sky Palace, as well. In essence, half of what I was taught came from him. I have already informed him of your arrival, and so he will assuredly take care of you. But Queen, I want to study where you are near. Han-sen looked sincere as he stared at Isha. The leader of Sky Palace had seen Han-sen before. If he was recognized, things could go bad very quickly. You are going there tomorrow. Isha obviously wasn't interested in a debate. Han-sen had to go to Sky Palace, so he told Xie King and the others. They were to take care of Planet Eclipse for him in the meantime, and they discussed plans for the future. Han-sen was not worried about how Planet Eclipse would fare, nor Xie King. As long as Han-sen's identity was not exposed, Isha would also be there to safeguard the planet. No harm should come to Xie King and the others while he was gone. Han-sen was scared of people recognizing him in Sky Palace. If he was found out, all sorts of trouble could come. The next morning, Xie King called for a ship and had Han-sen shuttled off to Sky Palace in secret. Sky Palace had many requirements for entry, so only proper students were allowed to enter the place. Han-sen was allowed in only because of his association with Isha. None of his companions were, however. On the way there, Han-sen found himself stricken with boredom. He watched Bubble jump up and down for a while. The creature was an optimistic thing, and it never appeared worried. Aside from Bubble, Han-sen even had to leave behind Little Invisible. Without explicit permission, you were not allowed to bring anything else. If he was found out to have smuggled something in, he'd be a dead man. With a deified elite there, Han-sen wouldn't make the smallest move out of line. Sky Palace was far away from Narrow Moon. It took him an entire month to reach his destination, despite taking multiple hyperspace jumps. Sky Palace was a massive xenogenic space. The ship Isha sent had no permission to land, so it came to a stop at a planet nearby. After they confirmed Han-sen's identity, they sent another ship for Han-sen to travel in on. When Han-sen entered Sky Palace, he found many islands floating in the air. It was just sky everywhere he looked. The islands went on, both above and below him. How many there were in total, he could not guess. Sky Palace must have been notified of his arrival. When Han-sen entered, a man rode towards him atop a big white bird. Are you Han-sen? The man asked, bowing. He was very clean, and he looked like someone in their early 20s. The image, however, was marred by a wound on his forehead. Or at least, Han-sen thought it was a small wound. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a third eye. My name is Han-sen, what is your name? Han-sen replied with a bow. My name is Thousand Feather Crane, and I am a student of one of the elders here. I have been sent here by my master to guide you along the Sky Road. Sky Road? I thought we were going to Sky Palace, Han-sen asked, confused. Thousand Feather Crane did not appear to be in a rush, and so he said, the first master made a rule. Any non-student that comes here must traverse the Sky Road alone. If you cannot travel through it, then that means you are not the heir of a deified. In that case, you will be shut out. Please forgive me. I see. Please lead the way, then. Han-sen was happy. Han-sen did not want to enter Sky Palace. If there was a rule like this, in which he had to traverse the Sky Road, he could deliberately fail the test. Then he could go home. Please. Thousand Feather Crane performed a gesture, and the white bird lowered its head. Han-sen climbed on its back, and then Thousand Feather Crane commanded that it fly. It rose towards the closest floating isle they could see. As the bird took them there, Han-sen asked Thousand Feather Crane for more information concerning the Sky Road. Sky Palace had many floating islands, and not even a student such as himself could guess the sheer number of them. The most famous one wasn't the one where the leaders resided, though. It was actually the one beginners visited. It was called Skydoor Island. Skydoor Island was not very big. It was only a kilometer in length, and about a dozen meters wide. There were only a door and a stone path. Anyone who came to this xenogenic space, deified elites included, had to go to that island. They had to take the stone steps, unless they wished to be treated as an enemy. Skydoor Island did not have anything special. The door and the stairs were ordinary. It was something that possessed a meaning under the hood more than anything. But when you walked past all the stairs, you would reach the Sky Road. The Skydoor Island steps were right across the main island. Between the two islands, there was a giant gourd vine which made up the road. If you wanted to enter Sky Palace, you had to go past the vine and reach the island. If you fell, it meant you weren't qualified. Brother Thousand Feathers, what is so special about this gourd vine? Hansen asked with curiosity when he saw Skydoor Island. Thousand Feather Crane smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Sky Road is not dependent on your strength. If it is your destiny to do so, an ordinary person or creature that has not yet generated a geno armor can reach that island. You are a student of Knife Queen, so you must have some sort of destiny. You must be able to reach the main island." Hansen wished to ask more, but the bird was directly in front of Skydoor Island now. It landed in front of a door that had been built from stone. "Brother Han, please." Thousand Feather Crane gestured towards the door. Hansen got off the bird and went atop the stone platform. When he looked up, there were 1,000 steps trailing off into the sky. At the end of the stairs was the green vines, looked like a dragon perched amidst the clouds. Many green gourds were hanging on the vine. Some were as big as buildings, whereas others were as small as a fingertip. They were all green. After Hansen said his thanks to Thousand Feather Crane, he went through the door and began his ascent of the steps. He was headed for the gourd vine. And just as he was told, the stone stairs presented nothing special. It wasn't much later when Hansen reached the end. The big gourd vine was in front of him. It was wide enough to allow a carriage to go along it. How can you fall off of this vine? There must be some other force at work here, but whatever it is, Thousand Feather Crane didn't think to tell me, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to take a look. The gourd vine had the constancy of a machine. It somehow seemed more substantial than Clear Sea King, who was a king. Hansen was shocked. Is this gourd that's scarier than a real dragon, greater than a king-class elite? Who cares? I'm not making it all the way across, anyway. If something goes wrong, I'll just jump down. Hansen went towards the gourd vine, planning to lose the contest. On an island in Sky Palace, a middle-aged man in gray clothing watched the gourd vine. "Father, what are you looking at?" A young lady walked up the middle-aged man in gray clothing and looked in the same direction. "Knife Queen student is in Sky Palace. He is on the Sky Road now," the middle-aged man in gray clothing said. The lady lifted her lips and said, "What's the big deal? Many heirs of kings come to Sky Palace for practice. Having him here should have no bearing. Besides, he is just her student. It's not as if he is her son." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Knife Queen is the old man's favorite student. She asked the old man for permission to allow her own student to come here for practice." The old man agreed without a moment of hesitation. If he can cross the Sky Road, the old man is going to give him a placement in the White Jade Building, no matter what. The lady's eyes opened wide. The old man has shown too much favoritism. We are the true students of Sky Palace, and we have to be in the top 10 to attain a spot in the White Jade Building. He hasn't done anything, and yet he earns a spot? That is not fair. The middle-aged man in gray clothing laughed. There is no such thing as fair. The old man owns Sky Palace, so he is free to do that which makes him the happiest. Lady Sue, keep in mind that everyone shares a different opinion on that which defines fairness. If you do not understand this, things may turn out poorly for you. The lady nodded. She seemed to understand, but not completely. The lady quickly looked away. She smiled and said, "It does not matter how much the old man likes him, if he cannot cross Sky Road, it is useless to debate. Not everyone can cross the Sky Road, after all. He will soon see how difficult that crossing can be." The middle-aged man in gray clothing smiled. "Lady Sue, you are too naive. If Knife Queen sent him here, he has the confidence to make it through. Now we have to find out if he can trigger the holy presence from the holy gourd." Lady Sue felt glum, and she said, "The gourd rarely releases a holy aura for our proper students. What makes him think he can trigger it?" Back in the day, Knife Queen triggered the holy gourd's holy aura. She was an outsider at the time, too. She got a holy gourd knife heir. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have achieved king class at such an early age. And then proceed to become half-deified so soon after. "That gourd helped a lot," the middle-aged man in gray clothing said. "Knife Queen is a real genius. Even the old man has said she may well become a deified being. I don't know about her student, though. I have heard he is a crystallizer, mind you. Kong Fei gave him a deified feather, and still no one dared to accept him. You can see how talented he is from that," Lady Sue said, with a blinking of her eyes. The middle-aged man in gray clothing shook his head. They didn't refuse him because of a lack of talent. They refused him because of the instability of his genes. It is difficult to predict the future of a man like that. Whatever the case, it would be risking a grand investment. "Let's see how talented he is, then," Lady Sue said. Hansen glanced over the giant gourd vine that looked like a dragon. He stepped onto it to reach the main green vine. But when he stepped onto it, he was shocked. The gourd vine was fine, but the gourd started to shake. Each and every one of them. They were like vibrating dolls as they hung across the vines. It was quite spooky. But aside from shaking, they did nothing else. "No way. It looks very powerful, but that is surely just a bluff. If I fall down now, Isha will kill me." Hansen thought about that, and decided to keep walking. Everywhere he went, the gourds vibrated. If they were not connected to the vine, they would surely have flown away. When Hansen saw that they were doing nothing but shaking, he relaxed and kept walking across the vine. He thought to himself, "The Sky Road cannot be this simple, surely. There must be some special trick to it. Let's walk forward and have a look-see." Hansen kept walking across the gourd vine, while the people across Sky Palace were in shock. Thousand Feather Crane looked towards Hansen's feet and saw the gourds vibrating like mad. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had been in Sky Palace for 20 years, and he had watched many creatures make the trip across the Sky Road. Some had passed over the vine without incident, some had been knocked off by an angered vine, and a select few had received approval by a holy gourd and been given a holy aura. When Thousand Feather Crane crossed the Sky Road, he received a holy aura from a holy gourd. That in itself was a rare thing. But he had never seen something like this transpire before. The gourds all looked scared of Hansen, and they were shaking as if they wished to escape from him. "What is it with this guy?" Thousand Feather Crane watched Hansen cross over the holy gourds. Lady Sue and the middle-aged man in gray clothing saw this as well. It prompted Lady Sue to ask, with much shock, "Father, what are these gourds doing? It doesn't look as if they're giving out a holy aura. But I've never heard of the gourds reacting like this to the approach of someone." The middle-aged man in gray clothing looked at the vine and said, "This is strange. The gourds have not approved his talent, but they are scared of him." "The gourds are scared of him? That is impossible. He is just a viscount. The holy gourd is a deified plant. Even if a deified elite was making the crossing, it shouldn't be scared." "He is just a viscount," Lady Sue said again, dripping with disbelief. "This shouldn't happen, but the gourds do look scared." The middle-aged man in gray clothing stroked his jaw and looked at Hansen atop the gourd vine with interest. In Sky Palace, many people were now focusing on Han Senator. Each and every person there had a strange expression. Wherever he went, the gourds would shake with fear in a 10-meter radius around him. When Han Sen went by, and they fell out of that radius, the gourds would revert to their still selves again. While Han Sen was walking, nothing else happened aside from the shivering of the gourds. It actually made Han Sen depressed. D***it. Something please happen. I can't just jump off. If I go back now, Isha will kill me. Han Sen's mind was racing for a solution. But his minutes of furious thinking were futile. Before he knew it, he had walked to the other end of the gourd vine. He reached the stone steps on the main island, and the gourd had yet to have a response. Strange. All the gourds showed a reaction, but they didn't give out a holy aura. This is really strange. Inside a building, a man of the sky race frowned as he looked upon Han Sen traversing the sky road. He was in deep thought. Everyone in Sky Palace showed a similar expression. They had never seen a holy gourd react that way, and so no one knew what it meant. If Han Sen was talented, the holy gourd would provide him with a holy aura. His potential was yet to be determined. Wherever he went, the gourds did have a reaction, but it was one that yielded nothing. It was very peculiar. Han Sen felt depressed. He thought he could go home by failing under spectacular circumstances, but the sky road was nothing special. It was like an ordinary bridge, really, except longer. It also went upwards. Han Sen stepped onto the main island, and then Thousand Feather Crane rode his bird over towards him. Han Sen said to him, "That gourd vine only shakes. Is it supposed to spook people into falling off?" Thousand Feather Crane looked at him strangely, and said, "Brother Han is talented. You have nothing to be afraid of. It is getting late, and the leader awaits you. Let us be off." Han Sen followed him via the steps. They went between a vast array of clouds, many of which had buildings situated upon them. It was like he was in heaven. The jade stone steps were going up high. When Han Sen finally saw the end, he found himself looking at a grand palace. Ahead was a large plaque that said, "Sky Palace." Han Sen walked up the stairs, one step at a time. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. It was not that the stairs had some trick to them, it was just that the Sky Palace looked so intimidating. People below it would feel pressure going up. It wasn't just a feeling, either. There was an increased weight upon his shoulders. The closer he got, the stronger it grew. Thousand Feather Crane kept watch over Han Sen. The staircase to Sky Palace was called the Road to the Sky. Those of the Sky Race felt no particular sensation when they climbed the stairs, but the outsiders that traversed those stairs would feel a massive amount of pressure from Sky Palace. The pressure came from the plaque that said Sky Palace. The plaque was crafted by the first leader of Sky Palace. It had the powers of Sky Palace Outer Sky. It suppressed all people. People with a poor will would be greatly suppressed, and they would not be able to reach Sky Palace. Even people with strong wills would feel as if they were marching through hell when they walked that road. Most of them would feel exhausted as they climbed. Thousand Feather Crane kept watching Han Sen, just in case he fell. If he did, Thousand Feather Crane would carry Han Sen to Sky Palace. It was his job to guide him there. Han Sen had been invited by the Sky Palace leader. He had crossed the Sky Road, and so Thousand Feather Crane could not allow him to be crushed by the road to the sky. And it would look poorly if he ended up crawling in. Not much later, he saw Han Sen frown. He paid more attention to Han Sen, ready to help him if he collapsed. The first leader of Sky Palace was powerful. A mere 2 words were enough to buckle most people's knees. Normally, only dukes could withstand the pressure and enter. Han Sen was just a viscount, so it would not be embarrassing for him to be unable to keep his feet. But only people who went through it the first time would suffer this pressure. They wouldn't feel it once they were past it, and that was what was most amazing about the road to the sky. Hansen frowned and kept descending the stairs. His pace was ordinary, and there was no sign of him struggling. He looked at the plaque that read Sky Palace. Hansen could discern the feelings elicited by the words, and he understood how intimidating they were. It made him admire whoever had left the words there. Hansen did not fight back with his will. He had come there to practice, so he wasn't there to cause issues. And the leader was Isha's teacher. He didn't want to embarrass himself, so he didn't fight it. He accepted the feelings the 2 words gave him. Sky Palace feelings were strange. Hansen felt as if he was getting crushed. It was getting harder and harder to walk, and his forehead eventually started to sweat. Hansen refused to fight against the feelings the words gave him, but it was still very difficult to bear with them. If Hansen did not possess a great will of his own, he'd have been brought down to the ground and made immobile. Thousand Feather Crane observed the beads of sweat on Hansen, and noted how it looked as if the man had just stepped out of the water. He frowned. They had only gone up 100 steps, and yet, Hansen sheened in sweat. It was pretty extreme. He was a viscount, so there was no way he'd last 1,000 steps. But if Hansen's situation continued like that, he might not even make it to the 200th step. Sky Palace is strong. Hansen was shocked. Hansen did not use his own will to try to break Sky Palace's will, but it was obviously very powerful for it to suppress him like so. Hansen did not know what to do. Since Hansen had decided not to fight back, he didn't plan on releasing the feeling. He accepted the pressure and just kept going. It was so heavy, it was like he was carrying a mountain. Every step he took left the stair behind him wet with sweat. Hansen kept feeling that pressure as he walked, and as he pushed on, he learned something. It was a pure feeling, and it did not come from Hansen. The intensity of the suppression began to give Hansen some manner of inspiration. The Dongxian aura's power could only mask his senses. It didn't affect his body. If Dongxian aura could be suppressed like so, the power would reach another level. As Hansen kept walking, he loosened himself up. He allowed the pressure to fall on him fully. He hoped to learn something from those words. It was getting harder and harder for Hansen to walk. By the time he reached the 200th step, he had to spend a lot of power to take every step forward. "Let me carry you." Thousand Feather Crane saw Hansen on the verge of collapse, and so he resolved to help him. Hansen was suffering beneath the Sky Palace text. He could not focus on anything else, and he did not hear what Thousand Feather Crane had said to him. Thousand Feather Crane could see Hansen suffering, though. And without thinking, he moved to grab hold of him. "Relax, it is okay." Thousand Feather Crane smiled as he helped Hansen. The feelings around Sky Palace were strong, but Thousand Feather Crane possessed the blood of the sky. He was born there, and he was immune to that power. He held Hansen with ease, because he felt nothing. It'd be so light, even if Hansen was getting crushed. Thousand Feather Crane saw that Hansen was continuing to walk forward, and so gave him his own arm to hold and support him. If he fell, Thousand Feather Crane would use his own strength. Although Hansen looked to be weary and in pain, he still managed to cross the 500-step milestone. But after that, his body could no longer endure the force. It bent his back. Thousand Feather Crane pulled his arm upwards to help Hansen stand straighten, but when he used strength to lift Hansen, he felt as if the man's weight was like that of a large boulder. He had to use a great deal of force to get Hansen to stand straight. "Relax, don't use strength. This is an illusion, and there is no actual pressure coming down on you." Thousand Feather Crane thought Hansen was using strength because he was holding him. Hansen did not hear what he said. The scary feelings continued to pound down into his body, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain. He had to focus. Thousand Feather Crane held on to Hansen as he ascended. The weight on Thousand Feather Crane's arms felt heavier, and he thought, "This guy's will is so weak. He's getting crushed, and he is using too much strength. After a while, Hansen seemed too heavy for Thousand Feather Crane to keep him upright. He looked at Hansen's body and noticed he wasn't running any energy, and he wasn't using up any of his own strength. Weird, he hasn't cast anything. Why is he so heavy? Sky Palace should just apply mental pressure, and nothing physical. Thousand Feather Crane thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. So, he continued helping Hansen. Hansen's body was getting heavier and heavier. Thousand Feather Crane had only used one arm to begin with, but now he was forced to use two. On top of that, it was getting extremely difficult. Hey, are you okay? Thousand Feather Crane looked at Hansen and frowned. Hansen was looking very red, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. His breathing had become very hoarse, as if he was beginning to suffocate. Hansen's eyeballs were bulging in their sockets, with blood vessels popping. It was like his entire body was really going to be crushed. Hansen hadn't expected that when he let the feelings imbued by the text enter his body, it would be this scary. Now, he could only use his will to prevent himself from being crushed. Walking on his own really was impossible, at this point. After 1,000 steps, he was being carried by Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane had no clue what was going on. The feelings of Sky Palace were powerful, but they should not have been that strong. He didn't realize that Hansen had asked for this. Instead of fighting the feelings, he practically invited them into his body. No one had ever done something that crazy before, so it was an entirely unexpected event. When Thousand Feather Crane realized what had happened, he didn't know how things would progress from there. Hansen had slowed to a stop, and he didn't seem to be awake. Thousand Feather Crane carried Senator, lifting Hansen put an enormous strain on his arms, requiring all of his strength. Quickly, his arms became completely exhausted. He couldn't hold Hansen off the ground. Thousand Feather Crane gritted his teeth and set Hansen down. He moved in front of Hansen, then used Hansen's arm to pull the young man onto his back. After Thousand Feather Crane lifted Hansen onto his back, he continued walking towards Sky Palace. Knife Queen student is strange. He had reached such a dire state just walking on the road to the sky. Thousand Feather Crane felt depressed, but he still carried Hansen. The old man in Sky Palace was waiting for Hansen, so he couldn't just leave him behind and keep going by himself. Thousand Feather Crane hurried up the pace at which he was carrying Hansen, but after a while, he slowed down again. It was not like he wanted to be slow, it was just because Hansen was as heavy as a small mountain. He couldn't walk fast. The higher he went, the heavier Hansen became. Thousand Feather Crane's forehead was beading with sweat. Is this his road to the sky? Or is it my road to the sky? Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying Hansen, and before long, he was sweating all over. After 9,000 steps, Thousand Feather Crane was all red. The sweat had soaked his clothing, and the prettiness of his face had vanished. He was gasping roughly for air. I can't believe he is this heavy. No way he can unleash this sort of power, if he is indeed just a Viscount. He doesn't even have an energy flow. Where is this magic coming from? Is it because of the feelings issued by the Sky Palace text? Thousand Feather Crane pondered as he walked on. Thousand Feather Crane was an earl. He could have carried a dragon, and walked up each and every step without so much as getting out of breath. But now, veins were bulging across his arms and legs. He was exhausting all his strength in this walk. He was breathing so heavily, it looked as if he was going to breathe fire. Boom! A white cloud poured out of Thousand Feather Crane, like steam stemming from his pores. The white smoke then condensed, swirling closely around Thousand Feather Crane's body. Thousand Feather Crane could no longer keep going with physical strength alone, so he was using his cloud powers. Hansen's situation was worse than Thousand Feather Crane's, though. Something inside his body had been crushed. His bones and flesh were collapsing, making him look like an anorexic patient. The parts of him that had meat were caved in, and his bones groaned amidst it. They were going to break. 1 step, 1 stair. 10 steps brought blood and sweat. Thousand Feather Crane, seeing things were almost over, felt his legs shaking violently. He tried his hardest, but the final few steps were taking up all his strength. He almost fell down right in front of the gate. He used all his strength to push through it and carry Hansen through the gates. After entering, Thousand Feather Crane felt light again. He almost moaned in pleasure. He felt relieved, and he said, "Finally, we are here." On the steps between the clouds, no one had seen what was going on. But when Thousand Feather Crane walked in, the people saw he had carried Senator, and they were all given a shock. For as long as Sky Palace had existed, no one had been carried like that before. Hansen had walked the Sky Jade steps, and everyone knew Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him into Sky Palace. This was far too weird, though. Hansen had almost passed out when he was brought inside. Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying him until they reached the leader of Sky Palace. Hansen was drifting in and out of consciousness. He couldn't see what the leader of Sky Palace looked like, but he was brought back out by Thousand Feather Crane. Something this strange had never happened before, so there was much discussion surrounding the event. This must be the first time the old man has met with someone that was carried in. I heard his own beard bent in surprise. How could he walk the road to the sky like that? That guy's unique. Or more like creepy. Haha. No matter how creepy he is, the old man still accepted him. He still managed to obtain a placement in White Jade Building. He is lucky to be Knife Queen's student. Yeah. The old man respects Knife Queen, and she is really good. The old man really does treat her like a proper student. It does seem weird that she would take on a student as strange as the one she did. Hansen slept for 24 hours straight. After that, he was fully recovered. The feelings of suppression had finally faded. After waking, he found himself lying on a jade bed. The room had nothing, in terms of decor. It was a stone house with a jade bed, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. Hansen stretched and felt pretty good. Letting those harsh feelings into his body had been an excruciating thing to suffer, but it hadn't been in vain. Hansen hadn't been able to figure out how to make his Dongxian aura into something solid, but he still learned something important from accepting that feeling. When Hansen was suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell, the Dongxian aura had simulated the workings of the technique. That was how he was able to tear the spell off. Since then, Hansen had frequently played with the spell. He used Dongxian aura to study it, but the spell's power was very complicated. It was difficult for him to learn its workings, and he made little progress. But when Sky Palace entered his body while he was on the stairs, he felt there was something in common with Jade Turtle's spell. Sky Palace only imbued a feeling without applying anything solid, and Jade Turtle spell's energy flow was too hard to understand completely. When they were both compared, however, the comparison opened Hansen's mind. He felt happy. As he learned more, he noticed it had things in common with coin, too. By continuing to examine the skills, he was able to learn a lot more. While he could still feel the wisps of that suppression, Hansen pulled out Jade Turtle spell and used Dongxian aura to dive in. He tried to learn something from the spell, so he could confirm his theories. Hansen sat on the jade bed as he looked over the Jade Turtle spell. But he quickly found that the Jade Turtle spell behaved as if it had grown weaker. It used to be like jade, but now it was like rock. 2 days later, the Jade Turtle spell suddenly cracked and became dust. It had become useless. Hansen was shocked, but he was happy about this. He had learned a lot. Hansen had disappeared for a few days, and rumors were floating around the palace. People believed Hansen had been in a mini coma for days, and that he had incurred serious injuries. He had only been there for a few days, and he hadn't met many people at all. Yet despite that, he had become quite famous. Many of the students in Sky Palace were curious. They wanted to know what sort of person Hansen was. Hansen exited his stone house and noticed that he was standing on a floating island. It was more like a large rock than an island, though. Outside of the house, the ground around him was only about half the size of a baseball field. On that small island, there was a crooked tree. Hansen did not know what type of tree it was, but it looked half dead, and it was covered in scorch marks. Its leaves were all yellow, and it looked ready to fall down at any given moment. Hansen looked around. The island was small, but it was very close to the primary isle. It was one of the closest islands to the main island, actually. Hansen looked around, and then he heard a bird. An elegant man riding a big white bird flew down and landed on the island. "Thank you for carrying me into Sky Palace," Hansen said with genuine gratitude. Hansen was focused on the feelings of oppression, but he still remembered being carried into Sky Palace. If he hadn't received that aid, he would have been crushed on the stairs. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head and said, "Bringing you to Sky Palace was my duty. There is no need to thank me." After that, Thousand Feather Crane brought out a tablet for Hansen and said, "This is a Sky Palace identity tablet. It will show others the level of authority and access you have within Sky Palace. Make sure you don't lose it. If you lose it, you will have to go to Clear Hall. If you don't, you will be punished. Sky Torture Peak has a tablet with rules inscribed upon it. You should go and take a look, just so you don't end up unknowingly breaking the rules," Thousand Feather Crane said. "Thanks, Thousand Feather. Can I meet the palace leader now?" Hansen put away the tablet. "The leader has already seen you, there is no need for you to see him. He is giving you permission to go to the White Jade Jing. Your identity tablet will allow you to practice there. It will help you." "Where's White Jade Jing?" Hansen asked. Thousand Feather Crane pointed at Hansen's identity tablet. "White Jade Jing has 12 floors and 5 cities. If the angels there touch my head, my hair will grow. White Jade Jing is a place for practicing. Simply being given permission to go there is a high honor. You will have to practice hard there, and not waste this glorious opportunity." Thousand Feather Crane hopped onto his white bird to leave. "Thousand Feather, where are you going?" Hansen quickly asked. "I am going to practice in White Jade Jing," Thousand Feather Crane answered. "Great. I don't know the way there. Could you please take me?" Hansen said, as he quickly hopped onto the bird. Thousand Feather Crane looked depressed, but he did not say anything. He flew the big white bird to one of the floating islands. Sky Palace is great. If this was in the Alliance, this would make a grand place for tourists. Hansen saw so many strange scenes and heavenly-looking buildings. Open air extended as far as Hansen could see both above and below Sky Palace. The islands floated together in the midst of a seemingly endless sea of sky. Hansen sat on Thousand Feather Crane's bird and admired the view. After 1 hour of travel, the snow-white bird descended on one island in particular. The island was situated between the clouds, so their vision was a little hindered. What could be seen clearly, however, were the 12 jade towers rising amidst the clouds. The snow-white bird landed on the island, and Thousand Feather Crane and Hansen dismounted. He noticed the whole island was composed of jade, but it didn't look man-made. Thousand Feather Crane headed towards the White Jade Building. When Hansen looked over there, he saw it glisten. He had barely been able to see the 12 white jade buildings from the air. When he was standing on the island, all he could see was one of them in front of him. The other 11 were nowhere to be seen. Each white jade building consisted of 7 floors. From where he was standing, he could see that the crystal constructs were protected by light. Just like the island, the jade did not look man-made. It was as if it had been born like that. Thousand Feather, who created the White Jade Building? Hansen asked as he walked. Thousand Feather Crane answered, White Jade Jing has 12 buildings and 5 cities. It existed long before the xenogenic space was first discovered. They grew here naturally, instead of being built by people like you and me. This is amazing. Hansen was interested in white jade Jing. They both came before the building. There were no guards around. Thousand Feather Crane pushed the door open and walked inside. Hansen was disappointed, and he said, I thought that white jade Jing is a place not many are allowed access to. Why are there no guards? Anyone could walk right in. Thousand Feather Crane coldly said, Didn't you see the 2 jade beasts outside the door? You can come in because you have a tablet. If you didn't have it, you'd have already been eaten alive by now. If you don't have the tablet, you cannot access this place. I see. Now Hansen remembered the pair of 3-meter-tall jade beasts. They looked like Kirin, with one standing at each side of the building. He thought they were dead, but they were actually alive. Thousand Feather Crane did not say anything more, and just kept on walking. Hansen was checking out the building, but there was nothing to see on the inside. There were just a few steps leading up to the second floor. Hansen, seeing Thousand Feather Crane ascend the flight of stairs, followed. The second floor was the same as the last, it was empty. There was only another staircase that led up to the third floor. Hansen thought this was strange, and so he asked, Why is there nothing inside this building? What are the benefits to practicing here? Thousand Feather Crane approached the next flight of stairs and said, It is not time for white jade Jing to open yet. That is why there is nothing here. White Jade Tower has 7 floors. The higher you go, the more jade air you can receive. You are a Viscount, so practicing on the 3rd floor should be good. If you can take the jade air here, you can go up higher. After that, Thousand Feather Crane went up to the 3rd floor. Hansen followed. On the 3rd floor, there was finally something to see. A few young sky people were sitting. No one spoke and no one talked. The few young ones, when seeing Thousand Feather Crane, stood up and said, Greetings, Uncle Crane. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and proceeded up to the 4th floor. The young ones looked at Hansen curiously, as if he was a stranger. They did not know if he was the student of Knife Queen that had just entered. One of them did know Hansen, however. It was Lady Su with the middle-aged man in gray clothing. Her full name was Yun Sui. Lady Su was what her family called her. Yun Sui's eyes smiled like a moon. She sat in the corner, looked at Hansen, and thought, How dare he come here? He must be the first person who had to be carried into Sky Palace. The other skies were interested in Hansen, as not many outsiders were allowed to enter White Jade Jing. And they hadn't heard of any that had received permission after being carried in. A young man walked in front of Hansen and said, My name is Yun Fei, I am a student of one of the 9 seats. Which are you from? I am not a student of Sky Palace. My teacher is Knife Queen, Hansen said. You are Hansen? The one who got dragged here? Yun Fei shouted in shock. The other people stared at Hansen as if he was an animal from the zoo. Yes, I am that same Han Senior, Hansen shrugged. He didn't really care what they thought of him. Bro, you are awesome. Ever since the sky claimed this place, you are the first person to get carried in. How did you do that? Yun Fei laughed as he patted Hansen on the shoulder. That was an accident, I'm afraid. There is no need to be jealous. Hansen laughed. Yun Fei and the other sky could see Hansen had a mild temper and was willing to joke around, so they chatted for a while. Only the elites of the sky were permitted access to White Jade Jing. There was no conflict amongst them, so they chatted happily with each other. Yun Sui merely watched, however. She did not participate. Seeing Hansen talk with them, she thought to herself, he seems nice, but his will is weak. Why would Knife Queen be willing to accept a student such as this? He is not even one of the rebate. After talking for a while, Yun Fei suddenly said, Time's up. Talk later. After that, everyone found themselves a place to sit down. Hansen knew White Jade Jing was going to open, so he found a place to sit down as well. The jade tower had no dust. The floor that was made from jade was smooth and cool. Hansen felt a cool air enter his body as he sat. As the cold air curled around Hansen, the jade stone in the center of the floor began to emit white smoke. That white smoke expanded through the room, glittering as it went. It filled every inch of the air. Everyone cast their powers to absorb the smoke from the jade, creating small vortexes around them. Hansen had asked them about White Jade Tower while they were chatting, so he knew that he was supposed to use his Geno art to absorb the jade air. Suddenly, Hansen felt a chill energy penetrate his body. The feeling was amazing. It was like many small ice cubes were melting around him. They melted when they touched his skin, and were then absorbed. As the jade air was absorbed into his cells, Hansen noticed some changes that were happening across his body. His skin was developing a jade-like color. Under the influence of the jade air, Yunfei and the others were all shining like crystals. They were like statues built from jade. This powerful jade air can change the genes of the body? This jade air must come from a xenogeneic gene, yes? Hansen thought to himself. Left Crazy did say that rocks possessed sentience, but their lives are different from ours. White Jade Jing must be a creature, and the jade air must be a xenogeneic gene. That being said, I can't determine the level of White Jade Jing. Hansen made a number of guesses while he absorbed the jade air. But guessing was all he could do since his theories stemmed from what Left Crazy had once told him. No one could prove if what he was thinking was the truth. Hansen used the story of genes to absorb the jade air, transforming the jade air's energy. The story of genes was very compatible when it came to other elements. After absorbing jade air, there was a noticeable improvement. But it still wasn't enough to break through, and there was obviously something missing. Didn't Thousand Feather Crane say that the higher you get, the stronger the jade air is? Maybe I can use a stronger jade air to break through, Hansen thought, standing up. He walked towards the 4th floor, with the jade air all around. The 3rd floor, with its jade air, offered too little for him. Everyone there was a Viscount, but Hansen had used many xenogeneic genes to improve his body. He was much stronger than the average Viscount. Hansen could compete with Earls if he maxed out his genes as a Viscount. When he stepped onto the 4th floor, he felt very cold. The 3rd floor felt cool, but the 4th felt cold. After going in, he felt as if he had stumbled into an ice cave. But that cold could not affect Hansen's body. He looked around the 4th floor and saw some people sitting amidst swirls of jade air. Aside from the sky, there were 2 outsider races. Thousand Feather Crane was not on this floor, however. Hansen absorbed the jade air to help break through with the story of genes, but it wasn't working. So, he decided to walk to the 5th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, he felt as if he had been frozen. He stopped at the entrance and became like a real statue. The jade skin melted from ice to water, and with Hansen's strength, he could not refine that jade air. The jade air started to fill his body. Hansen felt his body go cold. It was not his temperature decreasing either, it was his life that was weakening. Hansen could feel his body turning into jade, growing weaker. He cast the story of genes, but he could not withstand the jade. The jade air's gene power was far stronger than Hansen's gene power. So, the genes in his body were being changed by the jade air. Hansen was surprised. In the space of 1 floor, there had been a massive difference. His power was sufficient to counter the jade air, but that would nullify the point of practicing there. Hansen cast Petrify and turned himself to stone. When the jade air tried to invade the stone, it could not invade the genes of Hansen's body. It moisturized Hansen's petrified body, making itself much easier for him to absorb. When using Petrify, the only other skill Hansen could activate was the story of genes. So, without hesitating, he activated the story of genes to absorb the jade air around him. The jade air was absorbed by his petrified body. He continued running the story of genes, and as he did so, his petrified body turned to jade. The powerful jade heir kept trying to break through and send him up to Earl class. But again and again, something held him back and made the process fail. The heir was very powerful, but for some reason, it couldn't carry him through to the last stage. After 2 hours, the jade heir disappeared. And when it was gone, Hansen stopped using petrify. He felt awful. Such powerful jade heir, and it still isn't enough to break through with the story of genes? What do I have to do to become an earl? Hansen felt depressed. The people on the 5th floor saw a stranger. They were looking at Hans Senator. They noticed he was not of the sky, and that was even weirder. Those people did not know who Hansen was, and they did not expect a viscount could accompany them on the 5th floor when the jade heir erupted. So, they guessed Hansen was an earl. Hansen did not stay and talk to them, and he went straight up to the 6th floor. He had petrify, so the jade heir could not damage him. If the 5th floor's jade heir cannot help me break through, I will have to keep going. Hansen walked to the 6th floor. More people were practicing there. It was not the time for jade heir to erupt there, but no one noticed Senator Hansen looked around the 6th floor, and again he could not see Thousand Feather Crane. So, he went ahead to the 7th floor. Hansen found him there on the 7th floor. And on the 7th floor, aside from Hansen himself, there were 3 people in total. 2 of them were of the sky, and 1 of them was bald. He had 9 moles on his head, so he was from the Buddha. He looked young, like speechless. So, it must have been hard to reach this point at the age he was. He was the best of the earls, as most earls could go no further than the 5th floor. Of the 2 sky, 1 of them was Thousand Feather Crane. The other sky was a young woman that Hansen did not know. Hansen looked at them, and they looked at Hansen. "Brother Han, why are you not practicing down there? Why have you come here?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. Before Hansen could answer, the young sky woman looked at Hansen and said, "You are Knife Queen student Han." Hansen saw how scared she looked, and he knew what she would soon say. He smiled and told her, "Yes. I am Hansen, who was brought in by Thousand Feather Crane." The woman heard him and smiled. "You are very funny. My name is Yun Sushang. I am a student of the 10th Elder. You can call me Senior." "Greetings, Senior Yun," Hansen said, suddenly feeling like he was back in school. It was actually a nice feeling. Yun Sushang pointed at the Buddha man and said, "His name is First Day. The Buddha sent him here to study in Sky Palace, just like you." "Ba. Greetings, Mr. Han." First Day bowed before Hansen. Hansen did not like the Buddha, but he didn't think that every single one of them was a bad person. He didn't know First Day, though, so he had no immediate reason to hate the man. That being said, he still wanted to avoid being First Day's friend. After the introductions, Hansen turned to Thousand Feather Crane. "Thousand Feather, I thought you said there were 12 white jade buildings. But I have only seen this one." If Hansen couldn't achieve a breakthrough on the 7th floor, he thought that he might need a place with an even stronger jade heir. There are 12 buildings and 5 cities in White Jade Jing. Most people only see the 12 white jade buildings, not the 5 cities. Consequently, they can only enter this one place. If you wish to enter the others, you must first understand the other towers, Thousand Feather Crane said. "What is there to learn?" Hansen asked. "I don't know. It's just something you have to learn. It's hard for me to explain. But I think you should practice on the 3rd or 4th floor. You can start thinking about moving on when you reach the 5th or 6th floor," Thousand Feather Crane said. Hansen wished to say something, but someone suddenly entered the 7th floor. It was Yun Sui. They had met on the 3rd floor. Yun Sui, upon seeing Hansen, was shocked. When the jade heir passed, Hansen had vanished. She had believed that he had been unable to withstand it, and so he decided to leave. She didn't expect that Hansen had already gone to the top, looking for Thousand Feather Crane. Sui, let me introduce you. This is Knife Queen student Han Sr. Yun Sushang pulled Yun Sui near and smiled. I met him already, down below, Yun Sui answered. Yun Sui and Yun Sushang were sisters. They were the heirs of the 10th elder. Yun Sui had blood, while Yun Sushang was a stepdaughter. Yun Sushang was the 7th elder's daughter, but he had died. Yun Sushang was taken in by Yun Sui's father while she was still young. Thousand Feather Crane was also a student of the 10th elder, so he was close with the Yun sisters. The sisters had a good relationship, as fine as any real siblings. Since they had a little while before White Jade Jing opened again, Yun Sui had come to talk to Yun Sushang and kill some time. Hansen asked Thousand Feather Crane, Thousand Feather, I'm curious about the Jade Heir of the other 12 buildings. Are they stronger? Before he could answer, Yun Sui said, they're not just stronger. They have spirit. If you're not an earl at least, you'll die there. Don't even think about going elsewhere. Just stay here and practice. So if I become an earl, I can go to the other 12 buildings? Hansen asked. You have to understand the knowledge of the White Jade buildings. Only then can you see the other buildings behind this one, Yun Sui said. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and First Day are the best of the earls. Can they not understand this knowledge? Hansen thought to himself. He knew it was something he shouldn't say out loud. Yun Sui knew what Hansen was thinking, however. She smiled. Brother Crane and my sister already understand. Many people on the 6th floor already understand, too. But of the 12 buildings, this first one is the most tamed. The Jade Heir here is the easiest to refine, so it is best to stay here until you are a marquise. Upon hearing this, Hansen frowned and thought. If the Jade Heir here is considered mild, how scary must the Jade Heir be in the other buildings? If I can't break through here, maybe I can go to the other White Jade buildings. I just don't know what I need to understand about these constructs. After talking for a while, Yun Sushang suddenly noticed the time. Then, she spoke to Yun Sui. The Jade Heir is going to erupt. Go back now. We will speak later when this is done. Yun Sui nodded and headed for the stairs. Hansen was still talking to Thousand Feather Crane, so she said, you should come. When the Jade Heir arrives, you will become a jade statue before you have a chance to return to the 3rd floor. Brother Han, head on down. We will talk later, Thousand Feather Crane said. I'm not going back. I want to practice here, Hansen said. Yun Sui and the others all looked at Han. Senator Yun Sui found herself both angry and amused. Even most earls do not dare come to the 7th floor. Only my sister and brother Crane, who are both so talented and stronger than the average earl, dare to practice here. Did you not see the swathe of earls down on the 6th floor? They don't dare come up. What do you think a viscount can do here? Do you want to become a statue? Brother Han, you should go downstairs. You have to do this floor by floor, Thousand Feather Crane said. Hansen laughed and said, my skills have maxed out. I need the 7th floor's Jade Heir to break through. Don't worry. I can fight against the Jade Heir here. I'll be fine. Yun Sui started to say something else, but Yun Sushang cut her off. Sui, go now. The Jade Heir will soon erupt, and it'll be too late for you to leave when it does. Yun Sui left the 7th floor and paced quickly down the stairs. She kept looking back, but she did not see Hansen following after her. This guy isn't strong, but he is ambitious. Brother Crane will have to carry him down, again, Yun Sui thought to herself. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang tried to convince Hansen, but they were not really friends. If Hansen wanted to stay that much, they weren't going to plead against the idea. Thousand Feather Crane smiled wryly and shook his head. If Hansen could not withstand the force, then he would carry him down. He could not allow the Jade Heir to turn Hansen into a statue and kill him. Hansen found a spot that was closer to Thousand Feather Crane. First Day looked at Hansen curiously, and Hansen shot him a smile. First Day looked shy, and then turned away. This First Day Buddha is interesting. He is so young and so strong. He might be as good as Seven Spirit. His mind is still like a kid's, though, Hansen thought. Then, the jade walls began to emit a jade air. The 7th floor's jade air flowed out like a liquid. It hung visibly in the air. Hansen used petrify to turn his flesh into stone, so he didn't feel it very much when the jade air connected with his body. He used the story of genes to absorb the jade air. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and First Day all turned to look at Han Senator. The average earl couldn't withstand the 7th floor's jade air, and Hansen was just a viscount. It was likely he would turn into a jade statue. Thousand Feather Crane prepared to carry Hansen out the moment he looked like he was in trouble. But the three of them were shocked when Hansen petrified himself. The jade air didn't affect Hansen's body much, and as they watched, Hansen began to absorb it. That was surprising. What is that Geno art? It can allow a viscount to withstand the jade air on the 7th floor? Yun Sushang was in shock. Thousand Feather Crane stumbled slightly as he answered. It looks like some sort of petrifying Geno art, but no matter how strong it is, it shouldn't be this effective on a viscount. That Geno art cannot be a simple petrification. It must be a Geno art knife Queen gave him. The three did not observe Hansen for long. They were still curious, but they needed to focus on their own practice. The 7th floor's jade air could not harm Hansen while he was petrified. After he used petrify, his body had great compatibility with jade air, so it was easy to absorb. The jade air rushed into Hansen's body like water. He cast the story of genes in the hopes he would break through with it. Spell armor automatically appeared around Hansen's body and wrapped him up. The armor shone with a weird light, and mysterious symbols appeared across it. It was scary. The other three saw the movement around Hansen, and when they looked at him, their shock deepened. He's going to become an earl here? Hansen had eaten a lot of grains of galaxy sand. He had already been on the precipice of becoming an earl, but he had lacked a trigger. The jade air would finish what the galaxy sand had started. Galaxy sand was a concentrated xenogenic gene essence, and it could be absorbed right away. Jade air was like ore, though. It had to be worked and refined before absorption. When ordinary nobles absorbed jade air, most of it would be wasted and released back into the room. Only small amounts of the jade air would actually be absorbed and processed by their bodies. The galaxy sand could be used by low-tier nobles without side effects, so it was okay for him to have used as much as he had. But receiving too much jade air at once could damage a person's body. Luckily, Hansen did not want to absorb the jade air. He just wanted to use the power of the jade air to break through. It did not matter if it was refined or not, he just needed the strength of it. The jade air on the 7th floor was strong enough. Waves battered across the threshold of his body, activating the power spell possessed. It had managed to kickstart the evolution process of him becoming an earl. The mysterious spell armor began to shift and change constantly. Thousand Feather Crane observed the armor's behavior, but he was unsure what it signified. When the symbols of spell became brighter, it was as if the light was coming to life. It came out of the armor, surrounding Hansen like a group of fairies. This is a text spirit. It is like the spirit of our textless book. It is a very rare spirit. Yun Sushang exclaimed, looking at spell. It's rare, but the rebate don't have a Geno art like that. What Geno art has he been practicing? Thousand Feather Crane said with a frown. No matter what it is, this guy is not as simple as what meets the eye. It is very interesting. Yun Sushang looked at Hansen with interest. First Day looked at Hansen with curiosity. Brother Crane, the Geno art Hansen is practicing. How is it when compared to that of the textless book? Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. I have not practiced with the textless book, and I do not know what Hansen's Geno art is. It is difficult to tell, but the textless book is a skill belonging to Sky Palace. It would not be weaker than any other Geno art. You have practiced truth spell, and that comes from the textless book. And it is a spirit that creates text, so you should know more about it than I do. Yes, first day. Do you think your spirit is weaker or stronger than his? Yun Susang asked first day. First day looked very shy, and he said the Buddha catchphrase. I don't understand his text, but it feels like it is deeper than my own spirit. Yun Susang and Thousand Feather Crane were shocked to hear this. The textless book was a skill not every one of the sky could use. It had many requirements for its practice. So, while Yun Susang and Thousand Feather Crane were smart, they were still unable to practice with it. Although only a few could use the textless book in its original form, there was a senior inside Sky Palace that had extracted a part out of it that everyone could practice. It was called Truth Spell, and even the ordinary sky could use it. While Truth Spell was just a small part of the textless book, it was strong enough to be on par with other famous Geno arts. First day was very good with it, and his talent was plain to see. If he felt this way, then it meant Hansen's Geno art had to be very strong. When Hansen evolved, Spell Spirit became stronger. While the symbols spun around, a vortex was created. It absorbed the jade air ravenously, draining the power into Hansen's body. Pang! A symbol shattered, and the others that were flying around him blew up like a load of firecrackers. They were all broken. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They thought Hansen had failed, but then, a giant spell body appeared behind him. It was protecting him. Pang! That spell broke, too. The fragments became a number of smaller spells, which landed on the armor. Then they disappeared. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked, and Hansen didn't know whether he had succeeded or failed. But quickly, an impressive power started to radiate from Hansenator. When the others saw it, they knew for certain that Hansen had succeeded in becoming an Earl. Spell Battle Body has become an Earl. The voice echoed through Hansen's mind, filling him with joy. After much hard work, the story of genes had been brought up to Earl. Yun Sui stopped practicing and opened her eyes. The jade air was no longer coming from the walls, so she looked around to see if Hansen was around. He wasn't. Why hasn't Brother Crane brought Hansen down? Are they on the 4th floor, maybe? Yun Sui wondered as she made her way up to the 4th floor. There was no sign of Hansen on the 4th floor. Yun Sui frowned and turned back toward the stairs, intending to search the 5th floor next. But Hansen, Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susang, and First Day were coming down from there. Yun Sui quickly moved towards them, glaring at Hansen. I told you to come down when I left, but you were too stubborn. Great. Now, Brother Crane and First Day have had to waste their time bringing you down. The jade air is only released once a week. You'll have to wait another 7 days now. Yun Susang tugged at Yun Sui and said, Sui, it's not like that. What is not like that? Yun Sui asked with obvious confusion. First Day said, Mr. Han leveled up to Earl on the 7th floor. We have come down together, now that the jade air has come to an end. When Yun Sui heard that, her eyes widened. She looked at Hansen with utter disbelief. You really stayed on the 7th floor and became an Earl? Hansen nodded. He wasn't going to hide his power. Yun Sui sensed Hansen's energy. She was at a loss, and while she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything. It was unheard of for a viscount to withstand the jade air of the 7th floor and become an Earl. It beggared belief. Let's go. We can talk more later. Thousand Feather Crane led the way out of the White Jade Building. White Jade Building would erupt twice in a day, and then it would go dormant for another 6 days. Hansen broke through with the story of genes on the first day, so he didn't care about anything else. He hadn't discovered the secret of the White Jade Building, but he would find to wait until the following week. Hansen was just happy that he had gotten spell to Earl class. When they said goodbye, Yun Sushang stopped Hansen and said, "Hansen, Brother Crane and I are going to Shanyuan Cave in 2 days. If you have the time, you can come along." "If you don't oppose my participation, I would like to come," Hansen said. They set up a time to meet, and then Thousand Feather Crane gave Hansen a ride back to his floating island. In Sky Palace, it would be ideal to obtain a flying mount. "It would be much more convenient for you, even if you cannot fly yourself," Thousand Feather Crane said as he took Hansen back. "Where do I find a flying mount? Can I buy one outside Sky Palace?" Hansen thought that if they would let him bring in a Xenogeneic, he could summon Little Star. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. "No creature from the outside can enter here, but we have a Xenogeneic island to grow them. You can buy a flying mount from there. If it is merely for traveling, even a Baron class will do. It won't cost much, but it would be better if you invested in one that was Viscount." Hansen asked for the location of that Xenogeneic island, and then Thousand Feather Crane left. Hansen returned to his room and summoned Spell, who had just leveled up. He wanted to see how she had changed. Spell appeared in her womanly form. She flew into Hansen's hand and became a white sniper rifle. When Hansen used his mind, the white sniper changed. It became a white metal weapon that looked like a rocket launcher. D*MN. It has a 4th stage. Each one is better than the last. Hansen was so happy. But Hansen could not test out its power in the stone house, so he put it away. He cast a spirit light and created a spell that had power in it. "I'll find a place to try the rocket launcher later." "What does this spell power do?" Hansen thought. After resting for some time, Hansen planned on going to review the rules of Sky Palace. He didn't want to unwittingly break a rule. He had no flying mount, so he used his own power to soar. Fortunately, he was Earl class. Spell's power was very strong as a result, and it was enough to carry Hansen to the floating island that possessed the tablet. Hansen read the rules and tried to memorize them. Wherever he went, knowing the rules was always important to him. Knowing the rules meant he could behave. And when he met new people, he wouldn't be seen as an enemy. Knowing the rules sometimes meant he could receive unexpected help. There were many rules in Sky Palace. Although Hansen could remember them all, he still took his time to memorize each one. He looked around a little, and then a Xenogeneic that looked like a tiger landed in front of Han. Senator Yun Sui was on its back, and she jumped down before him. "Sui, are you here to read the rules?" Hansen asked her. Yun Sui smiled and said, "I was born in Sky Palace, and I have read the rules many times. Still, I get punished. I could recite each one with my eyes closed, so there's no need for me to read this thing." "That means you have come looking for me?" Hansen looked around. There was no one else there except for him. Yun Sui nodded and said, "My sister knows you do not have a flying mount, so I am taking you to buy one. The Yun family is good at growing Xenogeneics, and so we have a shop on the Xenogeneic island. I can give you a discount." "Thanks," Hansen answered. "Let's go." Yun Sui seemed to be rather excited. "Please wait a little while, I haven't finished the rules yet." Hansen went back to reading the rules scrawled upon the tablet. Yun Sui waited, noticing how carefully Hansen was reading them. "Is he for real? I am waiting right here, and he's still concentrating entirely on reading the tablet." Yun Sui waited for a while, and Hansen continued to read. She felt depressed. She was the daughter of the 10th elder. Many men wished to get close to her, but Hansen was ignoring her, and paying attention to stupid rules instead. He was so focused, it was like he was reading through a powerful Geno art. If Yun Sushang hadn't asked her to be nice, Yun Sui would have left already. A while later, Hansen finished reading. Then, Yun Sui jumped atop the flying tiger. She smiled at Han Sr. "I am taking you to the Xenogeneic island now. You should follow. After that, Yun Sui patted the tiger. Then, the tiger spread its wings and flew into the clouds. It was very fast. I waited so long for you, so now you can suffer a little, Yun Sui thought with a grin. She'd purposefully left before Hansen could get on the mount. Yun Sui let the flying tiger soar at full speed. It raced into the clouds in less than a second. When she turned around, no one was behind her. Humph. You made me wait so long, you deserve it. Yun Sui did not allow her tiger to slow down. She flew straight to the Xenogeneic island. Yun Sui planned to reach the Xenogeneic island and wait for Hansen there. She was curious to see how long it would take for him to get there. Her jade-winged tiger was a Marquise-class Xenogeneic. It was one of the fastest Marquise-rank creatures, so it wasn't surprising that she had lost Hansen so easily. Yun Sui felt cocky, but when the other students of Sky Palace flew past, they all looked at Yun Sui strangely. I know I'm pretty, but you don't have to stare like that, Yun Sui thought. After a while, though, she felt that something must be amiss. She knew many of the people she was passing, and although she rarely went to the Xenogeneic island, she never attracted this much attention on her way there. Did something happen to my appearance? Yun Sui touched her cheek and looked at her clothes. There was nothing wrong with her. She flew for a while longer, and people were still looking at her. She frowned and pulled out a mirror to look at herself. Strange. There's nothing wrong with me, everything is as it should be. I'm just as pretty, argh. As Yun Sui moved the mirror to check her face from different angles, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared in the mirror. A smiling person was sitting behind. It was Hansen. When did you get here? Yun Sui turned back to take a look. Hansen was sitting casually behind her on the tiger, and it was now no wonder why people had been looking at her. Those people were not really watching her, though. They were looking at Hansen. When you took the tiger into the sky, I was already sitting atop it. Aren't you supposed to be taking me to the Xenogeneic island? Is there something wrong with me being here? Have I misunderstood your intent? Hansen looked at her with a smile. Nothing's wrong. Yun Sui blushed, refusing to look at Hansen. It weirded her out that Hansen had managed to catch up. Not even Thousand Feather Crane or Yun Sushang could match the jade-winged tiger's speed. Hansen had just become an earl, so there was no way he could move that fast. In truth, Hansen did not have that speed, but he did have his rabbit shoes. They were faster than the jade-winged tiger, even if they lacked the ability of flight. When jade-winged tiger took off, Hansen used the rabbit shoes to leap onto the tiger's back. He then hid his presence, so Yun Sui wouldn't notice him. Yun Sui was confused, not understanding what had happened. Jade-winged tiger was quite fast, and they arrived at the Xenogeneic island shortly after. The Xenogeneic island was comprised of many gardens, with each one containing a multitude of Xenogeneic creatures. They didn't look bloodthirsty, so it was like they were all tamed. Fitting with the theme of Sky Palace, most of them were of the flying variety. Yun Sui took Hansen to her garden, and someone there welcomed them. Yun Sui told them to get back to work, then brought Hansen into the garden alone. What class of Xenogeneic mount do you want? Available mounts run from Baron class all the way up to Marquise. They are already tamed, so they listen to people. She was actually asking Hansen how much he was willing to cough up for a Xenogeneic. Hansen thought and said, the cheaper the better. Anything to substitute for walking. Hansen was still new in the Geno universe. There were many creatures in the sanctuary that had yet to evolve. Hansen did not need to waste his resources. Hansen was going to kill Xenogeneics himself soon, anyway, and there was always the chance he could nab a beast soul mount. Those mounts would be far better than a tamed Xenogeneic. Yun Sui smiled and said, don't worry, my sister said I can give you the lowest possible price. You won't get prices like this anywhere else. Hansen shook his head. I just want one that can help me fly. I don't need one that is strong. When Yun Sui saw that Hansen wasn't kidding, she thought for a minute. The cheapest flying mount is a xenogeneic called a Jade Knight Crane. They are in every shop, but ours are different. You saw Brother Crane's Jade Knight Crane, yes? Normally, they are barren and hard to level up. But that one was Earl, and it came from us. Sure. Give me one of those, then. Hansen was not picky. It was just a riding mount, so it wouldn't be anything too special regardless of how much he paid. You should go and pick one yourself. We have thousands of them. They are all the same price, and they are all just as good. Yun Sui took Hansen to the area for the Jade Knight cranes. Hansen was remarkably surprised when he saw the birds swarming in flocks that looked like clouds. Sky Palace was a big faction. There weren't many places where you could see this many tamed xenogeneics in one place. Taming a xenogeneic was far harder than killing one. It would be easier to kill an Earl or Marquis xenogeneic than to tame a Baron xenogeneic. It was amazing that the Sky had successfully done so this many times. Where did these xenogeneics come from? Hansen asked, looking at all the Jade Knight cranes. Some were caught, some were raised. We will take you to Shanyuan Cave. There is an Earl there that you can tame. If you can catch it alive, it will fetch a far loftier price than selling the xenogeneic gene material, Yun Sui said. Hansen nodded. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the Jade Knight cranes. If she was going to let him choose, then he might as well make the best choice that he could. He was going to pick the one with the brightest life force. Hansen scanned them, and he found one among them that appeared to be extra strong. When he saw it, the creature was just lying down in the grass. It didn't appear to be as active as the others. Yun Sui, seeing Hansen look at that Jade Knight crane, said, "That one is a Viscount." It was a Baron xenogeneic that was bought by a Viscount. It was later raised to become a Viscount itself, but after a grueling fight, its legs were cut off and its wings were damaged. It recovered from its wounds, but it is still disabled. Now, its flying speed is only Baron class. Also, it still doesn't have legs. Yun Sui stopped talking, but it was obvious what had happened. Can it fly while carrying heavy items? Hansen asked, examining the bird. Yes, it is much stronger than Baron-class Jade Knight cranes, but it has no legs and its wings are damaged, Yun Sui repeated. It can't fly any faster than an average Baron. And its fighting abilities cannot compare with a Viscount mount. I'll take him. Hansen did not plan on letting the mount do any fighting, so it'd be suitable for simple travel. A damaged Jade Knight crane was not expensive, and it was just a little more pricey than basic xenogeneic gene material. Yun Sui gave Hansen a very good deal. The Jade Knight crane was very tame, and Hansen was quickly able to learn how to command it. He could control it in flight easily. Because it had no legs, it always landed on its belly. And because the wings were partially disabled, it never could fly completely straight. Its speed left much to be desired, as well. Fortunately, Hansen did not have high expectations. So, after he made the purchase, he rode the crane back to his island. Jade Knight crane was flying again, and it looked excited to be doing so. It kept squawking, and with amusing dedication, it diligently took Hansen to his desired destination. Poor thing. It got hurt because of its master, and then it was abandoned. And now he is okay and can obey commands. Many creatures with high intelligence can't do that. Hansen sighed. Back on his island, Hansen let the crane land. But before it touched down, Hansen jumped off. The crane's belly hit the ground as it frantically flapped its wings. The creature had tried to keep itself level when it landed, but the attempt didn't go very well. Hansen gave it some food and let it stay on the stone. Then, Hansen returned to the house. Before he went to Shanyuan Cave, he wanted to come to grips with his powers. He took stock of his possessions. Earl class Spell Geno armament. Duke Beast Soul Rabbit shoes. Earl Beast Soul, Red Mist, Mink Glove, and King Weapon Ghost Teeth Knife. With Ghost Teeth Knife there, his teeth knife skills would still be the best to use. Teeth Knife wouldn't have any breakthroughs, though, so he planned to focus on a different Geno art. Using the energy flow from the Jade Turtle spell, the feelings of Sky Palace, and some parts of Coin, he planned to make up a brand new Geno art. My Coin focuses on powers that suppress. Why don't I just modify Coin and make it better? But I can only use Coin, or a Geno art that looks like Coin, when I'm in my dollar identity. Otherwise, people might take notice. So, if I can't make something too similar to Coin, what kind of Geno art should I make? Hansen thought about it, and he soon came up with an idea. Jade Turtle spell focused on suppressing one's speed. Once you got hit with it, you could not fly. Hansen wanted to use that aspect as a focus for his new Geno art creation. He wanted to merge elements of Sky Palace and Coin. As for modifying Coin, that was something he could do later. Hansen kept testing his ideas in the room and learned a lot. Combining them wasn't proving too difficult. He created his new Geno art through repeated testing. After pulling an all-nighter, he formulated a prototype of his new Geno art. It was something he had no difficulty casting. All he had to do was improve the minor details of its design. Let's call this Geno art Turtle, Hansen decided. Because he could not find a target to use it on, Hansen didn't know exactly how effective Turtle would be. Hansen took a break to rest, and when it was daytime, he walked out the door. The legless crane was resting beneath a tree. Hansen fed it again, then rode it to where he was supposed to meet with Thousand Feather Crane. Outside of Shanyuan Cave, Hansen saw Thousand Feather Crane, First Day, and the Yun sisters. Yun Susheng immediately apologized for her sister's presence. Sui wants to follow us in our exploration. I will be in charge of her safety, so if something happens, do not worry. Do whatever you need to. Since she had said that, no one objected. They left their mounts outside and headed into Shanyuan Cave. Shanyuan Island looked like a small volcano. The volcano's entrance led them into a gigantic volcano cave world. The cave led off in a number of different directions, and there were swathes of xenogeneics inside. Shanyuan Cave xenogeneics were very special. The most special ones among them were called Xian Jade Spirits. Xian Jade Spirits could travel through walls and appear in any comber they chose. They were difficult to avoid. So, once people entered the cave system, they had to be careful. They could be attacked by Xian Jade Spirits at any time. At any moment, a mouth or claw could come shooting out of the rock. Brother Han, this is your first time in Shanyuan Cave. Be careful. Xian Jade Spirits can appear without any warning. We might not be able to help you in time if they get you, Yun Susheng said. Hansen nodded, and he opened his Dongxian aura. He kept everything envisioned in his head. Any movement within a radius of 10 meters would not escape his notice. They walked a mile into the caves without spotting a single xenogeneic, but Hansen did not let his guard down. He kept the Dongxian aura running the entire time. Suddenly, though, Hansen saw a black jade hand come out from the ground. It tried to grab Yun Sui by her legs. The Xian Jade Spirit's nails were black like daggers. If it got hold of Yun Sui, it could rip her legs off without much trouble. Because they hadn't met Xian Jade Spirits for a long time, Yun Sui had dropped her guard. She was only a viscount, as well. She was not strong enough to react with the immediacy required. Hansen summoned spell in front of him and fired her guns. After the popping noise of gunfire, 2 of the Xian Jade's claws were broken by the bullets. Where the bullets hit, symbols were left behind. The Xian Jade jerked its injured hands away and retreated into the stone. It left no sign of its passing. The surface of the stone was perfect, as if the creature had never been there in the first place. Hansen noticed he was able to feel where the Xian Jade hands would come from. There was thick stone and rock all about, but he felt as if he received a signal from beyond it. Hansen could feel exactly where they were. Is this a power that spell possesses? Hansen was shocked. When spell hit something, it was like she was placing a tracker. The tracker didn't deal damage, but it was very useful. Sui, say thank you to Han Sr. Yun Sushang nudged Yun Sui with a hand. Yun Sui was still a bit rattled, but she stepped forward and said to Han Sen, thank you for saving me. It's okay. Even if I hadn't struck, it couldn't have hurt you. I just wanted to find out the power of the Xian Jade Spirit. Hansen smiled. He wasn't suggesting that Sui was strong, but acknowledging that Sushang was right beside her. There was no way the creature would have been permitted to hurt her. But Sushang was surprised that Hansen had reacted before she had. Hansen had just become an earl, and if his reaction speeds were superior to theirs already, that was most certainly not normal. Yun Sui looked at Spell with curiosity. Hansen, is that your Geno armament? It is special. I have never seen one like that before. Thousand Feather Crane was just as curious. Prior to this, they had only seen Spell's armor mode. Her second mode looked like a person, and this was something they hadn't seen before. Hansen smiled, but he did not answer the question. He asked, that Xian Jade Spirit was not strong. Aside from being able to travel through stone, what else can they do? Thousand Feather Crane said, that one was an Earl-class Ghost Claw beast. They aren't the strongest of Earls, but they are very fast. They can appear through the rock, so they are very dangerous if you are careless. Even cutting off the creature's claws won't kill it. They can regenerate. It's very annoying. If you want to kill it for good, you need to damage the stone it resides in, once it has revealed itself with the claws. Yun Sushang said, Ghost Claw beasts are too fast. Most of the time, we can't detect their presence until it is too late. And if they miss or break their claws, they'll run away. Second chances are rare. So, when you want to kill one, you need two Earls. One can cut the claws, while the other pummels the body inside the stone. After that, Yun Sushang struck a rock with her knuckles and said, the Xianyuan rock is very hard. With our powers, we can only cut through an inch of the stone at a time. The Ghost Claw beasts raise their claws around 1 foot out of the rock. Then, they attack. Thank you for teaching me, Hansen said gratefully. They kept walking, and Hansen felt as if the Ghost Claw beasts were right next to them. One was getting ready to attack again. It was the same Ghost Claw beast, and it wanted revenge. It kept following them, ready to perform a Ghost Claw slash upon them. But it had been hurt by Spell once already, so it was exercising great caution. It didn't come too close yet, and it watched and waited for an opportunity from beneath the stone. Be careful, there are Xenogeneics up ahead, Thousand Feather Crane told them. He was up front. Hansen looked forward, and he saw a blurry shadow. Without Thousand Feather Crane's warning, he would not have known that it was a Xenogeneic. The group soon got close enough to see it clearly, however. It was a bug that was native to the cave, and it looked like a centipede. Its shell was of a bluish hue, and there was a face emblazed upon its back. It looked creepy. Earl-class face centipede. Be careful. Face centipedes appear in a group, mostly. They don't travel alone. Yun Sui explained this for Hansen's benefit, as the others there were no strangers to the cave. Face centipedes were quite common, and the sky were familiar with how they behaved. The face centipede soon saw Hansen, and it came scurrying over. It let out a wretched sound that drew the attention and ire of more in the vicinity. Get ready to fight. Thousand Feather Crane shouted and drew his sword. Yun Sushang and Yun Sui wielded swords, as well. First Day didn't draw a weapon, though, his hands gleamed with white light. He slapped the ground, leaving white marks on the dirt. His spirit covered an area that was 3 meters wide and brightened up the entire place. First Day slapped the ground another 5 times, and then he said something. Then, 6 spirits rose toward the feet of Hansen and the others. Power entered their bodies. What a strong spirit. It increases power and speed by a lot. Hansen was in shock. He looked at first day, and he was really surprised that the shy Buddha could pull something like this off. Seeing Hansen look at him, the Buddha man awkwardly glanced away. He said, I was sent here to study when I was young. I practiced the truth spell of Sky Palace. Very nice, Hansen said. Ever since Hansen had been forced to leave Disloyal Knight behind, he hadn't seen much in the way of buffs and boons. Yun Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane stood inside the radius of the spell to fight with the face centipedes. Their sword airs looked like clouds, and they moved like silk in the sky. It was very light and strange. The face centipedes were getting killed by the silk sword air. Their shells cracked under the force, and a few died immediately on contact. The path was very narrow, and since Yin Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane had a handle on the situation, Hansen didn't bother helping. Yun Sui wanted to fight, but she couldn't. She started to say something to Hansen, and so she turned around. But she looked at Spell, who was standing next to Hansen. Spell was transforming her pistols into a sniper rifle. The long weapon dropped into Spell's hands, and she pointed it toward Yun Sui and pulled the trigger. Yun Sui was frozen. Spell had moved too quickly for her to react. She saw a shining bullet fly out of Spell's rifle and was right past her face. Pang! The bullet hit the stone wall behind her, and the cracking sound hurt her ears. Yun Sui turned around to take a look. A hand bearing jade claws hovered behind her, inches from her neck. It was frozen in place. There was a bullet hole in the stone wall, and black blood seeped out of it. Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast, Xenogeniac Gene found. An announcement played in Hansen's head, but it was a shame he did not receive a beast soul. Thank you. Yun Sui looked at Hansen with a complex expression. This was the second time Hansen had saved her, and this time, he had managed to one-hit kill a ghost claw beast by himself. Such reaction speed and powers were difficult to find amongst Earls. Hansen was surprised. He was not surprised that Spell could kill the ghost claw beast, but that her pistols could turn into a sniper rifle. He knew that Spell herself could transform, but he hadn't known she could change her weapons. So, that means Spell can use any type of weapon? It might not have to be a weapon all the time either, Hansen thought. He had simply commanded Spell to slay the ghost claw beast, and Spell had used her own judgment to select the sniper. It had greater power and bullet penetration. She now had 3 different weapons. There were the pistols for short-range quickfire. The power was mild, but she could take a lot of shots in little time. The sniper had the longest range of attack, and its damage was quite devastating. It could penetrate through materials, but bullets took a long time to regenerate. The rocket launcher did not have the range of the sniper rifle, but it dealt AoE damage across a wide area. This took even longer to regenerate a round, though. The 3 of them had different functions and benefits. It was difficult to determine if one was outright better than the another. Depending on the situation, any of the weapons might prove more beneficial than the others. That was Spell's greatest strength. She could adapt to almost any scenario. Not long after Hansen killed the ghost claw beast, Yun Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane finished off the 5 face centipedes. Hansen went ahead and started digging into the stone. There was a monkey-looking jade monster inside, with its head blown wide open. It was the ghost claw beast. When Yin Sui saw that Spell had targeted the creature's forehead, the sight shocked her. She hadn't expected Spell to possess that level of accuracy, allowing her to take aim at the felon's head while it was still inside a wall. They dug up the xenogeniac genes and kept going. The ghost claw beast's xenogeniac gene was a black skull. A piece of shell was the xenogeniac gene of the face centipedes. We have only just entered Shanyuan Cave, and already we have received rewards like this. We are quite lucky. We could go back now if we wanted to. Yun Susheng smiled. Finding a xenogeniac during the next part of their trip wasn't so easy. They walked for another 2 hours and found nothing. Hansen, your Geno armament is amazing. It looks like a person, and it can change weapons. What is her name? Yunsui asked Hansen. Spell, Hansen said. Good name. Maybe it was because Hansen had saved her twice, but she was being much nicer to him now. She seemed quite keen on chatting with him. SSSHHH, Thousand Feather Crane, hushed them. Everyone went quiet. Thousand Feather Crane put his ear next to the wall, which made the others catch their breath. If there was a Xian Jade spirit residing right there, Thousand Feather Crane was a dead man. Fortunately, that did not happen. He had been confident that no creatures lurked within the wall, and he was correct. After a while, he raised his head again and said with a look of importance, I heard a Shanyuan dragon. Hearing that name, everyone's faces changed. Yun Susang frowned. How far? Is it coming for us? I think it is headed our way. Thousand Feather Crane looked serious. If it is us 5 versus a Shanyuan dragon, we won't win. Let's go back, First Day said. Yeah. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susang agreed. Hansen did not know what this new threat was, but he was fine with the idea of leaving, if that was the general consensus. When they started to retreat, First Day said, Shanyuan dragons are the strongest xenogeniacs to be found in Shanyuan Cave. Those things are born marquis. We cannot fight them. Hansen nodded, then he glanced down. Spell fired her pistols at Hansen's feet. A ghost claw had just come out of there, grabbing toward Hansen's feet. The bullets pierced through the enemy, prompting it to return to the rock. But there were more and more of the things emerging all around them. They were all thrust into danger. Yun Susang wielded her sword quickly to protect Yun Sui. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day used their powers to stop the claws that kept coming out. But the creatures seemed to be countless. Hansen and the others were earls, but Yun Sui was a mere viscount. She wouldn't be able to protect herself. Yun Susang, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day diligently did their best to protect her. This isn't right. Why are there so many ghost claws, all of a sudden? Yun Susang said as she fought back the ghost claw beasts. The ghost claw beasts must know that the Shanyuan dragon is coming. They want to stop us from leaving, Thousand Feather Crane said. First Day said, not bad. These guys are just here to hinder and annoy us. We cannot get close enough to the walls to attack them, though. Slashing their claws off won't work, as they can quickly generate replacements. Pang! Spell used her sniper rifle to attack. The bullet penetrated the rock, and the hole sent blood squirting out everywhere. You guys protect Sui. Draw them out, and I will have Spell kill them, Hansen said as he ran. Spell had used her pistol to fire at many claws earlier, leaving spells attached to them. Now, that made them easier to detect. When they rose to the surface of the rock, Spell would shoot them before they could extend their claws fully. The sniper rifle's piercing power was wickedly strong, but it still took some time to generate each new bullet. 1 second passed between each shot, which made it difficult to keep up with the onslaught of creatures. Even so, watching her work was pretty awesome. Thousand Feather Crane protected Sui as they ran. Spell fired a shot every second. With each squeeze of the trigger, a ghost claw beast died. Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast, Xenogeniac Gene found. Obtained Jade Ghost Claw Beast Soul. When Spell killed her 8th Ghost Claw Beast, Hansen finally heard the announcement he'd been hoping for. He didn't have time to check out the beast soul right now, though. And neither could he dig up the bodies residing in the stone. They were all busy trying to run outside. Yun Susang and Thousand Feather Crane looked behind them, and they saw Spell shooting the Ghost Claw Beasts. She dropped each one with a single shot before their claws were even revealed. They had no clue how such a thing was possible. But they did not have time to ponder that. Spell killed many ghost claw beasts along the way, but there were still too many of them. The group was not escaping quickly. The Xianyuan dragon is here. Thousand Feather Crane screamed, his face going pale. As his scream echoed off the walls, a strange noise came from deeper in the cave. A black shadow stretched toward them, filling the air with the smell of blood. The creature's scales were as black as ink. Its head had no horns, but the ears were fixed with black wings. Its belly had talons, like those of an eagle. It was coming his way, and black smoke billowed around it. It looked very creepy. The Xianyuan dragon was too fast, and there were still the ghost claw beasts to fend off. Even if the ghost claw beasts hadn't been there, Han Sen's group still wouldn't have been able to outrun the dragon. In a second, the Xianyuan dragon was a mere 20 meters away from them. It opened its maw and fired a plume of black smoke in their direction. The smoke blackened the passage as it came toward them. The Xianyuan dragon's breath is toxic. Do not breathe it in. Thousand Feather Crane shouted, and then a cloud exploded from his body. The eye on his forehead opened up and shone. The shining light made him stronger. The sky and the clouds are invincible. The sword can kill the sky. Thousand Feather Crane shouted. A white sword air surrounded his ancient sword, and he swung it forward. The white sword air sliced open the black toxic smoke. The sword air continued on until it struck the dragon's head. Then, it was gone. You guys leave now. Thousand Feather Crane clutched his sword tight and ran for the dragon. His body was emitting clouds, and he flew forward like a fairy. Take Sui. Yun Sushang pushed Yun Sui to first day, then the eye on her forehead opened. A new sword air surrounded her ancient sword as well, and she went to fight beside Thousand Feather Crane. They lifted their swords and attacked together, breaking the Xianyuan dragon's breath. They stopped the advance of the Xianyuan dragon and fought it hard. The dragon could not do anything. So this is the power of the sky. When their third eyes are opened, they are far stronger. Han Sen watched in awe. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang's power could go up against a Marquise creature, and it seemed likely that they could actually kill one. But the Xianyuan dragon was no ordinary Marquise. Its scales were incredibly strong, and its power was just as impressive. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang broke through the breath, but they could not break the scales. The snow-white sword air swung down across the black scales, but it could only leave behind a white scratch mark. Han Sen let spell fire a few bullets at the Xianyuan dragon, but when the bullets hit the target, they shattered into dust. So strong! Han Sen shouted in his heart. Mr. Han, please take Sui and leave this place, First Day said, as he proceeded to cast Truth Spell. The spells landed on the ground of the area, then surged forward to land on Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane. It helped buff their power and speed. Some of his spells hit the Xianyuan dragon, but those appeared to be futile. 3 elites were now in battle against the Xianyuan dragon, but that only seemed to make it angrier. A black light grew in the center of its black. The black light became dragon wings, and they gave it speed. The Xianyuan dragon flapped its wings, and its 10-meter-long body performed a loop in the air. Catcha! Yun Sushang could not dodge it. The dragon bit down on her sword, and then, the sword broke. At the same time, the tail of the dragon was swinging towards First Day. First Day's body was glowing with white light. Truth Spell gave him a bubble shield, but the tail obliterated it with a single strike. It sent his body flying against the cavern walls like a meteor. He screamed as its body slammed into the wall and cracked it, then he coughed up blood. Oh no! It is a mutant's enogenic. It has reinforced scales and a faster flying speed. Thousand Feather Crane moved like a cloud. He picked up Yun Sushang, waved a sword air, and broke the black smoke the dragon was exhaling. Spell, protect her. Han Sen told Spell, then pulled out Ghost Teeth Knife. The rabbit shoes appeared on his feet, and he gripped his knife with the red mink gloves. Han Sen moved like a shadow, moving right behind the Shan dragon. Using Tusk, he swung at the back of the Shan dragon's neck. His attack only produced a dong noise. Not even the ghost teeth knife's teeth power could break through the Shan dragon's scales. It could only leave a scratch mark on the scales. And although his knife possessed teeth power and emitted a dangerous purple smoke, it still seemed useless. That hard? Han Sen was shocked. Don't fight it. Run. It is a mutant xenogeniac, and its body far exceeds its actual level. Thousand Feather Crane slashed to draw the Shan dragon's attention while he shouted. But the Shan dragon was too fast. It flapped its wings and became a black horse directly in front of Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane's sword air collided with the horse, and the sword air shattered. Still, he could not hurt it. Seeing that the black horse was about to grab Thousand Feather Crane, he shouted. He held Yun Susheng tighter and took off in flight. He moved so fast that it looked like he teleported away from the attack. But Thousand Feather Crane's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he gave Yun Susheng to Yun Sui. Susheng and Sui, you guys lead with first day. Han Sen and I have got this. Roar. The Shan dragon's attack had missed. It turned around and went after First Day, who had just stood up from the rubble. First Day gritted his teeth. His legs shone like he was stepping on a lotus. And he cast a spell, which left a glowing symbol behind with every step he took. Every symbol caused him to accelerate. But he still could not dodge the Shan dragon's attacks, and the talons were in front of him. First Day held out his palm, and a true light came out of it to counter the talon. The gold light and the black light collided against each other. First Day was sent flying, though, all the way back into the stone. The true light was broken. The dragon was cruel, and it went for First Day once again. Thousand Feather Crane's sky eye shone. He was bleeding, but he summoned a cloud air. The sword air became a white dragon, and it roared. It went for Shan dragon. A black dragon and a white dragon surged toward each other. Then the Shan dragon flapped its wings to become a black horse and avoid the engagement. It was going for Yun Susheng and Yun Sui. Careful, sister. Thousand Feather Crane's face went gray. This strike had cost all his power, and there was nothing he could do to save them. Yun Susheng knew that they weren't fast enough to dodge the attack. She summoned an ancient sword and her sky eye shone. She slashed a sword air up at the dragon. Han Sen was currently sprinting, and the rabbit shoes gave him the speed of a dragon. He went behind the dragon and slashed it on the side. Dong. Two noises sounded at the same time. Yun Susheng heaved blood as she was sent careening away. Han Sen slashed the dragon's stomach again. He left a mark, but he didn't see flesh. The Shan dragon turned to Han Sen and breathed out smoke. Han Sen fell back and swung the ghost teeth knife, breaking the black smoke. Shan dragon spun around and put its attention back on Yun Susheng. Thousand Feather Crane was coming, but he was not as fast as the dragon. First Day cast true light, but his attack didn't reach the dragon. He screamed, "He's too fast." What First Day said gave Han Sen inspiration. He had just created Turtle, and he had almost forgotten that it specialized in bringing down a creature's speed. Shan dragon was almost in front of Yun Susheng, and Han Sen's legs sent him leaping forward at incredible speed. He gathered up power in his hand and brought a slap towards the black horse. The rabbit shoe's speed was equal to that of the dragon. And in no time at all, a jade white palm came pressing against the dragon's head. Thousand Feather Crane and the others did not think Han Sen's palm would achieve much. They knew Han Sen was wielding a king-class knife, and they knew he had practiced teeth knife. If those skills could not damage the dragon, what could a palm do? Thousand Feather Crane and First Day were out of range, and Spell kept firing her pistols ineffectually at the dragon. Yun Susheng obviously thought that she was about to die, so she pushed Yun Sui away. Then, her body exploded with a cloud. She was going to fight the dragon with everything she had remaining. Pang! Hansen slapped the Shenyuan dragon's head. Then, the horse-looking dragon fell out of the air. It was like Hansen had knocked him down to the floor. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all in shock. They looked at the Shenyuan dragon that was now lying on the ground. And there, where Hansen had delivered his strike, was the image of Turtle spell. The Shenyuan dragon slammed into the ground and roared in rage. It flapped its wings as it tried to get back into the air, and that was what surprised Yun Susheng the most. No matter how much it flapped its wings, the Shenyuan dragon could not get airborne again. It was like a duck attempting to take off. Ultimately, despite all its frantic flapping, it couldn't get off the ground. Yun Susheng's mouth dropped wide open as she stared at the dragon. This was too powerful, and they were all gobsmacked. What are you gawking at? Run! Hansen yelled at them, snapping them out of their daze. Yun Susheng pulled Yun Suyi away. First Day followed from behind, casting True Spell on the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane was attacking, too. But they were all drained by now, and their attacks lacked the vigor they'd possessed earlier. The dragon was really angry at Han Senator. It completely ignored First Day and Thousand Feather Crane's attacks. It tried coming for Han Senator. It did not fly to him, and instead it wriggled and crawled. It moved forward steadily, if much more slowly. Hansen, seeing the Shenyuan dragon's speed, became very happy. With how slowly the dragon was now moving, and there was no need for Hansen to feel threatened. There was another pang noise as the Shenyuan dragon broke Thousand Feather Crane's sword air and First Day's True Spell. It continued coming for Hansen, venting smoke from its mouth. Hansen moved. He dodged the thickest section of the smoke. He slashed with his knife and cut through the smoke. Then, he moved to the dragon's side and slapped the dragon's face. Another turtle spell manifested on the dragon's face, dropping its speed yet again. Hansen moved like a shadow. He put away his ghost teeth knife, opened his hands, and repeatedly slapped the dragon in the face. The Shenyuan dragon was so slow. It couldn't catch up with Hansen and his rabbit shoes, so there was nothing to keep Hansen from continuing to be slap it in the face. Images of the turtle spell covered its face. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day watched Hansen beating on the creature. The fleeing sisters stopped running. Their mouths opened wide, unable to quite fathom what they were seeing. The Shenyuan dragon was acting as if it was stupid. It stood where it was, allowing Hansen to slap it non-stop. It was getting slower and slower, and the scene played out as if it was in slow motion. Hansen felt very good hitting it, and as he did so, he thought to himself, "Slap your turtle, son. Fly. Slap your turtle, son. Run." First Day and the others could guess that Hansen's slapping was some sort of Geno art that slowed down the speed of an opponent. First Day had a Geno art like that, but it hadn't worked on the Shenyuan dragon when he tried it. They were both earls, yet Hansen's Geno art was far more effective on the Shenyuan dragon. It confused First Day. Hansen did not think his turtle would be that great. It could stop a foe from flying, and it could slow an enemy down. Surprisingly, it worked on a dragon that was a marquise and a mutant. But the strangeness soon wore off. Turtle came from the Jade Turtle spell. The Jade Turtle was created from the remains of an old deified turtle shell. The power was deified. Hansen also included his experience under the suppression of the deified Sky Palace leader, then threw in coin for good measure. With Hansen's current power, Turtle might not have been able to subdue a king-class enemy, but it worked just fine on marquises or dukes. And Turtle could stack. Hansen continued to slap the Shenyuan dragon, and in the end, the dragon was as slow as a snail. It was like a slow-motion scene on TV. The Shenyuan dragon was so angry that its eyes almost popped from their sockets. Its gaze was burning with hatred. If stairs could kill, it would have murdered Hansen a long time ago. The dragon might only have the speed of a turtle now, but its power had not been affected. It could still exhale toxic air, but it could not move and it could not hit the nimble Han Sen with the smoke. Han Sen kept using teeth knife to slash at the dragon's neck. He struck the beast hundreds of times, and knife lights were everywhere. Not long after, the dragon's neck started to bleed. The blood gleamed visibly in the knife light. Thousand Feather Crane and the others could tell the dragon was going to perish, so they didn't help out. They didn't want to steal the kill. They did, however, commit to clearing the ghost claw beasts that were still nearby. Yun Sui saw the knife light reflecting off the blood and stared, deep in thought. Patong. The screams of the Xianyuan dragon suddenly cut off as ghost teeth knife severed the dragon's head. Xenogeniac Marquise mutant hunted. Xianyuan dragon, xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant Xianyuan dragon beast soul. After killing the Xianyuan dragon, the crew left Xianyuan cave. Han Sen didn't feel very well, and First Day and Yun Sushang were injured. They couldn't keep going. They also had to carry out the dead bodies of the Xianyuan dragon and ghost claw beasts. The Xianyuan dragon's body was very useful, and it also had xenogeniac genes. They didn't want to waste it. Han Sen cut open the Xianyuan dragon's head under Thousand Feather Crane's supervision. He took out a brain orb, which was the xenogeniac gene of this creature. The brain orb was around the size of a fist. It looked like a black crystal. The strangest thing was that there was a Xianyuan dragon with wings inside it. When Han Sen obtained the brain orb, an announcement played. Obtained Marquise mutant xenogeniac gene. Insufficient Marquise genes. Cannot refine. Han Sen was surprised, and he thought, what does that mean? Will absorbing that mutant gene require other genes as some sort of base? Han Sen put away the brain orb for the moment. He gathered up the other spoils and left the cave alongside the others. Han Sen, which geno art did you use on the Xianyuan dragon? You made it unable to move. That is something extremely powerful, Yun Sui said to Han Sen as they walked. It is a geno art that is used to reduce the speed of enemies. It is called Turtle, Han Sen answered. Hearing that name, Yun Sui and the others looked surprised. Yun Sui smiled and said, this name is good. And you really did turn the Xianyuan dragon into a turtle. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They didn't expect a skill used to reduce speed could be that effective. It wasn't an ordinary geno art, that was for sure. After a short discussion, Han Sen sold the Xianyuan dragon to Yun Sushang. Yun Sushang called her people over from the shop to come and claim it. Han Sen was only going to take the xenogeniac genes of the dragon and a few of the ghost claw beasts with him. Then, he rode his legless bird back to his island. On his way home, Han Sen looked at his new beast soul. Ghost claw beast, weapon. Han Sen summoned the ghost claw beast soul. It was indeed a weapon, and it looked very similar to the ghost claws. Ghost claw had a 3-foot-long handle with a claw-like blade on the end. He wasn't quite sure what kind of weapon it was. He put away the ghost claw blade and summoned the mutant Xianyuan beast soul. Mutant Xianyuan dragon, flying type. After Han Sen summoned it, he felt rather depressed. He had thought he would grow awesome wings behind him, but that wasn't the case. When he summoned it, it wasn't as intimidating as the black wings that had grown from the dragon's back. Instead, a small pair of Xianyuan wings spawned near Han Sen's ears. They weren't broad wings, they were just a pair of small ear wings. They looked beautiful, but Han Sen did not think they would be very useful at all. Han Sen tried flying with the wings, and it worked. They were very fast. They were almost as good as the rabbit shoes. The rabbit shoes only increased his movement speed on the ground. They did not improve his flying speed. The dragon wings would improve his speed in the air, so they were very suitable for Sky Palace. This beast soul could turn out to be very useful. There might be times he would have to fight while in the air. He couldn't just use rabbit shoes to fight then, and so having the dragon wings would make things easier. but when he used the dragon wings, he did look rather funny. Hansen melted the ghost claw beast genes, and then he drank the broth. He felt the power spread through his body. He felt cold, as if he was being washed in a rush of cold water. Xenogeneic genes, +1. Hansen had 9 xenogeneic materials in total, from the ghost claw beasts. After he ate them, he ended up with 9 xenogeneic gene points. Mutant Xianyuan dragon xenogeneic gene, however, could not be melted. Thus, Hansen couldn't eat it. It was just as the announcement had said, Hansen did not have enough Marquise genes, so he couldn't refine the mutant xenogeneic gene. Hansen rested for the night, and then there was nothing to do the next day either. White Jade Jing had not opened yet, so there was no need to go there. As a result, he had nothing to do. So, he planned to go and kill xenogeneics inside Xianyuan Cave again, this time, alone. He wanted to fill up his Earl gene tallies so that his Geno arts would have an easier time breaking through. Hansen rode the legless crane to Xianyuan Cave. He left it outside and entered the cave alone. Thousand Feather Crane and the others hadn't come, so Hansen only had to worry about himself. He used his rabbit shoes to run deep into the cave at a speedy pace. Perhaps it was because the rabbit shoes were too fast, but the Xian Jade spirits did not make an appearance. He ran for 3 hours. He ran past where they killed the Xianyuan dragon, and there was still no sign of any xenogeneics. Hansen didn't dare slow down, as he wanted to draw out whatever creatures he could. He met some people hunting xenogeneics, people from Sky Palace. They were in a group, and only Hansen had entered alone. When the Sky Palace students saw Hansen running around by himself, they were shocked. Xian Jade spirits could appear at random, so it was dangerous to venture inside alone. When students came there to hunt, they would always bring a partner. It was rare to see something like Hansen venturing inside all alone. As Hansen walked forward, he didn't see any Xian Jade spirits, but he heard a voice calling for help from deeper inside the cave. Hansen looked in that direction and saw a sky man running toward him. There was an ant behind him with a head as big as a cat. Hansen summoned Spell. She lifted her sniper rifle and fired a bullet, blowing the xenogeneics' head off from a few hundred meters away. Xenogeneic Viscount hunted. Jade Ant, xenogeneic gene found. Run! The Skyman came running, shouting at Hansen as he came. Why run? It's dead, Hansen said. The Skyman continued running, and he cried out, it's not just one. There are many. How many? Hansen asked. Many. Many. Run. The Skyman ran past Hansen. Hansen did not ask anything further, as he saw jade ants pouring out of the cavern behind the Skyman. There were too many to count. That is a lot. Hansen was not scared. Instead, he was happy. His eyes turned bright. Without Hansen even needing to issue a command, Spell swapped her sniper rifle for an RPG. She placed the rocket launcher on her shoulder, put herself into position, and pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out and slammed into the center of the horde of ants. Boom! A white light exploded amidst the horde of ants. A mushroom cloud was generated, and it rocked the entire cavern. Announcements played in Hansen's head, over and over, countless times. Hansen heard himself receive 2 jade ant beast souls. They slid into his sea of soul. Awesome! Hansen felt great. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. The Sky Fellow stopped and stared in shock. He was frozen by what he had just witnessed. Spell fired another rocket, and it landed amidst the jade ants. Countless more died, and roasted corpses were scattered all about. D***MN. Your gear is powerful. The man came running back. He looked at Spell as he spoke. It's all right. It's strong, but I'm also just lucky, Hansen said smarmily. Spell required 3 seconds to generate a rocket after each use, but after firing 3 or 4 of them consecutively, The jade ants that were still alive retreated back into the tunnel and did not return. The guy didn't object to what Hansen said. He thought it made fine sense. But he still looked at Spell with hefty interest and said, "My name is Eugene. What is yours?" "Hansen," Hansen said. "You are the Hansen that was carried into Sky Palace by Uncle Crane?" Eugene asked in surprise. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. What could he say? "You look different from the stories I've heard, and your geno-armament is strong," Eugene said. "I see you are an earl, so why are you calling Thousand Feather Crane an uncle?" Hansen asked. Eugene smiled. "Uncle Crane is a student of the 10th leader. I am the 6th elder student. I'm more like a grandson, to be honest. At the very least, I should call him uncle." After that, Eugene went on to say, "Hansen, are you interested in cooperating with me?" "No," Hansen said immediately. Eugene was disappointed. After a while, he said, "Don't you at least want to hear my proposal?" "No thanks," Hansen said. Then he walked towards the jade ants that were killed. He was going to collect their xenogeneic genes. Eugene understood, but his face turned red. He couldn't keep himself from explaining, so he said, "Brother Han, it isn't like that. I can deal with Viscount jade ants. The reason I ran was because there is an earl inside there, and it is a mutant ant queen. So, I had to run." "A mutant ant queen?" When Hansen heard this, his eyes opened wide. Hansen had received Shanyuan Dragon's xenogeneic gene, but he had been unable to absorb it. He wanted to understand what the difference between ordinary genes and mutated genes were. If he could get his hands on an Earl mutant gene, he might just be able to figure it out. "Yeah, I was unlucky. I found a jade fruit tree, and just as I was about to claim some jade fruit for myself, I was started to see a jade ant nest right next to it. I was unable to collect the fruit, and I almost died. I used everything I had, every item I owned, to keep myself alive. I lost everything on this excursion." Eugene sighed. And then, Eugene suddenly smiled at Han Sr. "Brother, I think you are so strong. You must be a hero. Why don't you and I go collect the jade fruit and split the haul between us? No offense, but why can't I just go there by myself right now?" Hansen smiled at Eugene. Eugene smiled, but it quivered with a touch of nervousness. He responded, "Brother Han, you have only been in Sky Palace for a few days. You don't know much about Shanyuan Cave, do you? Although Shanyuan Island does not look big from the outside, it is very large on the inside. Even if you were down here for a whole year, you wouldn't be able to explore every nook and cranny of this realm. The cave system is complex, too, so you'd likely find yourself lost. Without me, it is highly unlikely that you'll find the fruit within the next few months of searching. Do you really want to waste your time in such a fashion?" "That makes sense." "Okay, we'll split the haul of fruit in half," Hansen said as he dug through the corpses of the jade ants. The rocket had been too powerful, and the jade ants were only viscounts. Most had been blown to smithereens, to such an extent that the xenogeneic genes were utterly annihilated. When he was done, Hansen had only been able to collect a dozen xenogeneic genes. Eugene was so happy to hear this, and he said, "Brother Han, you won't regret cooperating with me. Can your geno-armament destroy an Earl jade ant?" Hansen searched around for a few more jade ants that had not been destroyed, and then went in search for the jade fruit tree with Eugene. Truthfully, Hansen's goal in this venture was not anything that rested on the boughs of the tree. Any fruit he collected would be a decent bonus. What he wanted to do the most was kill that jade ant queen. Eugene was not lying. The jade fruit tree's location was well hidden. They traversed a number of complex tunnels for over an hour before finding it. The tree was behind a hidden alcove and cave. "Brother Han, do you see the rock beside the tree? That is the exit of the ant nest. If we get too close, the ants will come pouring out. I examined it earlier, and there were at least 8 Earl jade ants. There was also an ant queen. What are you going to do? Eugene looked worried. He was afraid Hansen would back out. We have a deal, don't we? We split the Hall of Fruit in half, and the Jade Ant's xenogeneic genes are for me, Hansen said. Eugene immediately said, yes. It does not matter who kills it, you can have the xenogeneic genes. Eugene said that, but inside he thought, the mutant Jade Ant Queen? That thing is as strong as a marquise. With 7 or 8 earls alongside it, and the other ants too, I think you'll end up running off without laying claim to a single xenogeneic gene. Okay, that's the deal then. You go over there, Hansen said coldly. I go? How? Eugene asked with shock. Walk there. You can fly or crawl if you so prefer. Just go over and draw those ants out. Hansen smiled. Draw them out? Your plan is to draw them out, kill them, and collect the fruit? Eugene looked at Hansen queerly. Do you have a better idea? Hansen smiled at Eugene. It was easy for Hansen to collect jade fruit. With Hansen's rabbit shoes, he could pick the tree clean before the ants even emerged. But Hansen wasn't there for just the fruit. Picking it and then leaving was not on the agenda. Brother Han, are you really confident in this? Eugene asked, staring at Hansen. Yes, Hansen answered with certainty. Eugene hesitated. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Hansen's hands, and said, Brother Han, I place my life in these hands of yours. You have to be careful and see my safety is secured. Go. I will have spell fire when the time is right. Hansen patted Eugene on the shoulder and smiled. Eugene ran towards the jade fruit tree. Before he could get close, ants began to pour out from under the rock. It was like a black river headed for him. Eugene quickly came running back as Hansen commanded Spell to ready a rocket. Then, she fired behind the man. Boom! The white light exploded behind Eugene. It killed a lot of jade ants. Announcements kept running in Hansen's head, declaring he had killed a Viscount Jade Ant. He also heard himself receive a bunch of beast souls. Hansen had battled ants before, and he had always received armor beast souls. But these jade ants only gave him pet-type beast souls. That disappointed him quite a bit. That was because pet-type beast souls were annoying. If you wanted to use them effectively, you'd have to get them to combat mode. He had found himself in possession of many low-tier pets in the past. Jade ants could spit corrosive gas, but the range was short and the gas was slow. Before the ants could get to Hansen, Spell had fired 2 rockets and laid waste to them. Suddenly, a few gold shadows emerged from the stone nest. These ants were twice as big as the ordinary ones. They had wings, and they glimmered with a golden light. They flew straight at Eugene like shadows. Brother Han, help me! Eugene shouted at Hansen as he ran. Seeing that 7 or 8 Earl-class jade ants were about to catch up with Eugene, Hansen realized that Spell's rockets were going to be too slow. She had killed many Viscount ants, but more and more of them were approaching. Spell. Hansen took control of her, ditching the rocket launcher and pulling out the sniper rifle. Spell lifted the sniper, aimed it above Eugene's head, and pulled the trigger. A bullet of light was fired, and it struck one of the Earl ants. That power tore through the ant's wing and perforated its shell. It fell from the air. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade Ant, xenogeneic gene found. The announcement played in Hansen's head. Eugene was approaching excitedly, saying, *T, Brother Han. Your geno-armament is strong. Hurry! Fire a few more shots and finish them all off. 1 second later, Spell raised the rifle again and fired. Unfortunately, she missed this time. She failed to hit the Earl Jade Ant that was flying quickly towards her. Eugene's excited voice turned to one of crying. Brother, can you aim better? Seeing Eugene draw even closer, Spell swapped her sniper for a pair of pistols. Then, she fired them into the sky. A series of shots were heard. She missed a few times, but she still managed to hit 2 Earl Jade ants. The pistols were not as powerful as the sniper, though, and the bullets only punched holes in the shells of the creatures. They didn't kill the ants. Spell! Hansen shouted. Spell ran towards Hansen and turned into a pair of pistols that flew into Hansen's own hands. Hansen's left and right hands clutched the spell pistols. He fired them into the sky simultaneously. Each bullet came launching out with a stunning muzzle flash. And again, there was a pang-pang noise. Hansen fired 7 bullets, and all 7 hit their desired target. 7 Earl ants were hit. Hansen's bullets were as strong as Spell's. The only difference was that Spell's bullets were fueled by the raw power of the story of genes, while Hansen could create bullets from any geno art he possessed. After the 7th shot, the 7 Earl Jade ants each had a bullet hole inside them. The wounds were not deadly, though, and the ants could still fight. But they spiraled like planes losing control. They crashed into the ground and could not get airborne again. Small turtle symbols were glazed across each of them. Hansen's bullets were now powered by turtle. It stopped the ants from flying, and it reduced their speed. Hansen kept firing his guns at the Earl ants on the floor. Their shells splintered and broke as their bodies oozed blood. Hansen killed 1 ant immediately. Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade ant, xenogenic gene found. Shoot them. Shoot them. Eugene shouted with excitement. The Earl Jade ants had been robbed of their ability to fly, and they were slowed dramatically. They were no longer a threat to Eugene. Hansen fell back, repeatedly squeezing the triggers. The joy of firing a gun was incomparable to the wielding of a knife. Hansen killed another Earl Jade ant, and then there was a noise. A pure black ant flew out from under the stone, with a shell that was wreathed in golden symbols. This ant was smaller than the Earls, but its presence was far scarier. It flapped its wings and flew towards Han Senator. Its claws were like blades, and they came swinging towards him. The gold light came past Hansen like a knife light. Hansen moved and evaded the gold lights. Hansen then fired his guns, but the Jade Ant Queen was too fast. It was able to dodge every bullet. The Ant Queen rose into the air, shrieking. The gold symbols on the shell and wings glowed. Its speed and power were increasing, and it was going to attack Hansen again. Run! This mutant Ant Queen is as strong as a marquise. We cannot fight it. Before Eugene could finish his warning, Hansen had drawn another weapon and gone running towards the Ant Queen. The bullets could not catch up with the Ant Queen, but the rabbit shoes could. Hansen rushed by the gold lights and used the ghost teeth knife on the Ant Queen, breaking its shell and leaving a big mark on it. Blood came out, as did a plume of purple smoke. There was no need for Hansen to fight anymore. The purple smoke was spreading quickly across the Ant Queen, ripping its wounds apart and sending blood spewing out of it like a burst dam. Hansen was too lazy to wait, though. He slashed again and cut the heavily injured Ant Queen's head clean off. Mutant Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade Ant Queen, xenogenic gene found. There was an announcement, and it made Hansen very happy. It really is a mutant xenogenic. The Jade Ants did not back off just because the Ant Queen was killed. They all came rushing at Hansen like kamikazes. Hansen gave Spell back her body, and she quickly got to firing rockets at the droves. Meanwhile, Hansen went on to finish off the rest of the Earls himself. After many more ants were killed, the rest decided to return to their abode below the stone. Hansen did not seek to pursue the fight. He harvested the bodies of the Ant Queen and the 8 Earls. He also collected many Viscount xenogenic genes. Eugene saw Hansen picking up all those xenogenic genes and felt depressed. He had to comfort himself by saying, "It is lucky I can at least get half of those jade fruits. This guy is scary, and he is nothing like the stories people tell about him." He doesn't seem like the sort of fellow who would need to be carried into Sky Palace. I should have totally fought for a greater share of this haul. There were 14 jade fruits on the tree. Han-sen and Yu-jing each took half. Han-sen received 7, and then he asked Yu-jing what benefit they could provide. Brother Han, how about we cooperate in Xianyuan Cave and kill more xenogeneics together? We can split the gatherings in your favor, 60-40. I guess I could settle for 70-30. 80-20 is a possibility, too. You should think about it. Han-sen did not continue his hunt in Xianyuan Cave. He took his spoils and left. He flew the legless crane back to his island. Right then, he wanted to find out the purpose of mutant xenogeneic genes. He did not need to do any more hunting at this point. He gave a few Viscount Jade ant bodies to the legless crane. He didn't collect the xenogeneic genes inside the bodies either. The crane was able to gobble them all up. The legless crane happily swallowed the first, and it made a grateful noise to Han-sen as it ate. Han-sen went to the stone house and pulled the bodies out. He cut open the ant queen's body and picked up a piece of flesh that looked like jade. That meat was transparent, and not unlike shrimp. Something gold shone from it, and looking into the gold light, you could see it was the face of the ant queen. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant xenogeneic genes. As Han-sen held the ant queen's xenogeneic gene, he received the same announcement. I have 9 Earl genes. And here there are 8 Earl-class jade ants. I don't know if that'll be enough. Han-sen cut open the 8 Earl ants and picked up the xenogeneic genes within. Han-sen gave the ant queen's body, and the bodies of the others, to the legless crane for food. Bubble was Han-sen's only other companion right now, so there was nothing else he could feed. Han-sen had an Earl pet beast soul and 7 Viscount beast souls, but he did not fancy feeding them at all. Having a pet in Sky Palace would not be something you could easily hide. If others discovered that he possessed one, explaining that might be difficult. Jade ant xenogeneic genes were like a fist-sized cut of meat. After Han-sen melted them down, it was like a barbecue. The oil sizzled, and he sprinkled it with salt and pepper. It tasted better than barbecued lamb. Earl genes +1. After eating a piece of the ant meat, Han-sen felt very alive. He was energized, and he felt as if he could have sex 10 times in one night. After eating 4 pieces of that meat, his belly was bloated. The meal was very filling. Han-sen did not want to wait before eating the rest, though, so he switched on consume and quickly digested the ants that were in his stomach. By the time he was done, he had finished all 8 slabs of ant meat. In total, Han-sen now had 17 Earl genes. But when he picked up the ant queen's mutant genes, it still said he did not have enough Earl genes. How many Earl genes do I need? I can't figure out the number. Han-sen felt depressed, but it was almost time for White Jade Jing to open again. He did not have time to venture into the cave just yet, so he'd think about what to do once he returned from White Jade Jing. Practicing in White Jade Jing was the most important thing he could do right now. He had 3 Geno arts that needed to play catch-up and reach Earl status, so White Jade Jing was very important. It was why Isha had sent him here, after all. Of course, Isha had sent him there only intending for him to level up the story of genes to Earl status. And that was something he had already accomplished. Han-sen, are you here? The day White Jade Jing opened, someone was calling for Han-sen before he had woken up. The voice was Yun Sui's. Han-sen went to brush his teeth, then opened the door. Yun Sui was wearing a white dress, and she was standing just outside the door. The cut of the dress showed off her attractive legs. White Jade Jing is opening today. Let's go. Yun Sui blinked at Han-sen. Yeah, Han-sen answered. He turned to wake up the legless crane that was snoozing beneath the tree. Let's take my jade-winged tiger. It is faster, Yun Sui said. Sure. Han-sen nodded, letting the legless crane continue to sleep. Han-sen sat behind her, and the jade-winged tiger flew towards White Jade Jing. Han Sen, you are a student of Knife Queen. You must surely know many knife skills. I've learned a few, but I fear there is something amiss. If you ever have the time, could you teach me a thing or two? Yun Sui turned around and smiled at Han Sen. I can't teach you, but we can practice together, Han Sen said. Okay, then. After White Jade Jing closes, I will take you over to my place. Yun Sui smiled in a flirty way. Han Sen and Yun Sui went to the White Jade building, and they split up when they reached the 4th floor. Yun Sui said she'd wait for Han Sen. This time, Han Sen stopped on the 6th floor. He had decided to practice there this time. He had to practice his other Geno arts, and he did not know if his body could withstand the jade air of the 7th floor without using Petrify. But the 6th floor was full of students. It filled up soon after, and people were everywhere. Brother Han, you are here. Yu Jing walked in and saw Han Sen, then went over to sit down beside him. Han Sen wanted to sit by himself, but he didn't seem to have that option. People were everywhere on the 6th floor. Fortunately, Yu Jing did not mention anything about them killing xenogeneics together. He quietly asked, Brother Han, will you participate in Sky Palace's exam? What exam? Han Sen asked. This wasn't high school, so what exam could there be? The exam is annual. There are no penalties to failing, but if you do well, the elders and the leaders might take notice of you. If you reach the top 3, you also earn a prize. If you receive a good score, the elder might take you as a student, even though you are an outsider. But of course, you are already Knife Queen's student, but the top 3 rewards are still great. What are the rewards? Han Sen asked. Treasure is granted to the top 3. If you are number 1, you will also have permission to enter the Holy House. There, you may select a Geno art. Such a thing would be of great benefit, Yu Jing said. Han Sen, hearing that, was quickly disinterested. He still had his own Geno arts to practice with. Even if the Sky Palace Geno arts were powerful, he doubted he'd find the time to learn one of them. Yu Jing noticed Han Sen was not interested, and so he looked around and whispered to Han Sen, Brother Han, if you have time, I would like to talk to you about the exam. Alone. Perhaps we can cooperate there. Han Sen looked at Yu Jing, and Yu Jing performed a gesture to be quiet. Han Sen realized that Yu Jing must be asking him to cheat in some way. Of course, no one else could hear that. And then Yu Jing spoke to Han Sen again. This time, he did not want to discuss the exam. White Jade Jing opened and jade air came out of the jade wall. When it did, everyone focused on refining it. Han Sen used jade skin to absorb the jade air. They both possessed the same jade word, so perhaps they might have some compatibility. When Han Sen used jade skin, the jade air moved quickly throughout his body. Jade skin absorbed the air quickly, much faster than the story of genes. D*MN. They really are connected. Han Sen thought. Han Sen changed to the Dongxian Sutra, then the Bloodpulse Sutra, and he noticed that they refined the jade air much more slowly than the story of genes did. And they were far inferior to jade skin. It looks like I need to practice jade skin first. Han Sen stopped wasting time and focused on practicing with jade skin. He wanted to evolve with that, first and foremost. Jade air was everywhere, but it wasn't dense enough. Han Sen's absorption speed was fast, but jade skin's evolution was not going great. He realized that the galaxy sand had been far superior. Before the second jade air erupted, Han Sen went up to the 7th floor. His jade skin was compatible with the jade air, so he knew he could survive on the 7th floor with it. But when he reached the 7th floor, he did not see Thousand Feather Crane or Yun Sushang. Not even First Day was there. There was a young, lonely guy there on the 7th floor, though. A jade sword rested on his knees. The man did not look at Han Senator, he just sat where he was, eyes closed, uncaring for the world around him. Han Sen was not a fan of talking, either, so he found a corner to sit in and waited for the second wave. The jade air on the 7th floor was far purer than the jade air on the 6th floor. It was better for his jade skin. No others had come to the 7th floor, so the environment satisfied Hansen a great deal. It was far better than the overcrowded 6th floor. He thought to himself, if I had known I could survive it, I would have come here the first time it erupted. Hansen waited for the second eruption, and when it came, he cast jade skin and absorbed the jade air. The jade air on the 7th floor was far denser than the lower floors. Hansen felt the jade air flow inside him, and it helped refine his jade skin and infuse it with his bones. It made Hansen feel like Jade himself. There were some amazing feelings going on in Hansen's skeleton. Rather than giving him the chills, the scary jade air actually made him feel hot. It felt like he was inside an oven, and his bones were being baked. Hansen knew that this was just an illusion, though. And that was because the jade air did not suppress him. It made him feel more alive. Hansen practiced jade skin, and not long after, his jade skin began to feel strange. It became purer. This was exactly what Hansen had hoped for. Without thinking, Hansen cast jade skin. But on the 7th floor, an odd image appeared on the smooth jade wall. The sun and the moon appeared in the image, and white bones as well. Sword air cut through them. It was like a god appearing in the sky. Buildings rose up, like steps into the sky. Between the clouds was a mysterious city. It was very well hidden, and you could not see much. All those images appeared across the jade walls, and they made the jade air purer. The arrogant young sky man opened his eyes. His eyes shone as he looked upon the jade wall. He looked shocked. The jade wall's image started to change, and the city there grew closer. There was a king obeying the city. He took a step, then knelt. 10 steps, then he prostrated himself. It was like a believer walking to a holy place. When the arrogant young man saw that the jade wall was showing the city, and the city was revealed from behind the clouds, his face changed. 5 cities? The arrogant young man's eyes looked bright. He stared at the 5 cities the wall displayed. Many kings bowed before the cities, but none dared to step in. It was not clear what happened after that, though. The kings that were nearest to the city were dying, and they soon disappeared. The gates of the 5 mysterious cities remained closed. It was like they had been closed since ancient times. Hansen felt that the jade air had become very pure. It allowed his jade skin to ascend in level very quickly. But the jade air's time of eruption was far too short for satisfaction. When the jade air dispersed, Hansen wanted more. "What is your name?" Hansen opened his eyes and saw the arrogant man looking at him. His voice sounded cold. "Senator, what is your name? And do you want something?" Hansen asked. "Are you taking part in the exam this year?" The man did not answer Hansen's question, and just asked his own again. Hansen thought the man was quite strange, so he willingly answered. "I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not." "Oh." The man looked at Hansen and then left, headed downstairs. "Is he crazy?" Hansen shrugged his shoulders, then went downstairs as well. When Hansen reached the 6th floor, the man had vanished. He saw Eugene looking around, however. Eugene approached Hansen as soon as his eyes found him. "Hansen, are you free? Can we talk?" Eugene said. "I don't think so, I have something to do." "Come over to my place tonight," Hansen said, recalling that he was supposed to meet up with Yunsui. "Okay," Eugene agreed, then walked downstairs with Hansen. When they reached the 4th floor, Yunsui was waiting there for Senator. She smiled at him. "Brother Han is meeting up with a woman? It is best that I leave." Eugene saw Yunsui, smiled back, and then said goodbye. "Why are you with him?" Yunsui asked, frowning. "Why? Is there a problem?" Hansen asked with confusion. She looked as if matters with Eugene weren't so simple. That guy is greedy. He plays tricks, and he cheats. He does not have a very good reputation in Sky Palace. I recommend staying away from him if you can. Yoon Sui told Hansen some stories about things he had done. Yoon Sui then brought Hansen over to her island. Her island was far bigger than his. She had a pavilion, and even a garden with a fountain. It was quite a comfy place, really. Here, then. Help me examine this skill. Which part of it is incorrect? I always feel as if there is something amiss with it. Yoon Sui brought Hansen into a pavilion in the garden. She invited Hansen to sit down and drink some tea. Hansen answered, "Show me the knife skill, and I'll see if I can identify the issue." Yoon Sui nodded. Her beautiful body walked to the fields. She pulled out a knife and began her performance. Hansen watched her and frowned. Yoon Sui hadn't been practicing the skill for very long, so she wasn't experienced at all. If there was a problem, it would be because of her lack of practice. She could not even be considered a beginner with the skill. Hansen realized that she had not used a knife before, so she did not have much in the way of knife skills. It was clear to him that she had only started practicing this as a way to talk to Han Senator. It was an excuse. Yoon Sui had not just selected a random skill to trick Hansen, though. It'd have been too obvious if she had done that. The knife skill she had selected was called Under the Sky. It was created by a Sky Palace swordsman. He wanted to create a knife skill for Sky Palace, but in the end, there were 7 problems he was unable to solve. That was why he called the knife skill Under the Sky, because it was not on the level expected of the sky. Many people wanted to modify Under the Sky. The 7 little issues had been fixed over the years by a series of genius students, but there was still one problem no one could overcome. Because of that, they were unable to make it a Sky Palace skill. Yoon Sui selected this skill in the hope that Hansen could identify the issue that was thus far unfixable. If she did that, it'd work as an icebreaker, allowing her to get closer to him. If she had to keep looking him up all the time, with no real reason, her feelings would be revealed. Hansen could tell Sui had just started practicing with a knife, but he was still fascinated by the knife skill. It was amazing in its own right, and it was vastly different from teeth knife. Hansen thought the knife skill had the same potential as teeth knife, but when Sui performed it, there was clearly a problem with it. And also, the power in the example was quite weak. It was just one little problem, but it detracted so much from the technique. The resolution of a battle between 2 elites rested on the smallest details, so the slightest edge could make the difference between life and death. Hansen, can you tell that there is a problem with this skill? I feel as if something is wrong. After Yoon Sui practiced, she returned to the pavilion and consulted Hansen. Because Under the Sky was still not perfect, Sky Palace did not really allow its students to practice it. Only a select few had knowledge of the skill's existence. She knew Hansen had never seen the skill before, and so that was why she chose to use it. But even if the skill was perfected, it wouldn't be made available to all students. Most people would only hear the name. Hansen didn't think much about it. He just believed Yoon Sui had yet to practice it right, and that was why there was an issue. He didn't think there was an issue with the knife skill itself. This technique is very complicated, so I don't understand it yet. Could you perform it again for me? Hansen did not ask to see the scroll. The skill was teeth knife's equal, so it was unlikely many students had what it took to practice with it. He was just an outsider, so asking to read the actual Geno art could have been very rude. Yoon Sui merrily agreed to perform Under the Sky again. There are some problems, certainly, but I don't really understand them. I'll think it over when I head back. Hansen did not focus on the use of knives, so he wasn't a knife master. He could not promise that he would fix the problem. But there were some common aspects threading every skill, and Hansen had a great deal of knowledge and experience. So, he planned on trying to solve it. Tackling the problem would be good for his own knife practice, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. After all, Hansen used knives more than any other weapon these days. And he had ghost teeth knife, which was a king weapon. He wanted more knife skills. Yes, please. Yunsui smiled and took Hansen back. She planned to use this excuse to talk to Hansen about knife skills again. She wanted to get closer to him. When Yunsui returned home from taking Hansen back to his island, Yun Sushang appeared in her garden. Sui, what have you done? Nothing. I had a problem with a skill, so I asked Hansen for help. I took him home right after. Yunsui acted as if she did not care. Yun Sushang looked at Yunsui and said, "The problem with Under the Sky cannot be fixed through simple observation. If he can do that, then the elders wasted their lives in what they have done." Yunsui blushed, and she said, "Sister, why are you spying on our conversations? Sui, do not forget your identity. You should know what you can do and what you cannot. There is a line. Hansen is not of the sky. Wanting something impossible will just get someone hurt." Yun Sushang sighed. After Hansen returned to the island, he saw his legless crane resting beneath the tree. He put some meat in its bowl, then went into the house to practice Under the Sky. Under the Sky was very delicate. The technique did not have much flair, and it wasn't overbearing, like teeth knife. But when you used the skill, it was like a rippling ribbon that could not be cut. The knife skills looked random, but they were all connected. It could trap an enemy without them noticing. With it, Hansen might even be able to control the enemy as if they were a puppet. Under the Sky was not too dissimilar to Heavenly Go or the Dongxian Sutra. It was still quite unique, of course. Heavenly Go focused on one's formation. The Dongxian Sutra was excellent when it came to prediction. Under the Sky focused on direct control. Under the Sky made one a queen amongst ants, allowing the user to rule the battlefield. Whoever made that knife skill, to have given it a name like that, must have been thinking of this. But there was a problem with the knife skill, which reduced its effectiveness significantly. In order to properly control the enemy, the skill had to view them as nothing. And that was where the problem began. When Hansen watched Yunsui make use of it, he could tell where the technique had originated. It had to have stemmed from Sky Palace. Hansen had guessed correctly. Sky Palace had outer sky powers, and it came from the textless book. The person that created Under the Sky had practiced with the textless book. He used that as a basis, and with his knowledge and talent, he formulated the rest of the knife skill. Understanding the textless book wasn't necessary to practice Under the Sky, though. If it was, then what was the point? Very few could actually practice with the textless book, after all. Because of this, the skill lacked the textless book's power as a base, and the control power was quite weak. It wasn't the best. It created a dual-sided problem. People who couldn't practice the textless book also couldn't learn this knife skill to its true potential, but people who could practice the textless book didn't need to learn this skill. It was a bit of a shame. Under the Sky had been abandoned because no one had found a way to overcome this problem. The modifications of a number of geniuses weren't even enough. Hansen wasn't very good at knife skills, but it just so happened that Under the Sky's problem was something Hansen was very familiar with. He had allowed the outer sky powers to enter his body on the road to the sky. The forces that he felt impressed him greatly. Added to that, he was proficient with the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Thus, fixing the issue would not be too difficult for him. But Hansen had only observed the knife skill. He didn't have the scroll, so he couldn't learn it properly and apply his solution to the matter. After thinking it through, Hansen decided to give Yunsui a call. He asked if outsiders were allowed to learn Under the Sky, but she said no. It was a flawed knife skill, but it was connected to the textless book. Therefore, not just anyone could come and learn it. Yunsui was allowed to learn it because the skill was originally created by the Yun family. She could study it herself, but she could not pass it on to others. Han-sen was disappointed. He had agreed to help her because he thought the skill would suit him. He wanted to learn it himself. Han-sen was disappointed he was not able to learn the skill. He apologized to Yun-sui and told her he could not fix it by merely watching. That night, Yu-jing came to meet with Han-sen. "Brother Yu, speak your mind." Han-sen had learned quite a bit about Yu-jing from Yun-sui. He did not harbor any prejudice against the man, though, so he treated him like a normal person. Yu-jing checked to see if they were truly alone, and he said, "Brother Han, if you do not care for the rewards of the exam, how about you help me out? With your power, you can surely win first place. If you can help me, I can provide you a reward that is worth even more." "Are you saying you want me to cheat?" Han-sen understood what he was getting at. "Haha. I'm only talking about helping each other get what we both want." Yu-jing laughed. Han-sen suddenly thought of something, and so he told Yu-jing, "I am afraid I am unable to help you. I will be taking part in the exam." "That's okay. But if you change your mind, you can always call me." Yu-jing was visibly disappointed, but he did not say anything about it. After he left, Han-sen called Yun-sui and asked, "Sui, is Under the Sky in the Holy House?" "There is a copy in there, yes." "Why? What do you want?" Yun-sui asked with surprise. "If I get first place in the exam, I can ask for Under the Sky as a reward, yes?" Han-sen asked. "That is correct." After saying that, Yun-sui thought of something and blushed. "I see. Okay, then." Han-sen hung up. Yun-sui had confirmed his guess, so he was going to join the exam and see if he could nab first place. If he was able to, he'd pick Under the Sky. Yun-sui was still holding the phone, deep in thought. Her cheeks were red, and she smiled and thought to herself, "Is he going to the exam because of me? All to get Under the Sky?" There were still 2 weeks to go before the exam. White Jade Jing opened again the following week, and Han-sen had plans to slay a few more Earl Xenogeneics to level up his gene tally. He still wanted to learn the truth about mutant genes. Han-sen did not plan to go to Shanyuan Cave this time, as that place was far too complicated. There were too many Xian Jade spirits around, and they were tough to kill. Han-sen got his hands on a Sky Palace map, and he looked over places he could go to hunt Xenogeneics. After a time of deliberation, he decided on going to Old Night Island. Old Night Island Xenogeneics were fast, and most of them could fly. Earls did not like going there, as it was difficult to slay the inhabitants of that island. Han-sen, however, was not afraid. No matter what happened, his rabbit shoes and his dragon wings could give him the speed he needed. Catching an Earl would not be difficult either. After Yu-jing confirmed Han-sen's participation in the exam, a new thought came to him. There aren't many special people in this year's exam. With Han-sen's power, he can get into the top 5 with ease. I can take advantage of that. His reputation is weak, and so people don't know his true strength. I can earn money through this. Yu-jing concocted a long scheme. Old Night Island was very big. There were mountains, forests, and even oceans. Han-sen went there and chased a flying bird. He caught up with it and cut its head off. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Forest bird, Xenogeneic gene found. Han-sen collected the Xenogeneic gene from the corpse, then started a fire. He immediately got to eating. The legless crane flapped its wings, having brought over a few branches. Bubble was hopping all over Han-senator. It was weak, so it couldn't help much. With this forest bird, that marks the 8th Earl in 4 days. This is no faster than going into the Shanyuan Cave. Han-sen felt terrible. Old Night Island was not as good as Han-sen thought it would be, and the Xenogeneics he managed to find were fast. The place was so large that it took a long time just to find a single Earl. Han-sen felt as if his plan had completely failed. Han-sen gave the bird's body to the legless crane, and he cooked the Xenogeneic gene. It was a liver this time. It tasted lovely, and it had a pleasant aroma, too. Earl Gene +1. After eating the whole liver, Hansen's Earl Gene tally reached 25. Hansen brought out the Ant Queen's mutant gene. He was used to hearing the announcement saying he did not have enough genes yet. But this time, Hansen did not hear that wretched announcement. Do I have enough Earl genes now? Hansen grinned widely. He quickly started trying to cook the Ant Queen's gene in the pot. Hansen hadn't been able to cook the Ant Queen's meat before, but now it was boiling. It made Hansen very happy. After a while, the Ant Queen's meat was cooked. Hansen ate it, and he felt a power course through him. After Hansen ate all the meat, he did not hear any of his genes increase. He looked at his stats, and it still said he had 25 Earl genes in total. Eating the Ant Queen did not seem to have increased anything. But the power of the Ant Queen's meat was now inside Hansenator. It wasn't refined, and it was coursing through Hansen's vessels. The power kept traveling through him until eventually it waned and disappeared. In Hansen's head, a shocking announcement played. Earl Class Xenogenic Geno Art obtained, Ant Queen Mark. Mutant genes don't actually increase genes? They give Geno Arts instead? Hansen thought to himself. And then, he followed the path the powers had taken through his body. It was then that he discovered a gold symbol on his body. Hansen had seen this gold shape on the Ant Queen's body. When this spell began to glow, the creature's power increased. Hansen tested it out. Lo and behold, the Ant Queen's mark was very effective. It made earls as strong as marquises. That meant the Ant Queen's Geno Art did not need to be practiced, and despite that, Hansen could be as strong as the creature had been. Hansen was so happy. If he found any more mutant genes, he could get the Geno Arts from the mutant Xenogeniacs he defeated in battle. He wouldn't even have to practice with them to become as proficient as possible. The strongest thing about this new option was that the Geno Arts came from creatures of a different species. Ordinary people could not learn Xenogenic Geno Arts. That was what was so special about them. Even though Hansen could simulate power with his Dongxian Sutra, he could only replicate a fraction of their abilities. That was because their bodies were different, so fully accurate simulation was impossible. It was just like Consume. If Hansen hadn't turned into an ant, he wouldn't have been able to learn the ability. And Hansen had still needed to practice Consume. Now he only needed a mutant gene to learn the Geno Art of a Xenogeniac. And because he did not need to practice with it, that made things even better. If I can kill a king class or deified mutant Xenogeniac, does that mean I can learn the skills right away? Hansen thought this could be tremendously powerful. But the Shenyuan mutant dragon's Xenogeniac genes were Marquis class. He needed to refine Marquis genes before he could do anything with that one. For the time being, he could not make use of it. There was still a while to go before White Jade Jing opened. Hansen planned to keep killing Xenogeniacs to earn Earl genes. If he met a mutant Xenogeniac, he might learn another Xenogeniac Geno Art. Yu Jing, you really won't regret this? A group of sky men surrounded him, and they looked surprised. I won't, Yu Jing said with certainty. Good. If you wish to give us your money, we won't refuse. According to our stark deal just now, if Hansen can win 10 times in a row in the exam, we lose. If he loses just once, then we get all your money. A sky man laughed. Many students of Sky Palace struck this deal with Yu Jing. One of them laughed and said, Yu Jing, you are bringing this upon yourself. Do not take it out on us if you lose everything. That Hansen had to be carried up the road to the sky. If he can win 10 times, that means all our Earl brothers are rubbish. Someone patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Thanks. If you have any more great deals to strike, you should seek me out. Yu Jing coldly laughed in his heart. It's only 10 rounds. Unless Hansen is unlucky enough to face off against a strong enemy in the beginning, he should be able to reach the top 5 with ease. Especially with his power. Getting into the top 100 will be nothing. But Eugene still felt nervous in his heart. This was a very big bet to make. While it was a high risk, there was also a high reward. Winning the gambit meant he would end up with 10 times his total wealth. If he lost, though, he'd go bankrupt. Eugene knew Hansen was strong, but he was still nervous. When the exam matchups were settled, he took a look at Hansen's schedule to see who he'd go up against. When he looked at the schedule, Eugene froze. His face grew pale. There was no color in him at all, and he almost passed out. The few Sky that had made a bet with him approached. They looked rather cocky. The leader smiled, touched him on the shoulder, and said, "Eugene, you are unlucky. That monster Bamboo is taking part in the exam. And he is Hansen's 6th enemy. You are very unlucky. I don't think God can save you now. Pack up your stuff, we'll be repoing everything you own soon enough." The group of Sky smiled before taking their leave. Eugene was still standing there, pale as a G. He wanted to die. Why would this happen? Why would Lone Bamboo take part in the exam? He doesn't need to. Eugene did not understand how he could be so unlucky. If it was any other Earl student, he believed Hansen stood a firm chance. He would have had a high probability of winning. But Lone Bamboo made Eugene feel powerless and hopeless. Lone Bamboo was a student of the 7th Elder, but he had broken a rule. It was a very bad one to break, too. He was stripped of his title as a student and imprisoned. There, he was tortured. His imprisonment was not a death sentence, but it might as well have been on one. Lone Bamboo was put in a sad dream. That dream kept repeating his sad life for 10,000 years. Once that time passed, he was allowed to wake up. Ordinary creatures wouldn't live long enough to wake up and have the dreams end. Even if they did, having the same heartbreaking dream repeat for 10 millennia would be too much. They'd be driven insane by the repetition. Lone Bamboo slept in jail for 10 years before waking up. After he woke up, he went up to Sky Palace and knelt before it. Then, the doors opened. The leader had not accepted a student for 1,000 years, but he decided to accept Lone Bamboo. Then, his cheating life started. He practiced with the textless book, and he was able to go to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. No one was as good as him. Even Thousand Feather Crane, who received the Holy Gourd's blessing, still lost against him. And he lost even after using his best sword skills. After that, no one fought against Lone Bamboo. Marquises and dukes would not underestimate him either. No one could imagine how he had managed to wake up after only 10 years. But even so, it was difficult to imagine what he might have been through. The leader of Sky Palace said Lone Bamboo could become deified. He did not express any doubt about the possibility, and so he obviously had faith in him. If the word strong was used to describe a student of Sky Palace, people would not think of the elders. Instead, they'd think of Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo still wasn't a Marquis yet, but he never took part in the exams. Even the Marquis class students could not interest him. He had no interest in fighting them. Eugene looked shocked and bitter. He felt unlucky. He thought he could get rich, but now he was going to be bankrupt. The students had not seen Lone Bamboo fight for the past few years, so no one had expected him to suddenly join the exam. Hansen stayed on Old Night Island for 6 days. He killed 11 Earl Xenogeneics. But White Jade Jing was almost ready to open, so he left the island and went there. When he arrived on the island, Hansen took a good look at the White Jade building. After doing so, he was shocked. He thought he'd only be able to see the one White Jade building, but now, there were 12 such constructs on the island. At the end of the buildings, between the clouds, were cities. He could not see what resided in them, but he could most certainly see the 5 cities. Hansen was not as clueless as he had been when he first arrived there. He understood much about the White Jade Jing now. Normal Sky Palace students could see 7 White Jade buildings, assuming they understood a bit about it all. If they could see 10, they'd be regarded as geniuses. If they could see 12, they'd be the smartest of the entire generation. If they could see all the buildings, that was something that only occurred once every 10,000 years. Sky Palace had existed for 1 billion years, and fewer than 100 had seen all 5 cities. That was how profound this was. Hansen didn't feel anything, though. He did not know how he could see 12 buildings and 5 cities. He was quite confused. But when he practiced in the White Jade Building's 7th floor, he understood something when the jade air turned pure. Although he could see 12 buildings, he was still planning on going to the first building to absorb the jade air. That place was perfect for an earl, he believed. He planned to bring jade skin up to Earl before exploring the buildings beyond. When Hansen reached the 4th floor, Yun Sui came straight to him to talk. She looked worried. Hansen. My sister and Uncle Crane are waiting for you on the 7th floor. They wanted me to tell you that, if you came, you should go and see them. Even if you aren't planning on practicing on the 7th floor, go and see them. What is it? Hansen asked with confusion. The jade air is going to start, so go to the 7th floor. When it ends, Brother Crane will tell you the details, Yun Sui said. Okay. Hansen nodded and went straight up to the 7th floor. When Hansen disappeared up the stairs, Yun Sui sighed and thought to herself, God is being unfair. Why would you have to meet Lone Bamboo? What is Lone Bamboo thinking? What is the point of him joining the exam? But quickly, Yun Sui thought, but maybe that's okay. It's the thought that counts. It does not matter if you don't reach first place to get under the sky. I won't think any less of you. Hansen reached the 7th floor, and there, he saw Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and First Day. The arrogant young man was not there on this day, though. Seeing Hansen there, Thousand Feather Crane invited him over. He asked, Are you joining the exam? Hansen nodded and said, I signed up. I'm planning on joining. Thousand Feather Crane had a wry smile, and he said, I'm afraid you will have a tough fight ahead of you. What is it? Is someone big joining? Hansen asked with a smile. Thousand Feather Crane told him that Lone Bamboo was taking part, and then he explained Lone Bamboo's story. He also told Hansen about the time he was beaten by Lone Bamboo. He didn't hide anything. But the way he said it was different than the way you would describe an ordinary student. Thousand Feather Crane talked about Lone Bamboo as if his strength was already legendary. Perhaps you won't believe all this, but when I fought Lone Bamboo, I felt as if I was going to lose by just standing in front of him. When I fought him for a while, it felt as if he was teaching me something. After that fight, my sword skills improved. And I was able to achieve what I have up to this point, Thousand Feather Crane said. Thousand Feather Crane started to say something more, but the jade air erupted. The 4 of them focused on absorbing the jade air, which had become unusually strong around Han Senator. The jade air eventually turned back to normal, and there was no more pure jade air to take in. Hansen was more sure about his line of thinking now. When the first jade air ended, Yun Sui came up to the 7th floor. There, they all discussed the exam and the unexpected entrance of Lone Bamboo. On your 6th fight, you will encounter Lone Bamboo. That will be a hard fight. I am worried for you, but I will admit I am looking forward to witnessing it. If you are going to fight, I am going to watch. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. I agree with what Brother Crane says, First Day said, while clasping his hands together. Hansen curiously asked, what did Lone Bamboo do to suffer the nightmarish trial of torture? Hansen knew that torture like that was worse than being killed. It was a miracle that Lone Bamboo was able to wake up in 10 years. That was something that had never happened in Sky Palace before. Nightmare was a deified xenogenic dream beast power. Ordinary people could not resist it, especially after they had experienced the nightmares for a while. The elders do not talk about it. They avoid the subject. We can't say for sure what happened. We only know that he broke the rules, Yun Sushang said. After talking for a while, Hansen only heard the words strong and very strong. He also heard the words extremely strong. But that wasn't very useful. So, Hansen did not keep any of that in mind. He did not think he was invincible, but weak or strong, he'd have to engage the man in battle if he was to find out. There was no point wasting any more time thinking about it. When the second jade air came, Yunsui went back to the 4th floor. On the 7th floor, Hansen absorbed the second deluge of jade air. He thought his jade skin was coming along quickly. After 10 more rounds of jade air, he imagined he could bring it up to Earl class. It was a shame that the jade air only happened twice a week. It wasn't a process he could rush. After counting the time, he realized it would take 2 or 3 months. Going from Viscount to Earl that fast would be something of a miracle for most people. After leaving White Jade Jing, Hansen went to Old Night Island to resume hunting. He didn't care about anything else right now. Getting more genes and leveling up was better than anything else he could do. There was only a week left before the exam, though. There was not much time, and Hansen wanted to max out his Earl genes before attending the exams. Just as Hansen was preparing to take the legless crane to the island, Yunsui jogged over to him. Hansen, are you going back to Little Jade Island? I am going to Old Night Island to hunt Xenogeneics, Hansen answered. Can you take me there? It doesn't sound as dangerous as Shanyuan Cave, and I am sure I can protect myself. I won't take the loot, but I would certainly like to accompany you, Yunsui said. Hansen agreed. Old Night Island wasn't too dangerous, and if she wasn't going to take any loot, bringing her along would do no harm. Seeing Hansen agree, she looked visibly delighted. She smiled and said, Old Night Island does not permit Earl-class mounts, so I won't be riding Jade Wing Tiger. Can I ride atop your Jade Knight Crane? He is strong. 2 people can sit on him, sure. He is just a little slow. Hansen smiled. It is okay to be slow. Yunsui blinked. When the legless crane took off, Hansen hopped onto its back. Yunsui followed. The legless crane had limited space atop its back. They sat together, shoulders touching shoulders. It made Yunsui blush. 1 crane and 2 people disappeared into the clouds. The legless crane flew a few hundred miles inland once they reached the island. And despite all the time it took, they were unable to locate an Earl Xenogeneic. Hansen missed little uncle at times like this. If he was there, they wouldn't have to go out in search of the Xenogeneics. The Xenogeneics would come out in search of them. While they were looking for Xenogeneics, something shone atop a mountain. Hansen quickly went there with Yunsui. The mountain was like a sword, raised 800 meters into the sky. There were some red coral plants growing across it. The light they saw was the glittering of those plants. When Yunsui saw the plants, she looked to be in shock. She said, This is an Earl-class Xenogeneic plant. It is called blood coral. Xenogeneics love to eat this, as it is great for their evolution. They are eaten when they grow to the size of a hand. This one on the peak is 3 meters tall, and yet it hasn't been eaten by a Xenogeneic. That is strange. Hansen looked at the red coral and said, Ah. That's why it hasn't been eaten. There is a strong Xenogeneic that owns it, and so all the other Xenogeneics don't dare come close. I don't see any Xenogeneics around. Yunsui looked around to confirm, but she still saw nothing. It was so quiet around, and there were no weak Xenogeneics either. Hansen pointed at the red coral and said, Look at the red coral. It is there. Yunsui followed Hansen's finger. She looked, and then saw a stick. It was not really a stick, though. It was a red bug that blended into the red coral. It was similar to a mantis, and it was munching on the red coral. It is an Earl-class blood god mantis. It is 1 foot long, so it isn't physically large. But it is very strong for an Earl-class foe. As she spoke, Yunsui's face changed. I know. This mantis is guarding this red coral because he wants to use its power to evolve. He doesn't want to be a marquis, he wants to be a mutant. Kill it before it eats the red coral. Han Sen was very pleased to hear that, so he smiled and said, if it wants to evolve, then let it. Yun Sui wished to say something, but seeing Han Sen smile was comforting. She felt safe. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. If Han Sen said things were okay, then she couldn't keep herself from believing him. The blood god mantis ate the red coral slowly. They waited for 1 hour, and after all that time, the mantis had only eaten a small part of the plant. But its body was glowing like a polished ruby. Han Sen, you are a crystallizer. But you are also Knife Queen's student. Will you marry a crystallizer or a rebate? Yun Sui asked jokingly. I have a wife. She is the same race as me, Han Sen answered lackadaisically, as he looked at the mantis. Yun Sui's face fell. She looked extremely disappointed. Why didn't you bring your wife? My kids are young. She needed to take care of them, so she stayed at home, Han Sen answered. You have kids? Yun Sui's eyes opened wide. Yes. I have 2 that are biological, and others that are adopted, Han Sen answered. Yun Sui's heart was broken. She found herself struggling to breathe. She looked at Han Sen and sighed. She didn't say another word for a long time. The body of the blood god mantis was only a tenth of the size of the plant it was munching. It ate slowly, but when it ate a bit of the coral, its belly did not swell. Its body did glow strangely, however. Before it finished eating the red coral, another aspect of its body changed. The shadow of a red reaper appeared on it. Its hands held a scythe, like a tool to harvest souls. The mist on the shadow was getting stronger, and it looked as if it was set to become solid. It's evolving. Will it become a marquise or a mutant? Han Sen asked as he looked upon the blood god mantis. Spirits are just substances formed of light, smoke, and air. They aren't really solid. When they become marquise, they won't grow any more solid than they were originally. They will only gain power. Look at the red god mantis. It's not becoming a marquise, it's mutating, Yun Sui said. It is good to be a mutant. I love mutants. Han Sen smiled. The blood god mantis red smoke was getting heavier. The red smoke reaper could be seen clearly now. At this point, it was hard to distinguish from an actual creature. The next second, Han Sen saw the red reaper wave its scythe towards the red coral. It broke the rest of the red coral, and then the red smoke on its body became a vortex. It sucked all the scattered pieces into it. When the red coral entered the whirl, the red reaper's smoke became thicker. That was particularly true of the scythe in its hands. Its smoke form began to solidify, and before long, it had turned into a crystal blade. The blood god mantis body was shining. The light glowed through the red reaper. Han Sen was staring into blood god mantis body, focusing on the blood air that swirled inside. It is going to finish mutating. Now is the best chance, Yun Sui said. There's no rush, let's keep watching. Han Sen wanted to see what the blood god mantis geno art might be. He wanted to see how strong it was. After 2 hours, the blood god mantis finished the mutation process. The red reaper became smoke, then drew back into its body. It vanished from sight. Blood god mantis body did not grow large from ingesting the coral. It was still 1 foot long, and its body still looked like ruby. Then, all of a sudden, it flapped its wings and squealed. It suddenly came for Han Sen, fast as a red shadow. Perhaps it had noticed Han Sen and Yun Sui a while ago. It might have refrained from attacking then due to the fact that it was undergoing the evolution process. Once it was done, it now fancied killing them. Spell, Han Sen said quietly. Then, Spell appeared before him in her ladle-like form. She wielded 2 pistols, and she fired at the blood god mantis with both. Pang! Pang! 2 bullets hit the blood god mantis, but they didn't break its shell. They only left 2 spell markings on it. Blood god mantis squealed with anger. Its body turned into a red shadow, and it leaped at Spell. The arms of the mantis swung like scythes, and they were going to cut her. Spell moved quickly, evading blood god mantis' attack. She held her hands together and summoned a rocket launcher. Then, she fired a shot at the blood god mantis. Hansen frowned. He didn't know why Spell was using a rocket launcher right now. The rocket launcher was stronger than the pistols, yes, but it was too slow. With the speed of the blood god mantis, the creature could easily dodge. And yes, blood god mantis did indeed flap its wings to dodge upwards. It got well clear of the rocket. It then resumed its approach to Spell. Spell retreated, still clutching the rocket launcher. The blood god mantis continued to advance, but the rocket that had gone by suddenly swung around like a heat-seeking missile. It hit the mantis in the back. Boom! There was an explosion, and blood god mantis' body was sent flying away. Its shell was covered in a number of small wounds. The rocket must have damaged its shell when it detonated. But those wounds were nothing to the mantis. They only made it angry. It squealed, then jumped back at Spell. D*MN. The round that leaves a mark can track an enemy's movement. It alters the course of the rocket. I wonder if the bullets can have a similar function? Hansen thought to himself. Swiftly, Hansen's question was answered. Spell turned the rocket launcher into a pair of pistols again. Her legs were crossed as she dodged blood god mantis' attack. It was like she was performing a beautiful and elegant dance. In that elegant dance, Spell's pistols fired continuously. It did not look like she was aiming at the blood god mantis, but the bullets drew a curve in the sky. And then, they all landed on the mantis. The rounds did not miss a single mark across the mantis' body. So the pistol bullets can track too, huh? Hansen was so happy. Yun Sui looked at the scene strangely. Spell was just a Geno armament, yet she was capable of fighting a mutant Earl without any directions from her master. Normal Geno armaments were not capable of something like that. In fact, most Earl Geno armaments could not fight at all. They didn't have a will of their own. They did not have intelligence like Spell did. The pistols were a little weak. They hit the same spots on blood god mantis, but they failed to heavily damage it. Blood god mantis tried to attack Spell, but it failed. After Spell drew some distance between the two, she summoned her sniper rifle. She wanted to get rough. But before Spell could fire the sniper rifle, a strange red smoke suddenly appeared behind her back. A crystal scythe was sweeping down towards her neck. Hansen used his mind to make Spell quickly dodge, but it was too late. The crystal scythe slashed across her back. Her white armor was cut into by an inch, and it sliced open the muscles in her back deep enough to reveal bone. Fortunately, Spell was not a living creature. She had no blood to lose. After Spell was attacked, she moved forward. The blood god mantis screamed, and it jumped forward. The Red Reaper followed her from behind, and they attacked her together. Now that the blood god mantis has mutated, it can create a spirit that works like a fellow xenogeniac. This is similar to a summon skill, Hansen thought. Yun Sui, seeing Spell in danger, quickly said, "What do we do now?" "Kill it," Hansen said coldly. He had already drawn ghost teeth knife from his waist. Yun Sui saw Hansen stand up, then teleport behind the blood god mantis. The purple knife light slashed, and the blood god mantis triangle head looked as if it had been chomped on by a demon. The knife light cut through it, and the body fell from the sky. The blood reaper instantly shattered and disappeared into thin air. Xenogeniac Earl mutant hunted. Blood god mantis, xenogeniac gene found. I didn't get its beast soul? Hansen's thoughts were painted with greed. Yun Sui looked at Hansen strangely. He had one hit killed an Earl mutant xenogeniac. That was a far stronger feat than Thousand Feather Crane could accomplish. But seeing Han Sen's strength, Yun Sui felt even worse. She thought to herself, why is he taken? Han Sen dug the mutant gene out of the blood god mantis. It was a piece of its shell. There were still some wisps of smoke rising from the bloody piece of crystal. You could tell that it was the face of the Red Reaper. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant gene. Han Sen was shocked when hearing this. It was an Earl mutant gene. He had been able to refine the Ant Queen's gene when his total tally was a few points less. Now, he had 2 more genes than before, and yet he couldn't refine the blood god mantis gene. He pondered how the requirements for Earl genes were determined. Han Sen put away blood god mantis mutant gene and passed the body to his legless crane. Bringing Yin Sui along with him, Han Sen proceeded to hunt xenogeneics on Old Night Island. He was only planning on going back when White Jade Jing opened again. After that, the exam was set to start. Inside Buddha Kingdom, Clear Sea King bowed before Burning Lamp Alpha. Alpha, Han Sen broke the ant's body curse. He is now practicing in Sky Palace. Burning Lamp Alpha said casually, Knife Queen must have asked the leader of Sky Palace to break my looping skill. We're going to let him get off scot-free? Clear Sea King asked, looking crushed. The Buddha cannot engage in acts that disrupt Sky Palace for the time being. If he is in Sky Palace, we will have to ignore him. Burning Lamp Alpha looked like he knew this was going to happen, as he didn't show too much concern. But, Clear Sea King wished to say something more, but he was interrupted by Burning Lamp Alpha. First day is practicing in Sky Palace. How is he doing? Burning Lamp Alpha asked. He will be a marquis soon, Clear Sea King answered. Good. First day isn't as talented as Seven Spirit or Speechless, but he can match them in strength. Through his practice in Sky Palace, and a roster of talents that marry the best of 2 races, he might have a higher chance of becoming deified than Seven Spirit did. We cannot allow this opportunity to escape our grasp, Burning Lamp said. Now that Han Sen is in Sky Palace, will he? Clear Sea King was worried. Burning Lamp said coldly, Sky Palace has taken in Han Senator, they have also taken in First Day. There is no need to worry for First Day's safety. Don't do anything until Han Sen leaves Sky Palace. And don't contact First Day. Wait until he is done in Sky Palace, too. Not long after, the day came again when White Jade Jing would open. Han Sen and Yin Sui returned from Old Night Island. In that time, Han Sen had managed to hunt 11 Earl xenogeneics. But since Yin Sui was with him, he hadn't wanted to eat the xenogeneic genes in front of her. So, he brought everything back. When the Jade Air and White Jade Jing came to an end, Han Sen brought the xenogeneic genes back to Jade Island. Yun Sui, follow me home, Yun Sushang called to her sister. Yun Sui glanced at Yun Sushang, looking all moody, and said, Don't worry, sis. I'm going home. Yun Sushang was shocked. She noticed there was something amiss with Yusui's attitude. With worry, she asked, What's going on? Has Han Sen been mistreating you? Yun Sui shook her head and sighed. They were not real sisters, but their relationship was just as close as 2 blood relatives. They talked about everything, so she told Yin Sushang the things she had learned about Han Sen. I see. This is good, though. You are of the sky, and you are a daughter of an elder. You cannot be with an outsider. By ending it now, you're only saving yourself from greater suffering in the future. Yun Sushang felt relief when she heard what was troubling Yun Sui. So, she comforted her and said, Han Sen is smart, but he is not the only one out there for you. There are other geniuses like him amongst the sky. I will find you someone, and you can decide. Yun Sui wasn't in the mood for jokes, and she was feeling very sad. She forced a smile and went home. Because the next day was the exam, and Han Sen was in a rush, he didn't have the time to eat slowly. After he cooked all his stuff in one pot, he used consume to digest every xenogeneic material as fast as he could. His body felt hot, cold, and sore, all at the same time. He felt as if he had been electrified, and some power flowed through his body. It made him feel stronger. The gene increase announcement played in his head, over and over. He had an extra 11 Earl genes, now. Counting the 2 from before, he now had 40 in total. But when Hansen picked up the Blood God Mantis mutant gene, the announcement still declared he did not have a sufficient number of Earl genes. Blood God Mantis 1 gene has a much higher requirement than the Ant Queen gene, but now I don't have any more time to hunt xenogeneics. Hansen put away the Blood God Mantis mutant gene. He sat on his jade bed to practice jade skin. Although it was not as fast as practicing in the White Jade building, having a little was better than nothing. The next morning, when Hansen was about to set off toward the exam location, Eugene came to him. He rode over on a jade knight crane. "Brother Han, there is something I seek to discuss with you." Eugene spoke quickly upon his arrival on the island. "What is it?" Hansen looked at Eugene. Eugene lowered his voice and said, "The first opponent you face today, he hopes he can proceed through the exam. So, he paid a high price, hoping you might let him go on." Eugene didn't say it directly, but he meant that the opponent had paid money for Hansen to throw the fight. "Sorry, I can't help him," Hansen said simply. Eugene quickly said, "Brother Han, you do know that your 6th enemy is Lone Bamboo, yes? It is difficult to determine whether or not you'll win. It would be better to take this benefit now, while you can." When Eugene said that it was difficult to determine who would win, he really meant that Hansen would most likely lose. And if Hansen lost, all Eugene's money would be lost. Right now, he was only concerned with losing as little as possible. "My purpose is to get to first place. I don't care about anything else." After Hansen said that, he mounted the legless crane. He flew straight towards Skypath Island, where the exams would be held. Eugene was shocked. He was frozen in place for a while. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. He spoke to himself miserably, saying, "I hope you can reach first place, too. But how are you going to beat Lone Bamboo?" On Skypath Island, 4 different classes of people awaited their exam: barons, viscounts, earls, and marquises. The most popular section today would be the Earl examination. Many kings and nobles had gone there, and the stands were very full. It made the other 3 look so quiet. Many barons and viscount students went there to watch the exam, too. They went there for Lone Bamboo. Hansen was not afraid because no one took him seriously, anyway. Aside from Eugene and the people that had made a bet with him, no one would be anticipating the fight between Hansen and Lone Bamboo. When Lone Bamboo arrived, he was given the spotlight. People kept talking about him, trying to guess why he wished to participate in the exam. No one could guess the true reason why. Many people looked in Lone Bamboo's direction, which made it easy for Hansen to get a glimpse of him, too. When he saw the man's face, he looked surprised. He said, "That guy is Lone Bamboo?" It was the arrogant man Hansen had seen on the 7th floor of the White Jade building. Seeing the match roster, Hansen found that he was 1 round behind Lone Bamboo. So, he sat on the sidelines to see what sort of power Lone Bamboo wielded. Sky Palace students were strong, so it was no wonder that they were a famous high race. There were many strong representatives of the race there, and they all had amazing geno arts. Hansen had fun spectating, but not long after, he saw Lone Bamboo approach the arena. It was not just Hansen turning to take a look at Lone Bamboo. Everyone else was, as well. One corner of the arena became the center of attention for the entire place. After a while, an Earl student from Sky Palace came to the arena. He went straight up to Lone Bamboo. Everyone thought they could watch Lone Bamboo fight, but that Earl student came before the man and just grabbed his hand. With much excitement, he said, "Brother Lone Bamboo, I can finally see you. I have been a fan ever since I was small. The supposed fight turned into a meet between a fan and their greatest idol. After the Earl finished speaking, he forfeited the fight and left. D***mn. He can do that? Hansen felt depressed. The people next to Hansen were even more depressed. Many of them were angry, even. That guy is too obscene. He knew he couldn't compete against Lone Bamboo. He did this just so he didn't have to embarrass himself. It won't go on like this, will it? With no one daring to fight him? It is hard to say. Everyone knows Lone Bamboo's strength. It does not matter if they fight or not, but perhaps someone arrogant enough will think they have the chops to challenge him. Brother Lone Bamboo is so smart. He does not have to fight, and yet he can still win. Not much later, it was Hansen's turn for a reveal. He went towards the arena, but he did not draw much attention. Only a few people who knew Hansen, or those that knew he got carried to Sky Palace, bothered to take a look. Hansen's opponent was called Cool Jade. He was quite good amongst the earls, but there were many good ones like that all across Sky Palace. Being decidedly average, he wasn't very well renowned. Yun Sui could not help but watch Hansen's fight. Yu Jing had not dared show himself, as he was afraid he'd bump into the guys he had made the gambit with. If he went, he believed he'd be laughed at. Yun Sui just sat down, and she heard a few men talking. Since I'm so bored, I might as well see how strong this Hansen is. Yu Jing sure compliments him enough. It does not matter how strong he is. He's going to lose to Lone Bamboo, anyway. Don't say that just yet. Maybe he will be killed before he even meets Lone Bamboo. That's right, haha. The few were chatting amongst each other, and it made Yun Sui frown. When she was about to confront those voices, someone suddenly approached and sat down next to her. Brother Lone Bamboo? After Yun Sui saw who the person was, she was shocked. Everyone looked at Lone Bamboo, and they were all shocked, too. Many women looked at him with the most charming faces. Why is Lone Bamboo here? Who is he watching? There is nothing worthy of his focus here, right? Of course there isn't. None of the earls here are worthy of his spectating. Maybe he is here to watch a friend? That is possible. Would it be for Yun Sui? That is possible, too. Yun Sui's prettiness and talent are unequaled across all of Sky Palace. She wouldn't be an embarrassment for Lone Bamboo. Yun Sui, hearing that, frowned again. She looked at Lone Bamboo, and he looked down at the arena without any emotion. Yun Sui's heart jumped, and she thought to herself, is Lone Bamboo here for Hansen? There were many fights going on in the arena, and they were all going on at the same time. It was difficult to determine who he was watching. Hansen felt the stare coming from Lone Bamboo, though. Hansen turned to take a look, and he saw Lone Bamboo looking at him. He thought to himself, why is he watching me? Cool Jade pulled out his longsword and swung it at Han Senator. The sword light possessed a purple mist, and it seemed strong enough to sunder the ceiling. Hansen summoned spell next to him, and he fired his pistols at Cool Jade. Dong. 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 The munitions were continuously expelled, and Cool Jade's longsword kept swinging around with its purple mist. It blocked a few bullets, but more hit his body and armor. He flew out of the ring and conceded defeat. D***mn. What is that thing? Is that a Geno armament? It looks very strong. A Geno armament like that is better to watch than the fight itself. Hansen's victory didn't draw much attention, ultimately. Some students were interested in spell more than Hansen himself. Hansen put spell away and left the arena. Everyone looked back to where Lone Bamboo had been, and they noticed he had vanished. Yun Sui, who had been next to him, was gone, too. Now people knew they had guessed it right. He had gone there for Yun Sui. Outside the exam arena, Yun Sui was chasing after Lone Bamboo. He left as soon as Hansen started fighting. Brother Lone Bamboo, please wait. Yun Sui shouted as she chased after Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo stopped, looked at Yun Sui, and said, "Sister Sui, what do you need?" "Brother Lone Bamboo, who were you watching earlier?" Yun Sui knew all about Lone Bamboo. There was no reason to beat around the bush. "Why would this matter concern you?" Lone Bamboo frowned. Yun Sui quickly said, "Han Sen is my friend." "Were you watching his fight?" Lone Bamboo nodded. He had no reason to hide the fact. "It is because of him that I joined the exam. I do not want to be number one. I only wish to fight him." Yun Sui had guessed that he had come here for Han Sen, but she didn't expect this answer. It shocked her. "Why?" Yun Sui looked confused. Han Sen was smart, but Lone Bamboo was even stronger. After seeing Han Sen's power, she still believed Lone Bamboo was superior. This thought was inside the heads of everyone in Sky Palace. Han Sen could not change everyone's expectations simply by performing well. "It is because he activated the 12 buildings and 5 cities in White Jade Jing," Lone Bamboo said, before he turned around. "What?" Yun Sui was shocked. In the history of Sky Palace, fewer than 100 people had experienced what Lone Bamboo just claimed. And out of all the earls in the exam, Lone Bamboo had been the only one to see all the buildings and cities. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang had only been able to spy the 12 buildings. They hadn't seen a single one of the 5 cities. After Han Sen beat Cool Jade, there were no more fights left for Han Sen that day. He would have to wait until the next day. He didn't leave, though. He stayed to watch the fights. There was a difference between the Geno arts of the Geno universe and the Geno arts of the sanctuaries. Somehow, there seemed to be a thread connecting them. Sky Palace's Geno arts were very high tier. After watching the fights, Han Sen found himself learning a lot. He compared what he saw to what he had learned in the past. Han Sen left the place when all the exams were over for the day. Over the next few days, Han Sen did not encounter any strong enemies. Spell was so powerful that her pistols could beat everything she was put against. In no time at all, 5 Earl students were brought down. It was a shame that not many of his enemies had much in the way of fame. As a result of this, his continued success drew little in the way of attention. But when people did pay attention to his fights, they were greatly interested in what sort of Geno armament spell was. Aside from the first match that Lone Bamboo spectated, he did not return. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's opponents were so inferior, he wouldn't see much of anything regardless. Whatever the reason was, he did not come back. And Lone Bamboo's fights were fan meet and greets. No one in Sky Palace had the courage to fight Lone Bamboo. There was only one that had the courage to fight him, but when Lone Bamboo pulled out his sword, he could only move a step before the Earl student conceded. Han Sen watched that match, and he was shocked. Lone Bamboo was stronger than he thought. After all, he is the one that survived the nightmare, Han Sen thought to himself. If he wanted the position of first to receive Under the Sky, he'd have to beat Lone Bamboo. There was no getting around that. The next day would be the day when Han Sen was to fight Lone Bamboo. When he returned to Jade Island that evening, he went straight to studying jade skin. He didn't worry about the fight the next day. Han Sen's level would not be affected by emotions. Win or lose, as long as he tried his hardest, that was enough. Worrying over the results was a waste of energy. "Brother Han, are you here?" Yu Jing had arrived at Han Sen's island. "What is it?" Han Sen came out the door and saw Yu Jing riding his jade knight crane. It circled the sky above. Seeing Han Sen come out, Yu Jing came down and landed with the bird. He walked before Han Sen with a look of great worry and said, "Brother Han, what are you going to do to prepare for tomorrow?" "What should I be preparing?" Han Sen looked at him with confusion. Yu Jing looked depressed hearing that, and he gave a wry smile. "You are going to fight Uncle Lone Bamboo. You know how strong he is. You should be getting prepared." "How so?" Hansen asked, laughing. Such as taking some pills that can temporarily boost your power. Or perhaps even a treasure. The exams allow you to take drugs, and if you don't have any, I have some very effective pills you might benefit from, Eugene said, bringing out a few bottles. He placed them in front of Hansen and said, I can sell them to you for a cheap price. I don't have money. Hansen held his hands out to the sides, showing his empty palms. I can take an IOU, Eugene said quickly. I don't want to be in debt, Hansen said. Eugene was angered by this, and he asked, do you want to win or not? Yeah. Hansen nodded. Eugene gritted his teeth and pulled out a bottle. He said, this bottle belongs to the Grandmaster Elder in the 6th seat. It contains the Fengho pills he created. After you use them, they can make you as strong as a marquise for a short time. The effects last 1 hour, and for the purpose of fighting Lone Bamboo, I can let you borrow them all. Borrow? How? If I eat it, it'll be gone, Hansen asked Eugene. You use them before the fight. If you win, you reimburse me for the pills, Eugene said. What if I lose? Hansen smiled at Eugene. Then that is okay. You can pay me back slowly. Eugene's jaw was starting to ache. I want them, but never mind. I can't pay you back if I lose. Hansen smiled. Eugene was so angry. Eugene had never done anything that put him at a disadvantage before. He had received those pills from the Grandmaster, and he treated them like a treasure. He wouldn't use them willy-nilly. He kept them in a box, and no matter how much money he was offered, he wouldn't sell them. Now he wanted to give them to Hansen, and Hansen was declining. It made him furious. If Hansen lost the next day, he'd also go bankrupt. Thinking of that, Eugene had to suppress his anger. He squeezed the bottle into Hansen's hand and said, Fine. You don't have to pay me back. These are a gift. Use all your strength to fight, and try your best to win tomorrow. When Eugene spoke, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. His eyes were all red when he put the pills into Hansen's hand. He knew that even if Hansen did use the Fengho pills, there was a fine chance he wouldn't win. But any chance was better than no chance. Eugene had to try everything he could to hold on to his money. If you really want to help, get me some Earl's Energenic genes. I'll pay you back for those, Hansen said, after a moment of thought. Sure. Which element do you need, and how many? Eugene said quickly. If they'd give Hansen a higher chance of winning, he'd do it. If he was going to go bankrupt anyway, he might as well risk it. It does not matter. The more the merrier, but they do have to be Earl. Hansen smiled. Not long after, Eugene was driving a flying beast car to Hansen's Jade Island. He held a whole bunch of xenogenic genes out of the car. There were 23 of them. Brother Han, what do you need this many xenogenic genes for? Will they help in the fight against Lone Bamboo tomorrow? Eugene asked Hansen. Yes, they will be quite useful. We can sign a contract, and I'll reimburse you after the exam. Hansen moved the xenogenic genes into his room. Some of those xenogenic genes were as small as one's fingertip. Others were as big as a mortar and pestle. All in all, they took up half of his entire room space. Fortunately, Hansen had the technique called consume. If he hadn't, eating all of that in one night would have been impossible. After Eugene left, he went back to the stone house and began cooking the smallest genes. Hansen swallowed a small bone. After he did, a weird power went into his own bones, and he heard an announcement, Earl Gene +1. After proceeding to eat more and more, Hansen tried the Blood God Mantis mutant gene. He had eaten 17 pieces, and when his Earl gene tally reached 57, the mutant gene did not play him the announcement he feared. I can finally eat it. Hansen put the ruby-looking bit into his mouth. He swallowed it, using consume to digest it. Quickly, a hot flush rushed through Hansen's body. Just like the ant queen gene, it circulated on a path through Han Sen's veins. The mutant gene's power took a long time to get absorbed. But after a while, he heard an announcement. Earl-class xenogeneic geno art obtained, Red Reaper. Han Sen tracked the energy flow, and suddenly, a reaper of red smoke appeared. It clutched a red scythe. It was just like the reaper that appeared on the mantis before. The Red Reaper did not have a mind of its own. It was just a form of energy wrapped with a master's control. Han Sen had to control it with his own will, but even so, it was very strong. It was far stronger than the blood-good mantis had been. Han Sen checked, and he could see that the body was filled with red mist. When a portion of the body was broken, it could regenerate. It wouldn't be damaged. This xenogeneic genoart is interesting. Han Sen could do two things at the same time, so controlling the Red Reaper would not be difficult. Also, the power it wielded was stronger than spell. That being said, it could only be used in close quarters. The Red Reaper's existence also consumed Han Sen's own power. Every second it was around cost Han Sen energy, so he couldn't use it for a very long time. Han Sen was strong, but even he would end up tired after using it for a while. The Earl's xenogeneic genes were so big, and Han Sen did not even have the time to eat them. He'd give them back to Yu Jing after the fight the next day. The exam's popularity was still as hot as it was a few days prior. Many people continued coming, all with the desire to watch Lone Bamboo. No one thought it was extra special today, though. Yu Jing hid himself in a corner and did not show up. He didn't want to be found by the men he was avoiding. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, Yun Suyi, and First Day had come to watch. Yun Suyi's mind was racked with conflicted thoughts. Lone Bamboo had come to the exam place. When it was his turn to do battle, he walked forward. Han Sen didn't do anything particularly eye-catching, and he just walked before Lone Bamboo. Everything seemed to be developing fairly ordinarily. This was what had occurred before every other fight with Lone Bamboo. Seeing Han Sen walk over towards Lone Bamboo, Yu Jing, in the corner, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead and hands. He was more nervous than he would be if he was the one to fight. The Feng Ho pills. Eat them. Yu Jing, not seeing Han Sen eat the pills, wanted to scream. But Han Sen did not do anything of the sort. He just walked over to Lone Bamboo, and at a distance of 10 steps away, he started swinging. Ghost Teeth Knife had purple sword air. It was like a beast that could sunder the air, and it roared as it came before Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo had a jade sword on his waist, but he did not draw it. He used his left hand like a knife. The hand looked like jade, and it was swung at Han Sen like a blade. Its aim was the teeth knife air. Pang! The purple knife air slammed into the invisible knife air in the sky. The power shattered into a number of smaller knives that scattershot the ground. The rocks were cut open by the knife air, and there were far too many impacts across the ground. The ground could not sustain the pressure, and so it cracked. The rocks arose, and they were cut in the air. They were shattered even more. Dong! Amidst the rocks and knife airs, they both started to move. Han Sen had his white spell armor, while Lone Bamboo wore a jade armor set. Their knife airs kept going against each other quickly. The knife airs were all over the place, and the ground was broken. Even the lines of the arena were flickering. It looked as if they'd break at any given moment. The audience members that were sitting fairly close started to fall back a bit. Everyone was shocked. No one expected a fight of such magnitude could erupt without any prior indication. 4 Duke-class elites landed around the arena. They released power into the ring of battle to stabilize it. Isha's student is different. He is almost as impressive as she was. In Sky Palace, a Sky with white hair observed the events of that arena. His eyes squinted. The eyes of many ordinary students were having difficulty tracking the fight. They saw the power everywhere, but amidst it all, they could not actually see Han Sen or Lone Bamboo. D*mn. I thought that Hansen was weak. He was carried into Sky Palace, wasn't he? How is he so strong? Teeth knife is powerful. It is too strong. It is no wonder he was the student selected by Knife Queen. I knew an elite like her would not accept a weak student. As everyone discussed this, the knife air in the arena dissipated, then vanished. Hansen and Lone Bamboo were still standing 10 steps away from each other. The entire arena had been destroyed, as if an earthquake had taken place. Teeth knife is powerful, Lone Bamboo said. Your knife skills aren't too shabby, either, Hansen answered. When I was in my 1964th dream, I was a knife man. I wanted to be number one, and I attacked everyone. I died during a siege. This knife skill is called picking up one. I created this during that life, Lone Bamboo said calmly. You need a knife? Hansen said. Lone Bamboo nodded and said, yes, I need a knife. After that, Lone Bamboo bowed towards Sky Palace and said, to all these people, I am asking if someone would be willing to lend me their knife. Then, a green light from Sky Palace traveled towards him like a rainbow. It descended in front of Lone Bamboo, and it was revealed to be a long, green knife. It was adorned with a number of decorative patterns. That narrow knife was in front of Lone Bamboo, and it hovered there, making noises. The nearby students who were wearing knives felt the knives shaking on their belts. Thank you. Lone Bamboo bowed before the knife, before picking it up. When he did this, the knife made a sound. The moment Lone Bamboo took the knife, it was as if the knife blended into him. You couldn't tell if they were two separate entities, and it was like they were a part of each other. The knife was like an extension of his arm. The knife is called Spring Heart. It is a King-class weapon. Lone Bamboo touched the knife, and spoke to Hansen with a serious tone. Ghost teeth. It is also a King-class weapon, Hansen said. Brother Lone Bamboo borrowed a weapon from the armory to fight Senator. This Hansen is not as simple as he appears. He is the student of Knife Queen, after all. He has a King-class weapon, as well. Of course, Lone Bamboo needs a King-class weapon to compete. He'd be at a disadvantage otherwise. It is rare to see Lone Bamboo take things seriously like this. Eugene was quite excited. Lone Bamboo borrowed a King-class weapon to fight Hansen, and that meant Lone Bamboo was taking his opponent seriously. It also meant Hansen was powerful, and this little factoid imbued Eugene with a glimmer of hope. They both spoke, but they did not yet attack. They looked at each other, and there was an indescribable atmosphere between them. Hansen did not strike, but his presence was scary. He was like a beast on top of a mountain, roaring. And Lone Bamboo was like a sharp weapon, pointing at the sky. It wouldn't fall, even in the midst of a storm. As their presences grew stronger, the presences touched each other and made an explosion. There were two powers fighting in the air. That scary knife mind is practically solid. Someone was in shock. These knife minds are as strong as King-class ones. How do they do it? It makes sense for Lone Bamboo, as he has experienced a lot. He became a master of the knife in his dreams. It is understandable. But why does Hansen have such a knife mind, too? Has he had experience as a knife master? Yun Sui asked Yun Sushang, sister, out of Hansen and Lone Bamboo, whose knife mind is stronger. Yun Sushang gave a wry smile. Their knife minds are both King-class equivalents. I cannot make such a call. First Day quietly said, Lone Bamboo has experienced so much. His will can most certainly rival a King-class or deified being. I did not expect Hansen to possess such a strong will, as well. I have no idea how he has done this. When those knife minds reached their zenith, both the knives were swung at the same time. No one took a step back, and they both threw all their powers forward. Only one of them would emerge victorious. There was no other possibility. Dong. The knives came against each other. Their souls were colliding. This was a fight about strength. The striking sounds and the moaning of their souls trumpeted between the knives. A single second later, the two knife lights flashed between them. The shattered knife air broke everything around them, but neither of them backed away. In this moment, the loser would be determined by whoever took a step back. The knife light was green and purple, in the center. They kept hitting each other, making noise. No one could see anything in the gap between the two. When the collision reached its max, a stronger power exploded in the middle. It blew them both a dozen meters away. Boom! The next second, everything between them turned to dust. There was a big crater in the middle. Lone Bamboo's eyes looked as if they were on fire. His left hand gripped the bottom of the handle, and he lifted it back up with two hands. Then, he slashed towards Han Sen like an executioner. The green knife light suddenly formed a line that split heaven and hell. It was coming for Han Sen, and it came at him like it was going to cut the world in half. Black and white. Sky and earth. Yin and yang. They were not supposed to merge. Han Sen looked heavy. He drew a circle with his ghost teeth knife, and when that knife light struck the circle, it ricocheted off in a different direction. And then Han Sen shouted. The knife circle sent the knife light back to Lone Bamboo. Great! Lone Bamboo shouted. He went forward with the spring heart knife. He slashed towards the knife circle. The knife light broke the knife circle, and the knife light that came back was following the subsequent hit back to Han Sen. Han Sen was not backing down. He held Ghost Teeth knife above his head and slashed in Lone Bamboo's direction. The knife air was like a beast going after Lone Bamboo's knife light. They hit each other in the air, like water being thrown against each other. They blended into each other and disappeared. It was just a few slashes, and people were confused. They did not know what was happening. Seeing that knife skill, I realize my own knife skills are rubbish, said a marquise that practiced with knives. These two are too scary. I would rather fight a marquise than fight someone like that, who is at my same level, murmured an earl that looked pale. He imagined himself being down in that fight and knew that he would be killed either by the hands of Han Sen or Lone Bamboo. An earl felt the same way and said, their levels are not like their official tier. They might be earls, but even if they were to challenge marquises, I find the former more likely to win. It is no wonder Knife Queen wanted to take an outsider student. For him to be able to fight with Lone Bamboo like that, Han Sen must be a monster. The battle was harder than Han Sen thought it would be. He pushed Teeth Knife and his knife mind to the max, but he still could not suppress Lone Bamboo. He was in a bad situation, and the slightest mistake would mean he underscored lose. The people watching were enjoying the spectacle. Every attack that was performed was something phenomenal. Sometimes, after seeing a move, the audience would just think about it. And while they thought, Han Sen and Lone Bamboo would exchange 100 more moves. People wished they could replay it all, so they could examine every detail. Eventually, many elites from across Sky Palace came over to the arena. Kings gathered to witness the fight. Sister, can Han Sen win? Yun Sui's hands were drenched in sweat. She grabbed Yun Sushang's shoulder as she felt her body go soft. She feared she'd faint if she didn't stabilize herself. I really don't know, Yun Sushang said, but she felt bad about it. He can't win. A man's voice sounded next to the two sisters. Dad? Yun Sushang and Yun Sui shouted upon seeing the man. Thousand Feather Crane bowed and addressed him as master. That middle-aged man, with gray clothes, was Yun Sui's father. He was the 10th elder, called Yun Chongkong. Dad, are you saying Han Sen will lose? Yun Sui couldn't help but ask. Yun Chongkong shook his head and said, I said he wouldn't win. I did not say he will lose. Then what does that mean? The three of them were frozen. What Yun Chongkong said was too strange. Both of them have knife skills and knife minds that have reached a pinnacle that ordinary people cannot reach. There is a minor difference between winning and losing. Anyone can win. Anyone can lose. If this was a death match, one would be a winner. But this is not a death match. If this is for the comparing of skills, neither can truly win, Yun Changkong explained. Then how do we determine who will win? Yun Sui asked. Who knows? Why do you want to know the result so bad? Isn't it better not to focus on a winner and a loser, right now? Yun Changkong smiled. Yun Sui wished to say something, but she noticed Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were separated. Neither of them were striking, and she nervously looked their way. She wanted to see what was happening. It looks like knives can't determine a winner. Han Sen sighed. He then put Ghost Teeth Knife back to his waist. He thought Teeth Knife was close to deified, given the extent of his knife mind. He wanted to suppress Lone Bamboo, but his tactic hadn't worked at all. Lone Bamboo lifted the spring heart knife in front of himself on a flat palm. He bowed, and then the knife became a green light and disappeared. It returned to the main island. What else are you good at? Lone Bamboo asked as he looked at Han Sen. If this sentence had come from someone else, it would have sounded like pure arrogance. But this was coming from Lone Bamboo, so it felt like something ordinary. He had experienced so much. He was not only good with knives, he was probably talented with everything. That's why he had the guts to say something like that. Han Sen went silent and said, whichever weapon we use, the result will likely be the same. If we are not fighting for our lives, determining a winner might be impossible. This is pointless. What are you thinking? Lone Bamboo asked. If we can't fight, then this match is dull. How about we stand here, and we use our techniques to compete? We can see who can crack the skills of the other, Han Sen said quietly. Sure. You can go first, Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen did not hesitate. He cast a jade light that landed on Lone Bamboo's chest. When the Sky Palace students saw the jade light land on Lone Bamboo, they became so nervous that they wanted to scream. But when the jade light landed on him, nothing really happened. It turned into a strange symbol, and it became attached to his chest. Everyone looked at the symbol strangely, they were unsure what it was supposed to do. Lone Bamboo moved his body and said, this skill can reduce speed. It is very unique. This is the best Geno art I have seen that is associated with such an effect. It is not much worse than a king-class Geno art, but... But what? Han Sen asked the question the entire audience wished to. Lone Bamboo said coldly, if I am not mistaken, your Geno art uses the outer sky powers from Sky Palace. After he said that, everyone in Sky Palace was shocked. Han Sen was an outsider, and he had only walked the road to the sky once. And yet already, he could use the fabled words to synthesize a new Geno art. It was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Han Sen, awaiting his answer. Not bad. Han Sen nodded, in admittance. All the kings, hearing Han Sen admit this, were shocked. It was hard to believe. He wasn't carried because he could not walk to Sky Palace. It is because he was learning the two words Sky Palace from the road to the sky. He was successful. This guy is scary. The students in Sky Palace discussed. Even the powerful kings all looked surprised. If outer sky feelings were that easy to grasp, Sky Palace would have elites everywhere. Lone Bamboo quietly said, I practiced the textless book. Outer sky powers come from there, so it won't work on me. After that, Lone Bamboo's body trembled. The turtle shell was then shattered. It hadn't even left a mark on him. It is your turn. Han Sen shrugged his shoulder. He knew it would be difficult to trap Lone Bamboo with the turtle skill. Lone Bamboo did not move, but his eyes did. And when they did, a light went into Han Sen. Han Sen did not evade it, and he let the light enter him. What is this power? It feels so familiar. Yun Sushang frowned in thought. Yun Changkong said grimly, it is a dream skill from the dream beast. Lone Bamboo was only there for 10 years, and yet he learned dream. Although it is not as good as 1,000 dreams, it is enough to trap Hansen in there for his whole life. When Yinsui heard that, she was shocked. A lifetime could be long, and so he might enter a sleep from which he would never wake. But when that light landed on Hansen, his eyes were so clear. It didn't look as if he was going to dream. The light on Hansen slowly disappeared. And eventually, he smiled and said, "It is my turn again." "Please," Lone Bamboo said simply. First Day was confused, and so he said, "Weird. Why is Hansen not in a dream? Does he have a skill that can remove dreams?" Yun Changkong shook his head and said, "He didn't need to remove the dream. Snaring someone in a dream requires a stronger will than your opponent, and for that foe to stumble into the dream. Hansen didn't fall into a dream, and that meant his will is as strong as Lone Bamboo's. That is why it did not work on him." The nightmare that Lone Bamboo experienced was something that should have taken him 10,000 years to wake up from. But Lone Bamboo's will continued to grow, even inside that dream. It reached a scary level, and the dreams after did not affect him. That is how he was able to wake up in only 10 years. Does that mean Hansen's will is as good as Brother Lone Bamboo, who experienced the dream? How did he manage that? First Day asked with wonder. That is something you will have to ask him. Yun Chongqing shook his head. He looked at Hansen with admiration. Hansen sighed as he tried to think of which skill he might need in order to defeat Lone Bamboo. Hansen had mastered many techniques, but when compared to Lone Bamboo, he only excelled in a meager few. Lone Bamboo could spend a lifetime learning proficiency with a skill in the space of one dream. Hansen, however, was just a human. A life was only a few decades long. He wasn't even 100 years old, and so he couldn't compete with Lone Bamboo. If they were going to continue competing like this, Hansen would run out of skills to use. So, he had to end the fight. This could not go on much longer. But how do I stop Lone Bamboo? Hansen wondered. But then, the light of an idea popped up. Hansen moved his ghost teeth knife, but it wasn't headed for Lone Bamboo. He struck a rock on the ground and cut out a 10-meter-long, rectangular stone. He placed it on the ground. People were curious and unsure what he was doing. Hansen punched the rock's side. Then he smiled at Lone Bamboo and said, "Can you do that?" Everyone thought this was weird, because when Hansen punched the rock, there was no mark left on it at all. They didn't know what he meant by this. Lone Bamboo's hand became a knife, and he slashed the rock and cut it in half. And then, people realized that no mark had been left on the side of the stone Hansen had punched, but on the inside, there was the mark of a fist. The stone around that fist shape had become dust. It appeared after Lone Bamboo cut the rock open. There was a fist-shaped hole. It fit Hansen's fist. Very powerful force. He can punch a 10-meter-long rock and not break it. With this force, armor would be useless against him. Any defense would find itself obliterated, said someone in the audience, surprised. Lone Bamboo did not speak, and just punched the rock that had been cut in half. It was still the same, and the rock did not look damaged. Hansen used a knife to cut that rock in half. The side that was closer to him had a fist mark, even though the location was the same. Good, Hansen complimented. He had practiced with yin-yang forces. He had spent much effort to become talented with it, but Lone Bamboo was not much worse. The students of Sky Palace were so happy. They were complimenting Lone Bamboo's punch. Hansen was the one who posed the question, so it was obvious he'd be good at it. It was more surprising that Lone Bamboo was able to do the same. Lone Bamboo said emotionlessly, "When I was in my 731st life, I was a weak woman. But I was born in a boxing family. I was bullied, but I was still able to create a force fist skill. It was not powerful, but it hurt others on the inside. I killed all those who bullied me, and I became an infamous villain. But then alas, I was poisoned. It took 3 long years for my organs to rot, and for me to finally die. Lone Bamboo spoke of this calmly, as if it was nothing. Even so, people were shocked to hear all this. Your turn, Hansen said quietly. He was saddened to hear about Lone Bamboo's dream. Lone Bamboo picked up another piece of rock. He stabbed it into the ground like a tablet, leaving 7 or 8 meters of it sticking out. Hansen looked at Lone Bamboo, unsure what he was going to do. If they were going to write and compete with their wills, Hansen could use teeth knife mind. He wouldn't lose. But Lone Bamboo knew this, and so Hansen could guess that this wouldn't boil down to simple writing. Lone Bamboo looked at the rock, but he didn't pull out his sword. He walked back 10 meters and said, "My sword will break through 9 tiers. Can yours?" The students that watched were confused. They didn't know what that meant. Furthermore, he only spoke and did not perform anything. Yun Suyi was confused, too. Just as she was going to ask Yun Chongkong, there was an explosion. The surface of the rock was blown up, and there was a crack. And then, there was writing on it. I want to break through 9 tiers. The words were carved into the stone, as if by a weapon. It felt like a mad bull. It felt as if those words were going to come out of the stone and leap into the skies. Sonic blade is not too rare. It can break rocks 100 meters away, but Lone Bamboo can write with it so powerfully. Not one else who has practiced with sonic powers could do such a thing. This isn't a matter of control. It's just that no one else can make a sound like that. A Sky Palace Duke found himself in shock. Because Lone Bamboo has experienced a lot, he has collected so many skills and feelings. Normal people are glad to just have one. Hansen has practiced with knives and een, which is rare for someone of his age. There is no way he has sonic powers as well. I am afraid Hansen cannot compete with Lone Bamboo now. There are no others that can equal Lone Bamboo. Even though Hansen is strong, to compete with Lone Bamboo like that is impossible. Many students were shocked. Hansen smiled and asked, "Which life did you learn this skill in?" Lone Bamboo's face did not change, and he calmly said, "It was in my 3754th life. In it, I was a musician that killed others with my music. I was trapped in an echoing valley, and eventually killed by my own musical powers." Hansen shook his head and did not say anything. He walked to the other side of the rock, just as Lone Bamboo had done. He stopped 10 meters away and took a deep breath. Can Hansen do it? Yun Suyi was worried, and so she grabbed Yun Sushang's arm. She knew they could not be romantically involved, but that did not mean she wished to see Hansen fail. Yun Sushang had a wry smile. How am I supposed to know? But not many people practice with sonic powers, and especially to the degree of Lone Bamboo. They are a rare talent, and we haven't seen Hansen use a technique that is in any way similar to it. This is bad. Yun Suyi was even more worried now. She wanted to say something, but before she did, Hansen was speaking again. Sitting in the clouds, lonely and cold, Hansen said. He didn't think too much about it, but he wanted to comfort Lone Bamboo. He wanted to understand him. Lone Bamboo had suffered 10,000 nightmares. Although he had become a genius as a result, Hansen knew he must have been sad and lonely. No one knew how difficult it was to be that powerful. No one could understand the pain. After Hansen wrote those words down, the rock shattered like powder. The 7 words appeared, and they hit the onlookers like a physical weight. People's hearts sank in their chests. D***MN. This guy has a powerful sonic skill? The audience at Sky Palace had their mouths wide open. Yun Suyi looked very happy. She looked at Yun Chongkong and asked, "Dad, does that mean that Hansen passed the test?" "I guess so." Yun Chongkong saw Hansen's sword convey a portion of his strong mind, but since Yun Chongkong wasn't proficient with sonic powers, he couldn't judge too accurately. "It is your turn." Lone Bamboo saw the words Hansen had written, and after a glimmer of surprise, he returned to his normal state. He spoke to Hansen calmly. Han Sen was delighted. He had learned from Six Paths Emperor the Six Paths sword skills. Amongst them was Sonic Sword, which he also took the time to learn. It was fortunate he had learned it, too. If he hadn't, he'd have lost right then and there. Six Paths sword skills were so strong. They couldn't have been any worse than the sword skills practiced in the Geno universe. If he had been born here, Six Paths would have been a famous swordsman for sure. Thinking about Six Paths sword skills, Han Sen thought to himself, the spirit sword of Six Paths can trigger depression and break the will of enemies. It can make them fall to depression. Lone Bamboo has experienced so much, so he must be quite depressed already. The more depressed a person is, the more effective this is. Perhaps there is a chance I can win, after all. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo and smiled. I have a sword. You can take a look at it, if you want. Yes, please, Lone Bamboo responded. Han Sen ran a skill. When he learned Six Paths sword skills, he learned Heart Sword first. He hadn't practiced much of the other 5, but he had used this a great deal. The others weren't comparable to his proficiency with this. He put his right finger and middle finger together. It looked like a sword, and with it, he pointed at Lone Bamboo's forehead. Lone Bamboo did not dodge. Calmly, he watched Han Sen's performance. But when Han Sen's sword air came to his forehead, Lone Bamboo's face changed. The kings in Sky Palace noticed Lone Bamboo's face change. And what they saw shocked them. They couldn't see what was so special about that sword, to make his face change like so. Ordinary people, and even the kings themselves, thought it was an average strike. There was nothing special about it, or so it seemed. It really looked like a normal strike. What is this? Is it something different? I can't see the power inside it. If you could see it, you would become Lone Bamboo. Oh, no. Han Sen is a top enemy to shake Lone Bamboo so much. A second later, Han Sen's finger was on Lone Bamboo's forehead. Then, he pulled it away. He returned to his position. Lone Bamboo's cold face was contorting in a bad way. His eyes were full of red vessels. He was trying to control something. But the scary power on him was getting heavier. The power in his body was like an angry beast raging around inside of him. He had only spilled some of its presence, but it was visibly scary. Oh, no. Han Sen's strike has triggered Lone Bamboo's demons. Yun Changkong's face lost a little color. Dad, what is going on? Yun Sui and the others did not understand either. They all turned to look at him. Yun Changkong looked complicated, and he explained Lone Bamboo's mental torture was excruciating, and he persevered through the 10,000 nightmares by his sheer force of will. Even though he endured it, he has never come to feel at peace. It is like when a flood comes, and you raise a dam to stop the flow of the water. It's a reservoir. All the water is stopped where it is, but it does not disappear. It is still there. The more he stops these thoughts, the greater the depression he feels. Imagine how scary it must be to have the struggles of 10,000 lives in your mind. But the 10,000 nightmares were endured, and he survived despite his depression. Without interruption, keeping it at bay with a dam might work. But Han Sen's sword seems to have triggered the depression to act out. The suppressed emotions that were built up for 10,000 years have been let loose in an explosion. Lone Bamboo's mental fortitude had been broken. His 10,000-year depression has come. It is scarier than whatever he felt in any particular one of the lives he experienced. That depression might very well break him now, and it probably would do the same even if he was a king. Lone Bamboo, Yun Changkong stopped talking. He looked worried. Lone Bamboo was breathing like a beast, with green veins pulsating. His presence was losing its composure. He was looking more like a demon, almost freed from its cage. Many students that were watching looked terrified at the mere sight. Roar! Lone Bamboo roared to the sky. The energy inside him broke free, and it burst out. The whole place filled up with scary feelings that were hard to describe. Han Sen was in the arena. Even the students outside the ring could feel Lone Bamboo, even if they had a weak will. Their eyes started to cry. They felt hopeless, and they wished to die. Some barren students could not control themselves. They pulled out their swords and put them to their necks. It felt as if there was no more hope, and only sadness would prevail. They felt as if there was nothing left to live for, and death was all they could want. Humph! A sigh came from the palace. Some weird strength re-imbued the arena, separating it from Lone Bamboo and his power. The students that were going to cut themselves snapped out of their daze. They were so scared by what happened, many of them had said themselves. In the arena, Lone Bamboo stared at Han Sen with a scary presence. His face looked terrifying. Han Sen did not expect Lone Bamboo's depression to be this heavy. It exceeded all his expectations, and he rather regretted doing what he had done. If Lone Bamboo could not withstand the pressure and tried to kill himself, even if the elites of Sky Palace saved him, he would continue living with a broken mind. Han Sen wanted to win, yes. But he did not want to destroy Lone Bamboo. But now, it was too late to stop. He had triggered Lone Bamboo's depression, and not even Han Sen could suppress it. "Dad, what is going on?" This time even Yin Susang sounded shaky. Yun Chongkong looked dim, and he slowly said, "Han Sen's talents are too scary. He has completely triggered the volume of Lone Bamboo's depression. Lone Bamboo's demons have awoken. This now leads to two possibilities. Either he beats the demon and reverts to his previous self, or he succumbs to it. If that happens, he might try to commit suicide or even kill people. Can Brother Lone Bamboo make it?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. "Hard." Yun Chongkong spoke only one word. "Living is hard, and life is gray." This time, Han Sen had to acknowledge the fact that he had done something to harm another person that would not benefit himself. He had broken a dam that restrained the turmoil and pain of 1,000 lifetimes. It had unleashed a demon. The students beyond the arena were protected by the elites, so Lone Bamboo's emotions were trapped inside the arena. And in that arena, only Lone Bamboo and Han Sen stood against that tide of pain. The wretched emotions stemming from Lone Bamboo were all bearing down on Han Sen. Han Sen felt as if his life was gray, desperate, painful, sad, and full of regret. All these emotions were striking him at once. No matter how strong his will was, he could not fend them all off. A pretty young bride stepped out of a red carriage. She was to marry a handsome man, but during the ceremony, a group of thieves stormed in. The knife lights flashed, and blood was everywhere. Obscene laughs cackled in the air. The pretty bride-to-be was raped to death in front of her husband. In this life, Lone Bamboo died without closing his eyes. In a forest, a mother tiger was playing with two cubs. But suddenly, there was a gunshot. The mother tiger was hit by a tranquilizer and immobilized. She watched as her two children were skinned and cooked. The hunters ate them until the last scraps of them were gone. The tiger's eyes shed blood tears. In this life, Lone Bamboo would have rather died. In the sky, a swordsman was fighting a number of enemies. He killed many, but he was injured. He was left powerless, and he would soon die from his wounds. A middle-aged man, holding a young woman, looked at the swordsman with disdain. He laughed. "Lone Bamboo, just die. I will play with your woman and tend to your home. Perhaps I might kill your son, though." The swordsman roared in fury, but death was not something he could escape. He died beneath the man's feet, without the strength to even grasp at his clothes. Every dream was a loop of despair. Every life had lived, rich or poor, important or menial, ended sadly. Lone Bamboo's despair was driving Han Sen crazy. The depression lay heavily on Han Sen as he saw the strife Lone Bamboo had been through. Although he didn't have to experience all of Lone Bamboo's nightmares, he saw the saddest scenes in Lone Bamboo's memory. They were sent directly into Hansen's mind, and they made Hansen feel as if he was right there. Hansen wanted to use his will to defeat the encroaching depression, but it was too scary. He could not hold it off. He was forced to experience all those sad stories, and they hurt him. He wanted to die. Hansen quickly focused on trying to fight against the depression with Lone Bamboo. In that arena, Lone Bamboo and Hansen were standing in front of each other. Lone Bamboo looked like a demon, and Hansen had his eyes shut, with all color drained from his face. The quiet now was scarier than if they were having a sword fight. Lone Bamboo's terrifying presence was growing in magnitude. It was like a broken dam that could not hold back the flood. Lone Bamboo looked hopeless, as if he wanted to bring ruin to everything. His hand moved to the jade sword on his waist. "Oh, no. Lone Bamboo can't restrain it anymore," Yun Chongkong said, looking sick. The elders of Sky Palace arrived at the arena. They all stared down at Lone Bamboo seriously. The sadness and loneliness of thousands of years was something that not even a king could withstand. Even the leader of Sky Palace himself could not fix something such as this. All they could do was watch, for they could not help him. If you were sick in your heart, you had to help yourself. If Lone Bamboo could not do this, not even God could save him. Hansen was not any better than Lone Bamboo, and now he was fighting against that depression. His will was being consumed by the hollowness spreading through him. No matter how strong a human was, everyone had some measure of empathy. The lives Hansen was seeing would make even a god cry. And Hansen was just a human. Hansen's eyes were starting to become dull, and his body felt like death. "Oh, no. Hansen has been invaded by Lone Bamboo's demon." Thousand Feather Crane could see something was amiss. He spoke to Yun Chongkong, "Master, should we take Hansen out of there?" "Hansen cannot be moved now. He is the one that triggered Lone Bamboo's depression. His presence is helping Lone Bamboo. He still wants to win. If Hansen was taken away, then Lone Bamboo would lose his purpose. He would break completely, and then there'd be no hope left," Yun Chongkong said while shaking his head. Lone Bamboo's eyes looked murderous, and his face looked demonic. His breathing was hoarse. The green veins in his hand were bulging, stretching the skin. He pulled out his jade sword slowly. The jade sword was like a mountain. In Sky Palace, a woman frowned. "Leader, Lone Bamboo cannot control his demon. Are you not going to help?" The Sky Palace leader shook his head. "If we strike now, we will only save a corpse. He has to save himself. The demon is in his heart." "How is he going to save himself?" the lady said. "If his will is there, he still has a chance to get through this alive," the Sky Palace leader said quietly. "Where will he find the faith he needs?" the lady asked. The Sky Palace leader did not answer. He looked at the arena where Hansen and Lone Bamboo were. Lone Bamboo had drawn a jade sword. It was a clean blade, without a single mark or speck of dust on its surface. But the jade sword had a terrifying aura, as if it was carrying all the fires of hell. Then, under the weight of the depression, Lone Bamboo's whole body became wreathed in black fire. The fire was disturbing to look at. Lone Bamboo lifted the jade sword towards Han Senator. He walked slowly, his lips moving as he went. He was speaking too quietly for anyone to hear what he was saying, though. "Has Lone Bamboo fallen fully under the control of the demon?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. Many of the elites and elders thought Lone Bamboo was being controlled by the heart demon. It wanted to unleash its anger and kill Han Senator. Their expressions looked horrified. The Sky Palace students saw Lone Bamboo reach Han Senator. He was like a man-eating demon. It was a sight that shocked them. Hansen stood motionless, his eyes still closed. It was like he didn't know Lone Bamboo was coming. His face turned gray, and his presence was fading fast. All the nightmares kept flashing through his head. He had been infected by them. Although they were not as real to him as they were for Lone Bamboo, they were deep in his heart. Lone Bamboo stepped over to Hansen with red eyes. He raised his sword and swung it at Hansen. Yun Sui screamed. Yun Changkong and the elders were now wondering if they should save Hansen. But Lone Bamboo's sword did not reach Han Senator. He pointed it at Hansen's nose, and then he roared like a monster. Fight me! He is not lost, the crowd realized, thrilled. Hansen's eyes opened, and he grabbed his ghost teeth knife. The knife and the sword made a crackling noise when they clashed. The knife and sword airs broke at the same time. Slashing. Thrusting. Swiping. Hansen and Lone Bamboo's techniques were very simple, but they were also very deadly. The battles before had been stunning enough, but this was a genuine fight. They had only been comparing skills before this. Now that they were fighting, their movements were simple and direct, without any added flair or style. But even so, every single attack was incredibly scary. Life and death were one misstep apart. Dong. 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 The knife and the sword kept attacking. The sword airs and the knife airs were running at maximum power, and the sword mind and knife mind of the fighters swirled around the arena. Their minds were growing in strength as the terrifying fight progressed, and suddenly, they were breaking into a king-class tier of battle. They were like wild horses that couldn't stop running. Their minds are still increasing. This is cheating. Are they going to become deified? They are just earls. They have ascended so high because the depression is driving them forward. They cannot escape the effect it is having on them. If they are earls, why are they fighting so far out of their league? It is a shame that if they keep fighting, there won't be a winner. It will be a tragedy no matter who comes out on top. It'd be a tragedy if they did not fight as well. For now, Brother Bamboo has faith. If they stop fighting, his perseverance will be consumed by the depression. It would be useless to continue the exams after this fight. No one else could stand up to either of those two. Yun Sui was so scared. She grabbed Yun Sushang's shoulder. Her heart was thumping with every knife and sword flash. She looked pale. Yun Sushang held her hand and comforted her. Master, if they keep fighting, the depression will affect them more and more. Should we stop them? Thousand Feather Crane could see that their situation was a poor one. Yun Changkong shook his head. It is too late for them to retreat. If they do that, they will die. For now, they can only proceed. They are going through hell, so they have to keep going. They need to survive in death. If they do this, they might have a chance. Survive in death? Yun Sui quickly asked. Yun Changkong sighed and said, the depression will only increase as they fight. But this is also a release of that energy. Lone Bamboo kept it suppressed for the longest time. If he is able to unleash it all now, there is a hope he will end up fine. It'll be difficult, but there is nothing else he can do. What about Hansen? Does he need to release energy? Yun Sui asked. Yun Changkong shook his head. It is the opposite for him. He does not need to release anything. He is being affected by Lone Bamboo's depression. The demon resides inside Lone Bamboo, so Hansen is fighting to keep his emotions from destroying himself. He is fighting for his life right now, he won't want himself to die. How this fight ends will depend on Han Senator. If he gives in to the demon and ends up wanting to die, Lone Bamboo will lose his purpose and give in to the demon, too. Even if Hansen can withstand that demon, if he stops fighting with Lone Bamboo and allowing him to release his depression, things will end up the same. So, Hansen cannot afford to lose to himself nor Lone Bamboo. Hearing Yin Changkong, Yun Sui grew more nervous than ever. The minds of the two were strong. Under a king-class shield, there was still a leak. Many of the Sky Palace students were affected, and their hearts were beating savagely in their chests. They wanted to die or destroy things. There was a cloud in the sky, above the arena. The white cloud had a beast inside it. The cloud spread like water, covering the entire arena. It smothered the scary feelings permeating the arena, so the audience could not be affected. It is Dream Beast. Dream Beast removed their feelings. If their feelings reach a level a king class cannot handle. The students of Sky Palace felt better, but the beast in the cloud was quivering. The king class elites could not withstand the feelings given off by Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Their feelings were exceeding the range of a king class being. That was why the Dream Beast had to emerge and lend a hand in suppressing the emotions. It had to ensure the feelings and depression wouldn't affect the students enough to permanently harm them. Not many people could carry such depression and keep on going, as Lone Bamboo had done. Han Sen's knife was moving like crazy, and his knife mind was going wild. His body was like a beast that could shred space. Han Sen had received his deified knife mind from the scabbard, but he was just carrying it. It didn't belong to him, so he could not use every ounce of its strength when he used it. But now, underneath the rage of that depression, Han Sen had to exert all his power and knife mind to retaliate against his foe. His knife mind was drawing closer to him beneath that pressure. And Han Sen was able to understand the teeth knife mind more, as well. It was assimilating with Han Senator. The knife mind had just been a tool, but now it was becoming one with his instincts. Teeth knife mind destroyed everything, and that destructive madness spurred Han Sen with the desire to live even in the face of all that depression. When Han Sen merged with the teeth knife mind, Ghost Teeth Knife became stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife followed Han Sen because of the deified knife mind he possessed. It was not following Han Sen explicitly. So, with Han Sen's limited ability to use the deified knife mind, he still hadn't been able to unlock Ghost Teeth Knife's true power. But when Han Sen combined with the deified knife mind, Ghost Teeth Knife's true power was triggered through Han Sen. Boom! Han Sen felt the scary power of Ghost Teeth Knife flow out of the knife. If he hadn't awakened it, the demon would have lost control. A mark on Lone Bamboo's forehead cracked. An eye opened there, and it began to bleed. Han Sen had seen Thousand Feather Crane's eye, which was perfectly clear. Lone Bamboo's was different. Lone Bamboo's sky eye was full of a murderous feeling. The mere sight of it could shake someone's soul. When the sky eye opened, Lone Bamboo's power increased. It was unbelievable. With dismaying speed and strength, he teleported in front of Han Sen. Han Sen slashed at Lone Bamboo, but Lone Bamboo did not dodge. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ghost Teeth Knife's blade. Blood poured from his hand, but he wasn't planning on letting go. Han Sen pulled back, but he couldn't pull Ghost Teeth Knife out of Lone Bamboo's grasp. Having opened his sky eye, Lone Bamboo was now far stronger. Before Han Sen could react again, Lone Bamboo's sky eye fired a red light. It was coming toward Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to block the red light with his left hand, but Lone Bamboo was also swinging a jade sword at him. There was nothing he could do, so Han Sen had to react quickly. He let his knife go and evade the red light and the jade sword. When he swept past Lone Bamboo, Han Sen punched his opponent's wrist, knocking the jade sword out of his hand. He moved to grab it. The knife and the sword had lost their respective masters. Yun Chongkong and the elder said, "Oh, no. What is it?" Yun Sui asked, suddenly looking nervous. Yun Chongkong frowned and said, "Lone Bamboo is affected by a demon. He will want to destroy everything. And Han Sen's Ghost Teeth Knife is an evil knife that wishes to destroy everything, too." Han Sen's teeth knife mind was triggered. It has a very destructive element. While it is held by Lone Bamboo, it makes the demon even angrier. And what? Yun Sui quickly asked. Yun Chongkong had a wry smile. And Lone Bamboo's jade sword is not a holy weapon. It is just a practice sword made from a Xian jade spirit. Aside from being sturdy, it is practically useless. Han Sen has exchanged his king-class weapon that aligned with his teeth knife skills for a simple practice sword. And on top of that, Lone Bamboo has his eye open. I don't think Han Sen can keep up much longer. How? Lone Bamboo's jade sword. How can it be a practice sword? Yun Sui and the others looked at it in shock. Yun Changkong sighed and did not explain. After Lone Bamboo gripped Ghost Teeth Knife, the evil presence rose up, stoking the murderous power within him. He looked like a demon that wished destruction on all the world. Boom! He slashed towards Han Senator. The knife light looked like a demon, coming to consume Han Senator. It looked like Teeth Knife, minus its teeth power. It did have Ghost Teeth Knife powers, though, and the depression powers as well. It was more powerful now than it had been when Han Sen was using it. Palace leader, are you not going to intervene? Han Sen is not going to be able to withstand that strike. They will both be destroyed, said a woman, frowning at Sky Palace leader. The leader squinted his eyes and said, there is no rush. The lady felt saddened by this, and she said, Lone Bamboo is your student, and Han Sen is one of Isha's people. If anything happens, you can be the one to inform Isha herself. You can do anything you wish, since you aren't afraid of her. In the arena, Han Sen was wielding the jade sword. His sword mind exploded. He attacked the scary knife mind. The sword skills were those Lone Bamboo had just used. The weapons had swapped owners, and the skills had been swapped now, too. The fight continued, with no winner seeming likely to emerge. *T. Brother Lone Bamboo can use knives? And Han Sen can use swords as well? This is strange. He can't be like Lone Bamboo, having experienced lifetimes of nightmares, right? He's the only one who can fight Lone Bamboo like this. Even king-class swords like Yin Chong Kong were surprised. They hadn't expected that Han Sen would be able to use the practice sword effectively against Lone Bamboo. His sword skills were very scary, and they appeared even stronger than when he used knife skills. Unfortunately, his powers were a little suppressed by Lone Bamboo. He was still at a disadvantage. Lone Bamboo, with his sky eye open and an activated ghost teeth knife, made Han Sen's body look meager. Han Sen was being careful. He knew he could not use Super King Spirit here, and he could not use his own sword skills. That was why he had to use Lone Bamboo's sword skills to fight. Han Sen summoned the Ant Queen's mark, then he summoned the rabbit shoes and red mink glove. Now, Han Sen's situation was not as dire. Han Sen stabilized the fight, then turned his mind back to the battle. The battle was so breathtaking that the students were forgetting to breathe. Everyone just stared at Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. They did not want to miss a single moment. Lone Bamboo's body was becoming stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife was triggered by his depression, and his full powers were showing. Every slash was fueled with enough power to break space. Han Sen wasn't wielding as much power, but his sword skills were flawless. When he moved, the jade sword was like a lotus flower. He was not at a disadvantage. But Lone Bamboo's depression was getting stronger, and it was rising quickly. The presence surrounding him was becoming scarier. Han Sen had to fight back Lone Bamboo and the depression at the same time. He was feeling the pressure. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo fell back across the arena floor. He kept his distance, and he just stared at Han Senator. His three eyes were red, and they looked like those of a demon. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo, but he did not feel happy. He felt heavier. Lone Bamboo was holding Ghost Teeth Knife. His presence seemed like it was on fire. He suddenly generated a real fire and blew it up into the sky. Leveled up? Yun Chong Kong and the others were shocked. Many students in Sky Palace understood what was going on, as well. Lone Bamboo, amidst all that was happening, was becoming a marquise. The sky eye was red, like a bloodied sea. When Lone Bamboo changed, the sky eye's red sea began to deepen. A horrifying power was swelling out of that eye, and it made Lone Bamboo's body stronger and stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife was becoming stronger, too. The knife was wreathed in fire, like a demon roaring. Lone Bamboo leveled up to the rank of marquise and broke the equilibrium of the battlefield. An endless surge of power went into Ghost Teeth knife, making it stronger. The knife's flames were like a demon's, and it covered the entire arena. Hansen thought he could fight Lone Bamboo with his presence and mind, but now he was under such suppression that he couldn't even release his powers. The whole place was quiet. Only the flickering knife made a sound, roaring like a bonfire. Ghost Teeth knife's fire was getting scary. The power kept building, and Lone Bamboo was on the verge of losing all control. He was going to generate the strongest strike he could to end the fight and kill Hansen. The frightening knife flames seemed to exert incredible force on the broken arena, and the floor had already dropped a few feet. Hansen's knife mind and depression were harming him. He could not unleash the power or the sensations inside his body. But suppression like that made Hansen feel energized. When people like Hansen were put under greater pressure, they could perform much better. Facing Lone Bamboo, who had just become a marquise, heightened Hansen's desire to win. The negativity he was under now affected him far less. Spell's armor was flashing white. Her skin and bones turned a jade color. The blood in Hansen's body was boiling and roaring. Hansen raised the jade sword in his hand. That jade sword lacked special powers, but it had not so much as cracked in the intense fighting. It was a testament to the quality of its craft. Hansen looked at Lone Bamboo, and then he stroked the blade of the jade sword. He poured power into it, but the power was very tame. It rested inside the sword, waiting to be unleashed. Seeing Hansen's behavior, Yun Sui grabbed Yun Sushang and asked, "Is Hansen hoping to accept this next attack?" "It seems that way." Yun Sushang did not understand either. If both fighters were marquises, then Hansen might have stood a chance. With an entire tier between them, however, there was no way Hansen could withstand such an attack. "He has no choice but to accept this strike," Yun Chongkong said. "Why?" Yun Sui asked, confused. "The arena is too small. Lone Bamboo's demon has locked down the entire arena. If Hansen is still in that arena, he won't be able to evade it. So, he has to muster what he has to take it," Yun Chongkong said. "Can he defend against it? There is a whole level of difference between earls and marquises." Yun Sui's voice sounded shaky. She looked disturbed. "Yes, he can endure it." Before Yun Chongkong answered, someone else walked in and answered the question for him. Yun Sui looked over towards the voice, and she saw a man staring down on the arena. His eyes were red. He looked more nervous than the fighters on the field. "Yu Jing, how do you know Hansen can endure this attack?" Thousand Feather Crane asked Yu Jing. "Feng Ho pills. I gave him a Feng Ho pill. If he takes it, he can temporarily wield the power of a marquise. So, yes, he can take this attack, and he will win." Yu Jing sounded like he was talking to himself, trying to make himself feel better. "Feng Ho pills?" Yun Sushang and the others were shocked. "Why did you give him Feng Ho pills?" "I bet every penny I had that he would win 10 times in a row. He has to win, it's either that or bankruptcy." Yu Jing sounded like his words had been squeezed out through his teeth. His fists were clenched so hard, his nails were digging into the flesh. If Hansen's opponent hadn't been Lone Bamboo, Yu Jing would not have been so desperate. But the match was on now, and all was on the line. If Hansen lost, Yu Jing would be dealt a devastating blow. It is good for him to have the Feng Ho pills. In that case, Hansen can win. Yun Sui was very happy to hear Hansen still had a chance. Yun Chongkong sighed and said, he would have a chance if he had eaten it at the beginning. Now it is too late. What is too late? Yu Jing demanded. His sudden fear made him rather impolite. Yun Chongkong did not mind, though. He calmly said, Lone Bamboo's knife mind has already locked on to Han Senator. Any mistake on his part will prompt Lone Bamboo to attack. Do you think he has the time to take a pill? Yu Jing looked as if he had been electrified. He froze on the spot. Yun Sui had just been feeling calmer, but now she was nervous again. She said, "What do we do? Will Lone Bamboo kill Hansen? It is doubtful that the leader would stand idly by and let Hansen be murdered. But if he stops this now, then Lone Bamboo will be destroyed," Yun Changkong said with regret. In the arena, Ghost Teeth Knife's power was increasing. Hansen was holding the jade sword between himself and the knife mind. He was like a mountain, and he wasn't affected. An amazing energy was coursing through Hansen's body. It was the Dongxian Sutra. Under the suppression of his opponent, the Dongxian Sutra was finally having a breakthrough. It was becoming Earl class, and the Dongxian aura was imbuing Hansen with a grander power. Although it was not enough to fight back Lone Bamboo's knife mind, the energy release was making Hansen's eyes clearer. The knife mind and the depression were things that Hansen could see as sequence chains. They looked like a giant spider web all around Hansen. When the Dongxian aura got stronger, the sequence chain became easier to discern. A level of detail that he had never previously discerned was now becoming clear. Boom! The Dongxian Sutra's power exploded in Hansen's body. It was like it was breaking all the cells inside Hansen's body. Although the feeling was destructive and strange, it gave Hansen the sense of chains being severed. Under the suppression of the knife mind and the depression, he felt rather relaxed. He felt as if he was facing a fire and a wind, but they were raging around him rather than against him. The pressure suddenly disappeared. No matter how powerful it was, in Hansen's eye, it was just a sequence chain. Two different powers were rising inside Hansen's body, and they were pumped into the jade sword. The sword started to shine with a bright light. Teeth Knife Mind began to synergize with Hansen's sword mind. They fit together like two halves of a zipper. Two completely different powers were combining into one inside the jade sword. The light from the jade sword extinguished the knife's fire. Hansen stood silently, holding the sword before him. He was like a god, standing amidst the knife's fire. No matter how much Lone Bamboo or Ghost Teeth Knife leveled up, they could not suppress Hansen's power. The students watched the fight with gaping mouths. Hansen's power didn't seem as strong as Lone Bamboo's, but it felt as if the contestants were somehow even. The situation almost seemed self-contradictory. The King class observers noticed Hansen's energy, and when they saw it, they were shocked. They felt the same thing that the students felt, but they could understand a bit more. Hansen wasn't as powerful as Lone Bamboo, who was a marquise. But it seemed that his energy wasn't being suppressed. He was getting stronger. Despite the fact that Lone Bamboo's knife mind was continuing to grow, Hansen wasn't being crushed under the weight. Both of them were emanating a terrifying intensity, and it was visible in their eyes. The students that watched the fight were not seeing Hansen and Lone Bamboo anymore. It was just an evil demon fighting a jade-white shadow. When both of them collided, it was like day and night. Neither of them gained the upper hand, and neither of them was put down. Boom! Two powers were being pushed to their max. They crossed a threshold, and Dream Beast was unable to hold back the force they were letting off. The power spilled out, and many of the students of Sky Palace felt as if their heads were going to explode. Lone Bamboo roared. He lifted Ghost Teeth Knife above his head with both hands. He summoned that scary power to strike Hansen down. Yun Changkong and the other elders grimaced. They knew this next strike would commit a tragedy. There was no way back now. The leader of Sky Palace sighed. He stood up from his chair and readied himself to get involved. Hansen pointed the jade sword at Lone Bamboo. He was like a mountain. He did not look scared, and neither did it look as if he wanted to take a single step back. Lone Bamboo looked frightening. His body and knife combined into one. His murderous fire erupted like that of a volcano, spewing into the sky. Just when everyone thought Lone Bamboo was going to slash, Ghost Teeth Knife remained in the air and unmoving. Lone Bamboo looked at Hansen, or rather, the sword he wielded. When he did, a complex expression overtook his face. On a green grassy field, a little girl that was 9 years old was holding a jade sword. She had ponytails. She was practicing sword skills, and she was obviously a beginner. She accidentally hit herself on the head and dropped onto the ground. She threw the sword away and wiped the tears from her eyes. "Warner, why are you crying?" a young man asked, smiling. He crouched down next to her and took her head in a gentle hand. "Big brother, I am not practicing with a sword anymore. That stupid sword just bullied me," Warner said, wiping her tears. "How could your sword bully you? He is your most loyal, little guy. If you treat him well, he will be nice to you in return," the young man said, as he picked up the jade sword. Wano lifted her lips and said, "I am nice to it. I wipe it clean and even make it smell good, but even so, it just won't listen to me. It's annoying." The young man laughed. He held the jade sword, and as he stood upon the grass, he began to swing it. That jade sword was light in his hand, as spry as a dragon in a dance. "Warner, to treat it nice is to understand it. Wiping it clean is not enough." The young man stopped practicing, and he handed it back to the girl and rubbed her on the head. "I don't care. I hate it. It won't listen to me. It only listens to you." Warner sounded mad, but even so, she looked happy. In a garden, a young man lay down beside a pond and repeatedly threw up. He was going to puke his guts out. "Brother, how can you drink like that?" A lady with a big ponytail walked out of the house. She ran up to the young man and tried to help him up. "Ignore me. It is fine," the man mumbled. "Brother, to fail is nothing. I know you are the best, and I know you have what it takes to win. You have to stay strong," the lady spoke with sincerity, as she lifted the young man upright. The young man fell back to the ground and passed out. He was too heavy to lift without any help. The lady tried to pull him up, but she was unable to. She ran to the house and collected a blanket. With it, she covered him. Then, she sat down near him and prayed to the stars. "If there is a God up there, I hope you can help my brother and show him the way. I will do anything for that." Under the moon, the man lay on the ground with tears in his eyes. "Warner." Lone Bamboo looked at the jade sword and moved his lips. He did not make a noise, but his eyes said he was thinking of many things. "I can't fall. I can't fall. If I am going to die, even with just a dirty soul left, I have to keep going." Lone Bamboo's teeth shook, but his eyes looked adamant. The knife's fire was like a demon in the sky. It was just fading, rather than being destroyed. Lone Bamboo seems to have woken up a little. The woman next to the Sky Palace leader sounded surprised. Yun Chong Kong and the elders looked happy, but it was only for a second. The demon's roots were deep, and not even a keen class could suppress it completely. It was remarkable that Lone Bamboo had managed to get his mind back in this condition, but there was no way he could suppress the desire of the demon. Han Sen watched Lone Bamboo, surprised. Lone Bamboo controlled the demon at the very last second. He did not give in to it. Lone Bamboo's body quivered. He had experienced pain that could not be described. That scary depression and knife mind were fading inside him. Everyone looked so happy. Lone Bamboo pushed the demon back into his body. Now, he was scarier than a ghost. The nobles were all delighted. They had no clue how he had done that. Hansen put away his own powers. He lowered the jade sword and looked at Lone Bamboo. The power was no longer encompassing the arena. Lone Bamboo threw Ghost Teeth Knife over to Han Senator. He said simply, "I am a marquise. I should not fight. You win this round." Hansen picked up Ghost Teeth Knife and handed over the jade sword. Lone Bamboo accepted the jade sword, wiped it clean, and resheathed it in his scabbard. That sword was his most precious possession. Seeing Lone Bamboo leave, Hansen spoke to himself. His body contains a demon, but his heart possesses an angel. Strange man. No one expected the scary spectacle to end this way, but it didn't affect the overall excitement. A long time after that fight came to an end, people continued to talk about it. Those who watched that fight didn't forget the appearance of the fighters. They would never forget.